Opening scene is up in the sky, filled with countless engines. This place looks totally desolate. But you know it's hiding some crazy secrets. Then boom. A second later, a massive explosion bursts out of nowhere, shaking the whole area. We got two players going head-to-head with a massive dragon. Raid boss vibes. Look at them. Locked in, gritting their teeth, sweating buckets. This dragon ain't no joke though. Its mouth starts charging up flames. Uh-oh. Unleashes a torrent of fire straight at him. One guy's tanking it with his shield, barely holding on against that raw power. They gotta stay 100% focused. One slip up, and they are cooked. Red shirt guy swings his sword, bam, lands a solid hit on the beast. Cuts the dragon. But that just made it mad. It roars right in his face. Roar was so strong it blew him back like 5 meters. Bro is getting salty now. Yelling. Yo, Ozum, what the hell are you doing? Do you even know how to heal? Poor guy just says, I'm sorry. Tizzer. That softy right there. That's our MC. He's like, on it right now, swings his staff up. Casts Mother's Blessing to restore energy. Ozum's sweating bullets though, thinking about how this is an AR MMORPG world. Flashback to Egosphere Online. Pops into his head. He starts zoning out a bit. Players can pick any class, grind XP to level up, and explore this fantasy world. You can be a warrior, strong enough to solo a dragon, or maybe a mage, summoning a whole golem army. That's why the game's motto is, Awaken the New You. Over 20 million players, tons of classes, endless content. Everyone's living their best life in this fantasy land. But in this game, his class is just... Suddenly, his thoughts get interrupted by the black shirt guy screaming, Yo, Ozum, can you heal me properly for once? You piece of trash. Ozum's terrified. Sorry, doing it now, tries to run up, but oops. Trips on a rock, faceplants right into the dirt, grimacing in pain. Thinking, I'm stuck with the most boring class ever, healer. Just watching others fight, while I just spam heals. I'm basically a walking potion. He falls. And instead of helping, these toxic teammates yell, Hey, what is this idiot doing? Hurry it up. Will you? Right then. The dragon goes full rage mode on them. Red shirt guy panics. It's over. We're done for. Bet 10 billion%, that's its ult next second. Dragon blasts them with a massive fire breath. Whole squad gets roasted. Ozum gets caught in it too, looking absolutely miserable. From a distance, some guy is aiming at the dragon. System pops up a notification, Minho, Seunghuang, and Ozum all defeated by a high-rank fire dragon. Observer guy curses under his breath. Damn it. He's sitting on a cliff, muttering. Thought we had it this time. Then he calls the system. System pops up. How can I assist? He commands. Send retreat order to everyone. Right now. Then silence. Looking off into the distance, he spoke. That guy Lee Ozum really is trash. Scene switch. A bit later, in a corner of the forest, Ozum just got smacked across the face. Turns out, Seunghuang slapped the soul out of him. He wouldn't stop cursing. You trash. Ozum, don't you know how to heal? If you actually played the game, we would have caught it, but no. You had to throw the whole run. You idiot. Ozum couldn't fight back. Barely whispering, I'm really sorry. Seunghuang was fuming. He kicked Ozum right in the gut, shouting, Sorry. You think a sorry fixes this? Suddenly, someone walked up from behind and spoke. Cut it out. It was Unhyung. He said, We're in game. He doesn't feel pain anyway. Seunghuang walked over, nodding. Oh. True. Then I'll just beat him to a pulp at school tomorrow instead. Ozum struggled to get up, looking terrified. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. We should have won that. I'm really sorry. Unhyung stayed silent for a moment. Then he smiled, patted Ozum on the shoulder, and said, Forget it. It's just a game for fun. No big deal if we mess up a raid once in a while. Right. Ozum scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah. You're right. Suddenly, Unhyung's eyes narrowed. He started speaking again. But even if it's just a game, you still gotta take responsibility for your mistakes. Right, Ozum was confused. Huh, what do you mean? Unhyung's face went cold with killing intent. Get 600 high-quality potions ready for our raid tomorrow at 8 p.m. Yeah. Hearing that, Ozum was shook. 600 potions, he stammered nervously. That's like 300,000 won in real cash. How am I supposed to afford that? But the three of them ignored him completely, turning away to chat among themselves. Yo. We're meeting the guys from Shindong High. Right, the Shindong crew. Any girls coming? Yeah. They acted like Ozum wasn't even there. Yeah. They said they're bringing the hottest girls. Bet. I'm down. Meeting at Chunhyung's karaoke. Right. Yeah. 10 o'clock. A moment later, Eunhyung turned back to Ozum. He said, "We trust you. So we're logging out first." Got it. His eyes were full of threats. Remember this. 600 high-quality potions. Not one less. You know what happens if you don't get them. After saying that, the whole group left, leaving Ozum standing there, panicking. 600 potions. How is a healer like me supposed to farm all that in just one day? He racked his brain. Even if I grind all day, I can only get about 300 max. Terror filled his mind. If I don't get enough, I'm absolutely cooked. Just like last time. Images of them bullying him kept flashing through Ozum's mind, trying to push the memories away. I hate this so much. A moment later, he called out, "System." Then he requested to log out of his healer character and log into his alt account. The system executed immediately. Understood. Logging out of main account and logging into sub-character. His system began the logout process for the healer. Ozum couldn't hide his worry. It feels kind of dirty using my alt, but it's the only way to get the loot for tomorrow. After a bit, the system announced completion. Logout from main class complete. Class Avenger. Login complete. Ozum was shifted to a different interface. The system warned, "Please be careful of potential dizziness due to perspective shift." He looked way more badass than before. He looked around, wondering, where should I head to? Moments later, he moved to a high-rank dungeon. Welcome to the Crimson Flame Dungeon. The place is swarming with other players. Right in front of the crowd, a massive beast called a Balrog, and it's spewing straight-up destruction from its mouth, blasting everyone. They're all struggling to resist, just trying to tank the damage, until their ults recharge so they can finish it. Suddenly, one girl looks absolutely terrified. Why? Because the Balrog is swinging a giant fist right at her face. Damn. That last attack wrecked almost everyone. An overhead strike too, crazy. But two lucky players managed to dodge it. They are freaking out though. That was basically a double kill waiting to happen. What do? We can't take this thing down. The guy is sweating bullets. He risks it all. Rushing in. I'll draw aggro sys. You pop the revive skill while I distract him. Instantly, he activates sonic speed, buffing his movement. He dashes like the wind, totally hyped up for the fight. As he charges, he calculates. This should pull all the aggro onto me, hopefully buying us some time. Right, but surprise. Surprise. Balrog is already swinging a massive fist at him. The guy starts to panic. Its AoE is that huge. Just then, Oh Sung shows up. Without saying a word, he activates every single buff he has, and charges straight at the Balrog. The other guy is completely shook. What the? The girls are confused too. Who is that? But Oh Sung doesn't give a damn. He is locked in. A second later, boom. A massive explosion. Oh Sung's sword slices clean through Balrog's arm. The monster screams in agony. He's not done yet. He dashes forward, sword ready. His aura right now totally different from when he was partying with the group. He moves like a ghost, flickering in and out. In a split second, he snaps Balrog's horn. The two onlookers are stunned. So strong. That guy is actually cracked. The other guy can't believe Oh Sung's power. Seem good. Are you kidding? He's playing such a hard class and he's still soloing. A Balrog. This guy's gotta be a pro. Or maybe a top ranker on the Asian server. Balrog is furious now. It clenches its massive fist. It's desperate. So it goes for a crit hit. The others notice it too. Hey, isn't that Balrog's ultimate? It's using Divine Flame. Immediately, Balrog's giant hand aims straight for Oh Sung. A split second later, smash. The hand slams the ground, shaking the whole area. Even the couple standing way back gets hit by the shockwave. Thinking it won, Balrog chuckles. There's a deep handprint crater in the ground. But plot twist, Oh Sung lifts that giant hand like it's nothing. He activates his Avenger class passive, Nightflower at dawn. He smirks. My turn to counter. Time to end this. Stacking my passive with my ult. And then, the Pavan of Death activates. With just one wave of Oh Sung's hand, the summons rush straight at Balrog. His expression ice cold. Balrog screams in pain. And boom, it dissolves into nothing. Now, just a pile of loot rewards popping up. Oh Sung looks at the loot and sighs in relief. That was a bit sweaty. Then he remembers the others. He scratches his head. Apologizing. My bad. You guys were raiding and I just kill stole. The girl waves him off. No worries, we were literally about to die anyway. He looks a bit awkward, and asks, Can I snag Banrock's horn then? The girl replies, You can take it all, but he hits her with, Nah. I only need this one. Thinking to himself, he goes, Selling this gets me enough cash for 600 potions. The duo locks eyes. Sharing the exact same brain cell. They shout, Yo. Hold up a sec. The guy shoots his shot. Wanna join our party? We'll carry our weight. Promise, but Ozum's eyes are dodging like crazy. Sounds cool. But I'm still a student. Gotta focus on school. You know, you guys did great though. I'm gonna head out. Rejected instantly. The guy tries to clutch up. At least accept the friend request. Bro, but Ozum just dips. Sorry. Leaving those two, absolutely crushed. He rejected us, 'cause we're trash. Right, 10 billion% confirmed. Ozum's already bolted somewhere else. Walking and thinking. If I play with others, it's impossible to pause mid-game. Then he calls up the system. What time is it? System hits him with 11:20 p.m. He freaks out. Wait. It's that late. I'm cooked, gotta bring stuff inside and do homework. He orders the system to log out and shut down. Ozum starts calculating. Bring stuff in first. Then tackle the homework. Not much stuff anyway. Shouldn't take too long. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. Do you really wish to log out of this character? He's confused. What the heck? This never happens. Zero hesitation. He smashes yes. System asks again. Are you sure you won't regret this? Ozum gets even more sus. What is this? Why does it keep popping up? Should I check the server status? Doesn't matter. He clicks yes anyway. Scene switches to the real world. Sky's dark. Streets are empty. One apartment room still has the lights on. It's Ozum's room. Logged out. You may remove your VR headset. He takes off the gear immediately. Looks at his clothes. Man. I'm sweating buckets. Playing the Avenger class is exhausting. Not thinking much of it. He puts the headset aside. Gotta do chores then shower. Zuka drag. The headset was off. But suddenly, it lights up on its own. Something zaps through Ozum's head. He rubs his eyes. Annoyed. What was that? Did I play too long? My eyes are so dry. Suddenly, his hand starts melting. But wait. It gets crazier. Not just his hand. His whole body is glitching out. What is happening? Why is my body doing this? Ozum is freaking out. What's going on? His body looks more horrific by the second, making him want to scream. Slowly, his body vanishes. The headset over there keeps beeping. Loading data. Running diagnostics. Biological trait, verification in progress. Material conversion 224 complete. Preliminary conversion complete. Ozum's body starts reforming. Seeing all these weird changes, he asks himself, what is this? Why is my body? Then he looks at the mirror nearby. Ozum is shook. This face? No way. I look just like, he realizes. Why do I look like the Avenger? Suddenly, a wave of nausea hits him. He covers his mouth but can't hold it back, puking his guts out. Ozum is totally lost. What the hell? What is happening to me? And that VR headset speaks up. Adaptability rate confirmed at 78%. Diagnostic error margin is 0.23%. No issues found in mission eligibility assessment. Now, let the tutorial begin. Ozum is confused. Tutorial. He's totally lost. Reaching for his glasses. But suddenly, the space in front of him shifts. It's not his room anymore. Bro is standing on the rooftop of a building now. Ozum is shook. He looks around. Totally confused. What the hell? He asks himself a million questions. Wasn't I just in my room? How on earth did I get here suddenly? Something creepy appears behind Ozum. He slowly turns around. Seeing that thing, he realizes. No way. Is this inside the game? He screams in panic. The dark beast from the game Ozum grits his teeth. What is this? Why is the dark beast from Egosphere spawning in the real world? The dark beast is grinning at him. Suddenly, it opens its giant mouth wide. Instantly, it lunges at Ozum like it wants to swallow him whole. Boom! A huge explosion rings out. Right after, Ozum gets blasted backward. Now he's falling from dozens of meters high. Seconds later, he slams straight into the ground. Nothing to catch him. But plot twist, he's not hurt at all. Even he's surprised. What? I'm still alive after falling from the 5th floor. Then he slowly stands up, still wondering. Am I dreaming? Next to him, civilians are gossiping non-stop. What is going on? I don't know. That building just blew up. Gas explosion, who knows? Ozum is even more shocked. Impossible. Judging by their expressions, this is definitely the reality I know. He still can't believe what happened. How is this even possible? Suddenly, the dark beast rushes toward Ozum again, thanks to his senses. He quickly dodges its god-tier punch. His head smacks the pavement, but now, no pain, just pure panic. Don't know what's happening. But I gotta run from that monster first. But then he hears the chatter again. What is it? What's happening? No clue. The ground just cracked open. Scary. Is the cement too hot or something? This freaks Ozum out even more. What are they doing, without thinking? He runs over to ask. Excuse me, what are you guys doing? Why aren't you running? There's a monster right there. But the reply is just silence. Seeing this, he puts his hand on a man, speaking frantically. Excuse me. You need to run. Suddenly, the man reacts. The girl next to him asks, What's wrong? The man says, No. Just felt like someone pushed my shoulder. Hearing that, the girl sighs. What the hell are you saying? You so drunk you turned stupid. But he insists. No. Something really pushed me. I've got goosebumps. Ozum's face goes pale. What he asks himself? Can these people not see me or the monster? Suddenly, the dark beast appears behind him again. Ozum slowly turns around. The monster's mouth is holding something strange. Right after, a massive amount of power is unleashed, aimed straight at Ozum. Instantly, another explosion rings out, shaking everything around. Ozum curls up. He also gets hit by the blast. Then, slowly opens his eyes. He is stunned by what is happening right in front of him. Turns out, it wasn't just him. Those innocent bystanders, they got caught up in this mess too. That guy from earlier gone. Swallowed up by a storm of lightning. Blasted by that shadow beast. And his girlfriend, she's not doing any better. She's frozen in terror. Clueless. Then comes the screaming. Just frantic cries for help. What the hell? What is even happening right now? Call the police. Get an ambulance. Now meanwhile, Ozum just stood there, totally shook, witnessing that horror. He turned around and locked eyes with that shadow beast. He froze, hands shaking uncontrollably. His brain screamed, Run. Just run. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to move. Escape. Hide. Anywhere but here. Gotta do something. Without thinking, he bolted, sprinting as far away from that thing as possible. Ozum took off like the wind, adrenaline pumping, running blindly with no destination. Where does this end? Every step. His heart was pounding out of his chest. Just survive. Suddenly something forced him to slam on the brakes. Gritting his teeth, out of nowhere, a massive fist smashed right into his face. It was him. That shadow beast caught up. That punch sent Ozum flying. But the monster wasn't done yet. The shadow beast charged again. Boom. Another direct hit straight to the face. Then it started blasting something from its mouth. Right at him. Ozum. He was completely drained, covered in blood, vision blurring, eyes going dull. He wondered, is this it? Am I dying here? All those trash memories started flooding back. Always like this. Can't run away. Always getting stomped on. He felt so pathetic. So weak. Always the punching bag for everyone else. Living a coward's life. Meanwhile, the shadow beast wound up for another strike. He clenched his jaw, trying to tank the pain. Then, something inside him snapped. He screamed, "What the hell did I do to deserve this?" But the beast just cackled, closing in for the kill. Suddenly, A magic circle manifested right in front of Ozum's hand. The moment the beast hit it. Splat. Blood sprayed everywhere from its mouth. Ozum was shook. He stared at his own hand in disbelief. He thought, what was that feeling? Wait. Isn't this exactly like casting a skill in-game? That was the defensive skill Crimson Armor. Realization hit him. Wait. The tutorial, the Shadow Beast skills. He looked up at the monster. It was creeping toward him. Opening its maw again. A beam of energy shot out instantly, heading straight for Ozum, but this time he was calm. Zero fear. His eyes began to glow a menacing red. Passive skill activated Dawn Blossom. He swung his hand, blocking the beast's power head-on. Ozum felt relief wash over him. Just as I thought. This situation, it's all connected to Egosphere Online. He knew exactly how to delete this trash mob. He raised his other hand, readying the next attack. If that's the case, the only way to clear this stage. A staff materialized in his grip. He lunged at the Shadow Beast with everything he had. The impact was earth-shattering. Now, even the Shadow Beast was shaking in fear. It slumped to the ground. Totally wrecked. Zero fight left in it. Ozum stared at his weapon. Hyped up. I'm gonna destroy every single one of them. His eyes were cold, radiating pure killing intent. Standing over the Shadow Beast. No more fear. He raised his blade. Ultimate skill Vengeance Blade. Without hesitating, Ozum slashed forward for the finish. His whole body was radiating killer intent. The Shadow Beast was definitely feeling the pain by now. It wouldn't stop screaming. Ozum slowly looked up, then turned his gaze toward the monster. Finally, he could let out a sigh of relief. I took him down. Right, he stared at it, asking himself, is it actually dead? Ozum stepped closer to check. I mean, the Shadow Beast is just a low intermediate rank monster. After all, suddenly, the system sound chimed in. It announced, congratulations. Ozum, you have completed the tutorial. Ozum looked a bit shocked at that. It's a quest system. Just like in a game, the system continued. Please select your reward. Hearing that, he asked in surprise. A reward. His eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at the info popping up, he wondered, what is all this? Ozum stood there, stunned, staring at the screen packed with text. His eyes scanned every line in front of him. So I get a reward. From picking one of these things, he scratched his head. Confused. I get the cash option. But what's up with skill points and the mystery box? Suddenly, a notification sound blared from the screen. 30 seconds remaining. The warning made Ozum panic. If you do not select a reward within the time limit, the system will choose randomly, and the return countdown will begin. Wait a second. Ozum started freaking out. What should I do? The number 3,000,001 was floating right there. And yeah, it was tempting him hard. At a time like this, isn't cash the best option? The notification voice sounded again. Cold as ice. 10 seconds remaining. Wait. Wait, he crossed his arms, thinking for a split second. Then clicked his tongue and mashed the screen. Screw it. Just pick whatever, the screen announced. Reward selected. Right as it spoke, the return process started. A blue light suddenly appeared, wrapping around Ozum. His whole body floated up into the air. A loud boom echoed out. Ozum vanished instantly inside that pillar of blue light. Meanwhile, the lights in his house were still on. His familiar bedroom was silent, totally empty. But in just a few seconds, Ozum was warped home at light speed, making him scream in terror. The system cold-heartedly dropped him flat onto the hard floor. Ozum let out an exhausted breath, then looked around. Seeing the familiar scene, he couldn't help but blurt out, I'm back. He could barely believe what he had just been through. He just sat there, whispering, it's my house. The next day, warm sunlight streamed through the windows, like a silent alarm waking everyone up. A news anchor's steady voice played on the morning broadcast. There have been multiple accidents, caused by a mysterious explosion near Shindaibang Station, according to police and fire department investigations. Ozum listened closely while making breakfast. Authorities suspect a targeted terror attack. Police are actively searching for witnesses, but deep down, he had a worry he just couldn't shake. Just as I thought. Yesterday wasn't a dream or hallucination. It definitely, Ozum confirmed, happened for real. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from the door. I'm home, his sister sighed as she walked in. I'm so tired. She smiled gently and asked, Did something happen last night? Huh. But when she looked up at her little brother, her face showed clear worry. It took him a moment to snap out of it. But he cheerfully said, Sis, welcome back. Night shift must have been rough. Huh. He set 2 plates on the table and said, Go wash your face and have breakfast. I just finished making it. She mumbled, confused. Oh. Okay. Woojin was shook by his sister's sudden question. Excuse me, but who are you? He pointed at his own face. I knew this would happen. It's me. Woojin, your little brother. You don't recognize me. His sister just stood there giving him the yeah. Right look. Then she nodded and reached into her bag for something. I see. All right then. Looking closer. You really are Woojin. I get it. I get it. She pulled out a taser, frowning at him. You thought I'd actually say that, bet. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't hesitate to thrust it at her brother, making him scream in terror and dodge to the side. Woojin backed away in fear, trying desperately to convince her. Zis. Listen to me. I'm really Woojin. I swear, but she wasn't having any of it. Cut the crap. You psycho. You Woojin, she shouted. Woojin is a weakling who trembles like a wet cat in the rain. Hearing that made him totally done. So that's how his sister really saw him, Woojin explained. I just ended up looking like this after I woke up. For real. I'm telling the truth, his sister just smirked, looking like she didn't believe a word. Oh. Is that so? Yeah. Then she lunged at him like a maniac with a taser. Who the hell would believe that garbage Woojin backed into a corner, frantically explaining. I know. Let me tell you stuff only the real Woojin would know, he stammered nervously. I know you love carrots and sesame leaves. And I know your jaw hurts because you grind your teeth in your sleep. His sister's face didn't soften at all. Her brows furrowed even tighter. Just recently, you were forced to go on a blind date. Then you got wasted and nagged me about it. You did your research. She tilted her chin up. Anything else? Why stop now? Woojin lowered his head to think. Then how about this? He spoke up clearly. Mom and Dad's birthdays were June 23rd and July 14th. Just as he predicted. Her face started to relax. And they passed away on the same day in a car accident. His sister's gaze began to waver, shifting from anger to shock. That day, I begged them to take me to the amusement park. And I said some really awful things when they told me no. Then, Woojin choked up, trying to swallow the lump in his throat. Even now, he kept his head down, not daring to look his sister in the eye. I still regret that so much. She stared intently at him. Her expression wasn't as severe anymore. But she still looked a bit suspicious. Woojin lowered his voice. This is a secret, he assured his sister. The only person he could rely on right now. That I've only told you. She double-checked, still skeptical. Are you really Woojin? Woojin scratched his head awkwardly. Yeah. I honestly don't know what happened. Or why my body suddenly changed like this. Finally, his sister relaxed and put the taser down. She stepped closer to check the small scratch on her brother's face. What's with these wounds? Are you okay? Woojin looked away, trying to come up with an excuse. I was already like this when I woke up. It doesn't hurt, he told himself. I really don't want to tell her what happened yesterday if I can help it. She'd definitely freak out. His sister crossed her arms and stared at him intently, with a super worried look. She whipped out her phone and started tapping away fast. This won't do. We're going to the hospital. What, sis? Wait. Burning with anxiety. She urged him loudly. Why? You need to get checked out when something like this happens. No. Even so. Woojin sighed, trying to convince her. Do you think a doctor would believe a word I say? Even you didn't believe me. And you're literally a nurse. But she was still frantic. Yeah. Maybe. But you still need to get checked to see if anything's wrong. What if it's some kind of disease? He let out a helpless sigh. Even if it is. I honestly don't know how to explain it. So I figured I'd just leave it be. His sister started feeling a headache coming on. Leave it be. What about school? You think the teachers and your friends are going to believe you're actually Woojin? Woojin was stumped. If they don't believe me, I'll go to the hospital. Okay, I'll get checked out and take whatever treatment they got if they can fix me. She still looked furious. Standing there glaring holes through him, she sighed, cradling her head. God, why do you have to be so stubborn about this stuff? Sorry. His sister finally caved. Fine. If that's what you decided, then hurry up and grab your bag, and let's go to school. I'm coming with you to explain things to the teachers. Wu Jin froze. You are? Huh, she nodded firmly. Yup. It's obvious a nurse's word is way more credible than yours. He stammered. But even if you don't come with me, I've already got my own plan. She looked down, hand resting on the taser on the table. Wu Jin. His sister shot him a death glare. She activated the device and threatened. Shut up and come with me. Got it, or should I drag you there after I zap you? Hearing that, Wu Jin totally froze. His face went blank. He gulped in fear. Okay. I'm going. Morning light started to break, warming up Wu Jin's entire school. The voice of a guy live streaming rang out. Yo. What's up, chat? Y'all still alive? Today, the Orange Guard channel is heading to a weird spot to stream for you guys. He used a small screen to cover his real face. That's why today's location is Sindabang District. Asking why I'm here so early in the morning. I'll ask and answer it myself. Stop asking dumb questions. Whatever you do, you gotta watch the news. Right. Didn't you hear about that insane mystery explosion in Sindabang? You think I got nothing better to do than explain every little detail? Morning. A girl was glued to her phone, watching intently. The cause of the explosion is still a mystery. Who knows? Could be the start of the apocalypse. Telling me not to overreact. Great. Good job. You online keyboard warriors, she muttered. Sindabang District isn't that far away. Is it? A spark of interest began to creep into her mind. Should I go check it out? But she didn't take her eyes off the phone screen. She just kept walking with her head down. A friend saw her and called out loudly. Seo Yun, hey. The friend leaned in to look at Seo Yun's screen and asked, watching a live stream, anything hot going on? No. Seo Yun quickly turned off her phone and put it away. It just popped up on my recommendations, so I watched it. Pretty silly video. The other girl burst out laughing at her. YouTube algorithm at work again. Huh. The friend shot Seo Yun a probing glance. By the way, Seo Yun. Want me to set you up with someone I know? A guy who wants to meet you. Rejecting it. Seo Yun waved her hand. I don't know about that kind of stuff. Not interested. So, before she could finish, something appeared right in front of her, making her freeze. Wu Jin and his sister were walking side by side towards them. His face right now looked like it was glowing under the bright sun. The friend also gasped in surprise. Who's that? Does our school have a god-tier hottie? She stared at Wu Jin and his sister without blinking. Never seen him before. Seo Yun replied. Is he a transfer student? He's walking with a guardian. Really, hope he ends up in our class. Deep inside, she felt an incredibly familiar feeling she couldn't explain. What is this? Why do I? Seo Yun looked at the back that just passed by. Feel like I've met him somewhere before. The faculty office sign hung right in front of them. Just as she was about to put her hand on the door, his sister turned back to look at him. She warned me again, saying the reason my body changed is still under investigation. So there's no solid conclusion yet. Got it, Ozun nodded, looking a bit lost. Yeah. Then he suddenly spoke up. Sis, we rushed out this morning, so my stomach's killing me. Can I hit the restroom real quick? She let out a long sigh. Fine. Make it quick. Sorry, I'll be right back. Ozun sprinted to the boys' bathroom at the end of the hall. Since classes were in session, the place was dead silent. He stood in a stall, zoning out for a second, but inside, his mind was a total mess. Real talk. Even if Sis is a nurse, the teachers aren't going to buy her story that easily. I might even spark some weird rumors and attract the cops' attention. Ozun reached into his pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a pink quartz crystal the size of his palm. That was the reward he chose last night. Guess I have to use it. In the heat of the moment, he gambled on this mystery box. Ozun gritted his teeth. I'm gonna use whatever I got from it. Item info, secret skill gem. Allows the user to borrow a skill from another class one time only. With 60% efficiency. Ozun activated the item. The skill is, with every word he spoke, the stone flashed. Skill of the instigator, brainwashing. The moment he finished invoking charming eyes, a blinding pink light shot out from the gem. The bathroom door creaked open. Ozun stepped out, looking chill, slowly walking back down the hall. But his mind was still racing. Charming Eyes is usually used to turn monsters into allies, or to buff NPCs, so I have no clue how it's gonna work. On a normal human. He furrowed his brows, stressed out. So, I'll try to convince the homeroom teacher first. Ozun dashed straight to the faculty office. He's gotta believe me like Sis did and understand what I'm going through. But the teacher just looked at him with pure suspicion. I still don't get it. Ozun gulpet. Nervous. The teacher squinted. After a break. To sure. Students might change a bit. That's expected. But changing this drastically, overnight anyone would find that fishy. His sister tried to plead his case. But I'm his sister. I know for a fact this is Ozun. His face might look a little different, but his voice and the way he talks are exactly the same. The teacher scratched his head. Awkward. I don't know. Even with you saying that, he still looks like a completely different person. To me, Ozun realized he saw this coming. He knew it would end up like this, just as I thought. Even with Sis vouching for me. If I can't prove who I am, I'm cooked. Suddenly, a red glint flashed in his eyes. No other choice. I gotta use the skill to make him believe me. Stick to the plan. Just then, an old, wrinkled face passed by. Ozun looked at him like he just struck gold. The vice principal, his eyes lit up like high beams. If I have to use this skill, using it on the vice principal is a way better move. Since he's second in command, that means he can convince all the other teachers too. Ozun decided to go all in. All right, let's do this. Gotta turn him into an ally. ASAP. No time to waste. He whispered the command. Charming Eyes. His pupils instantly turned crimson. Ozun shouted. Activate. A circular glyph with an eye inside shot out, flying straight at the vice principal. The teacher's body started trembling the moment it hit him. Deep inside his pupils, a small heart suddenly flashed. Just seconds later, a voice rang out right next to the homeroom teacher. Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang bowed slightly. Yes. Vice principal. The older man spoke slowly. I've been listening to your conversation this whole time. He walked over to Ozum, gently resting a hand on the boy's shoulder. Why don't we try trusting Ozum for this once? The homeroom teacher looked flustered. But he looks so different. So, the vice principal immediately fired back a question that stunned Mr. Over. Jiang. Is a student's appearance really that important to an educator? He suddenly shouted. It doesn't matter what our students look like. Isn't a teacher's job to discover the true nature within their students and educate them? These words were way beyond Ozum's imagination. What is going on, bro, is taking it way too far. He pointed at the boy's sister, his guardian from earlier. What did you just say? You said Ozum caught some kind of strange disease. Right, still in shock. She stammered. No. It hasn't been confirmed yet. They said they need to run more tests to know for sure. The vice principal raised his voice. If we don't know the cause yet, then it is strange. Isn't it? In an era where even dogs are flying into space, what else could it be but normal if we still don't know the cause? Ozum's sister just stood there, face blank. He spun around to grill the homeroom teacher. Are you really going to treat a student suffering from a strange illness like some kind of scammer? Are you still going to suspect him? No. Mr. Jiang was super conflicted, trying to process everything. No. Even if you say that. Even if we believe him. How are we supposed to explain this to the other students? Sir. The vice principal immediately fell into deep thought. The other students. His classmates are definitely going to be confused. His eyes suddenly lit up. Then there's no other way. I'll take responsibility for this and explain it to the rest of the students. Say what? Without hesitation, he dashed out the door. Follow me. We're going to his class. Yes, the homeroom teacher scrambled after him. Vice principal. Wait, the sister whispered to Ozum. It's a little weird, but I guess this works out. She gave a small nod. His anxious sigh echoed through the empty hallway. I guess so. The vice principal led the squad to class 1-3. He stood at the podium, grabbed Ozum's shoulders, and announced, that is why all of you need to take good care of Ozum. He kept trying to convince the students. Just imagine how shocked he must have been to turn into a completely different person because of a strange disease. Eunhyung listened with a poker face. Close your eyes and think about it. Imagine it. How heartbroken and confused he must be. Ji-eon looks like she's thinking about it. Can't you guys imagine it, suddenly? Tears streamed down the vice principal's face. He let out a sob. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Ozum. The whole class immediately started buzzing. What the hell, the vice principal is crying? Is he actually crying? Everyone was shook. That's wild. What is up with him? Ozum lowered his head to hide his embarrassment. I'm cooked. I thought he'd use logic to convince them. Where did he pull this cringe emotional speech from? The homeroom teacher rushed over to grab the vice principal. Okay. You guys probably get the picture. Right. Ozum is sick, so you guys need to look out for him. He gently guided the vice principal out of the room. Ozum. Take your seat. I'll handle the vice principal. Yes. Sir. Ozum walked to his seat, feeling totally drained. Maybe I should have just used the skill to say I was a transfer student instead. The girl from before waved all friendly-like to start a convo. Yo. Ozum. Her curiosity, and way too hype attitude, made him kinda hesitant. What's the deal, are you times seriously, times Ozum, Yeah. She looked super skeptical. You're trolling. Right, how can someone just randomly change this much overnight? What is it? Some kind of weird disease? Ozum stammered a reply. My sister said it's… instant change syndrome. I think you get it if you're, like, super stressed. The guy next to him instantly shot back. No shot, there's no such thing as that trippy syndrome. This isn't a manhwa where people glow up like this just 'cause of a little pressure. Bro, everyone kept crowding him. Gossiping. Facts, if stress did that, I'd look like that too by now, for real. It's just like a comic. Their reactions made Ozum's face go pale. I knew it. The vice principal's acting was so bad nobody bought it. What do I do now? Wu Yan suddenly spoke up to save him. I've actually heard of that syndrome before. Ozum turned to the side in shock. The girl at the next desk was resting her chin on her hand, giving him a meaningful look. The other girl was super surprised to hear that. For real? Where? I heard my dad mention it when he was talking about random stuff. Wu Yan twirled her hair playfully. One day, after waking up, someone in Germany found out they grew 12 centimeters and had a totally different face. Something about a defect in the hormone-secreting organs or whatever. Then she suddenly turned and asked, Right. Ozum. Wu Yan's face didn't look like she was joking at all. Ozum nodded frantically. Flustered. Yeah. That's right. Everyone still couldn't believe it. That crazy. Is that actually real? No way. You guys are making this up. Right. The girl started getting annoyed and turned to scold her desk mate. What would Wu Yan get out of lying? Her dad is the chairman of a pharmaceutical company. So it's obvious she'd hear about stuff like that. Really? Yeah. Really? Wu Yan, stepping in, lifted a huge weight off Ozum's chest. Not how I planned it. But I survived. But everyone's skeptical faces made him think to himself. They probably think it's super weird right now. But they'll get used to it eventually. Right. Ozum glanced at the front row. Now, I just need to see how Yoon-hyung and his crew are going to treat me. Yoon-hyung was just sitting quietly in the corner, looking at his phone. This took him by surprise. He doesn't care, Wu Yan called out again. Hey. Ozum, she whispered softly. You got earphones, I want to borrow them to listen to music while we study. Ozum replied awkwardly. Sure. But I've already used them. Is that cool with you? Wu Yan shrugged. No worries. I don't care. He took out his earphones and placed them in her palm. Thanks. Let me know if you need them back. Ozum felt a mix of emotions. Staring blankly at Wu Yan, he told himself. Wait. Thinking about it. I'm not the same as before. Ozum silently compared himself to his old version. Back then I was tiny and weak. But now I'm tall and actually built. The terrifying glares of those thugs were what haunted him every single night. So Yoon-hyung and his crew probably won't mess with me anymore. His eyes widened with determination. No. Not probably. Things are definitely times gonna change. Ozum had always craved a social life. Having friends just like everyone else. I'll be able to make friends and go to school like a normal person. He looked down, observing the changes his body had gone through. With this new body, I can do it. A gentle, happy smile appeared on Ozum's lips. Ozum. Deep inside, he had made a massive resolution. I'm definitely gonna change my life. But the moment he walked into the restroom, the thugs were already there. lying in wait like they were expecting him. All that determination from earlier gone. Poof. Ozun starts sweating buckets, or so he thought. But why is their stare making him shake like a leaf, standing in front of those three? It feels like thousands of hairs are wrapping tight around his body. Ozun just stands there frozen, wondering why he can't move times again asterisk. He can't even look them in the eye. Why is he still so terrified? It feels exactly like he's standing right in the jaws of a giant predator. He keeps asking himself if he's being hunted like prey. Jun Minho bursts out laughing. No way. For real. Ozun. You actually turned into a whole different person. Did you shoot up steroids or something? He orders Kim Sung-hoon. Yo Sung-hoon. Try wrecking him like usual. I want to see if he can escape with that brand new body. Sung-hoon cracks his knuckles instantly. Oh yeah, I'm curious too. Boom. He rushes in and puts Ozun in a tight headlock. The MC tries to struggle, pushing the arm away. But it's useless. Sung-hoon screams in his ear, full of challenge. Try getting out. Huh. Break free, let's see it. His annoying voice keeps ringing in Ozun's ears. Try it if you want with that shiny new body. Ozun is terrified now. Just wants to curl up in a ball. He covers his ears to block out the vicious insults. You piece of trash. The sun sets behind the skyscrapers, and the school bell finally rings. Ozun packs his bag fast. He sighs and stands up. Thank God. Nothing happened. If tomorrow's like this too, that'd be awesome. He steps out the door and immediately texts his sister, letting her know nothing happened. She must have been worried sick all day. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind. Hey, Ozun, the girl from the desk in front, asks excitedly. What are you doing after school? Gotta go home right away. No. I'm heading back later. She invites him straight up. Sweet. We want to kill some time before cram school. Wanna come with? Kim Si-yun stands behind her, staring at him with expectant eyes, just as Ozun agrees. His phone starts ringing. Sure. Sounds good. I'm free. He checks the message fast. Hold up. The text on the screen makes his eyes pop open in fear. Yoon-hyung messaged come to the 5th floor restroom. Face turns pale. Voice drops. Sorry, can't make it today. Ozun tells them, sounding bummed. Something came up. Gotta go. He turns and sprints off, ignores the girl calling after him. Hey wait, she clicks her tongue. What's his problem? I just wanted to be friends. Kim Si-yun says nothing, just watches his back as he leaves deep in thought. In the boys' restroom, Kim Sung-hoon is gritting his teeth, choking Ozun tight. MC can't breathe. Curls up and coughs hard. Minho gets impatient. Yo. How long you gonna do that? People gonna think you're hugging him from behind or something. Sung-hoon snarls. Wait a bit. I'm gonna beat the breath out of him. Ozun's sweating like crazy. The bully's words still ringing in his ears. Gonna show you guys he's just posing. Even though he tries to flex out of it. It's useless. He thinks in panic. No. I can't breathe, running out of air. My neck. It hurts so bad. His eyes fill with despair, just as I thought. I'm an idiot. Nothing changed just because my body did. Little Woojin is right there in his terrified mind. Curled up in a ball. Covering his ears like a coward. Nothing's changed. He bites his lip and slowly sits up. He whispers to himself. I'm getting crushed right here. Do you really think that? His younger self speaks up, sounding disappointed. You seriously think nothing's changed? He mocks himself. Isn't it just 'cause you ain't doing anything about it? Woojin snaps out of it. No, his past self keeps pushing him. Break free already. You ain't the weak Woojin anymore. You're just getting spooked like always. Little Woojin screams. Remember how you wrecked that monster last night? You can fight back if you actually try. These words hit him like a wake-up call. Massive motivation boost. So stop sitting there, waiting for a miracle. Woojin tenses up. Eyes glowing. Change it yourself. Woojin. He activates the skill, Malice Instinct. Counter-attack initiated. A jolt of electricity shoots out, making Kim Sung-hwan flinch and let go. Woojin seizes the moment, grabbing his hand with everything he's got. Zero hesitation. He yanks Sung-hwan forward, catching him completely off guard. Woojin squeezes his eyes shut and screams like a beast. Kim Sung-hwan goes flying. He faceplants into the ground hard. Eun-hyung and Min-ho watch in pure horror. Even Woojin can't believe what he just pulled off. He looks at Sung-hwan, gasping for air. his own hand shaking uncontrollably as he wipes off sweat. Wu Jin grinds his teeth, trying to stop the trembling, but he can't control it. Sung Hwan groans in pain and struggles to get up. You little piece of trash. You dare throw me. He can't handle the humiliation. He screams. You're dead meat. You stupid bastard. Wu Jin steps back in panic. He spins around and bolts straight out the door. Kim Sung Hwan glares and roars. Get him, the school is totally empty right now. Just a few shadows around. And only a couple of classrooms still have lights on. Kim Seun and her friend are standing on the sidewalk, waiting for the light to change. She's got this weird, tense look on her face. She looks up and spots him sprinting frantically, running across the street. He looks terrified, totally losing it, teeth clenched, running for his life. Park Seun frowns, surprised, thinking. Wu Jin instinctively runs toward his neighborhood. He just keeps his head down and sprints. He doesn't dare look back. While running, he keeps telling himself, no way, I really can't do this. The scenery in front of him rushes by like a movie reel. Those three are terrifying. The image of that monster he fought before flashes in his mind. To Wu Jin, they're no different from that beast, ready to devour people, any second now. Suddenly, a noise comes from behind. He flinches and glances back, distracted. Wu Jin trips over a raised piece of asphalt. He slams face first onto the ground. Immediately, he fights through the pain all over his body, trembling. He tries to stand. So scary. A voice from behind makes him freeze. Wu Jin, those two have already caught up. Minho looks at him with pure hate. You little rat. Making me sweat like this. You want a beatdown. Seeing Wu Jin, Kim Sung Hwan snaps completely. He stomps right on his face. Wu Jin gets launched backward, sliding across the pavement, watching him struggle on the ground. He keeps cursing. You son of a bitch. I was gonna let you go in a bit. But you just had to run away. Didn't you? His face goes dark, cracking his knuckles. I think I've got a solid reason to beat you to a pulp now, you stupid dog, true to his word. Sung Hoon rushes in, raining punches on Wu Jin. Everywhere he hits, he weakly raises his hands to block. Eun Hyung and Min Ho just stand there, hands in pockets, watching casually. Min Ho grits his teeth and curses. That bastard, just because his body changed a little, he thinks he's something special. Eun Hyung just stands there quietly, not saying a word. Wu Jin can't fight back, helplessly listening to the insults. I'm just a pathetic loser, he thinks miserably. Just as I thought. I can't do this. Mustered up some courage to use a skill and try to run. But nothing changed at all. Chayun had stepped up at some point, holding a glass beer bottle in her hand. A loud crash rings out as she drops it without hesitation, smashing it to pieces on the hard tiles. Eun Hyung and Min Ho startle and turn around. And that guy Sung Hoon immediately stops punching. Chayun speaks up in annoyance. That's enough. Isn't it all this noise is giving me a headache? She flips her hair back and says, by the way, I was planning to hang out with the guy lying there. Her voice is incredibly soft, yet it seems to carry a massive amount of weight. So let him go. And don't meddle in my business. These words leave Wu Jin totally surprised. Sung Hoon grits his teeth, steps forward, and asks, who the hell is this? That's the daughter of the pharmaceutical company chairman. Don't you know she's the richest person in our school? He gets furious, veins popping on his face, and snorts coldly. Chairman's daughter. Huh, so that's why you're acting so fearless. Sung Hoon lifts his chin, threatening Chayun. Hey, if you don't know shit, don't stick your nose in. You think you have the right to interfere in this. The fire inside him is burning hot. Sung Hoon can't control himself and screams out. You want to get beaten to a pulp too? She calmly opens her mouth. Sorry, but could you step back 5 steps for me? She covers her nose with her hand, grimacing in disgust. I feel like my nose is about to rot, because of your stench. Then Chayun doesn't hesitate to curse at him, successfully adding fuel to the fire. You filthy piece of trash. He goes mad with rage, raising his hand to hit her. Wu Jin, now free, scrambles up on his hands and knees. Seeing Sung Hoon about to slap Chayun, he's stunned. But the old version of himself reminds him right now, you know what you have to do. Right, little Wu Jin keeps waking him up. No more being scared or running away. Every whisper feels like it's giving him strength. He's not a walking blood bank anymore. Wu Jin clenches fist. Trying to harden his resolve, a shout rings out, making Sung Hoon freeze. Stop, before he can even turn around. A thunderous punch flies straight into his face. Wu Jin had rushed over at some point, putting all his power into punching Sung Hoon for real. The punch is so strong it knocks him over, sending him flying back a long way. He pants heavily, trying to force out broken sentences. Stop it right now, all the frustration suppressed for so long. Finally bursts out in a sky-shaking scream. Stop it right now. You damn bastard. The atmosphere suddenly freezes right after Wu Jin's punch. Minho is just going from one surprise to another today. This dog has actually gone crazy. He looks at Wu Jin suspiciously. Is that a symptom of the sickness too? Wu Jin, you son of a bitch. You really want to throw hands now? Huh. He stays standing there, lips pressed tight, his eyes not wavering one bit. He clicks his tongue, reaching up to take off the cumbersome jacket. Get down, okay? Bet. You want smoke? You got it. Let me try being your opponent this time. He clenched his jaw so hard. Veins were popping out on his temples. Try to keep that trash body of yours in one piece, Seung Hoon yelled. Then swung a massive punch right at him, screaming, D. You bastard. Oh, Jun was quick. He threw both hands up and blocked the attack cold. Punches kept raining down on him non-stop. Bam. 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 Seung Hoon threw a furious hook to his left ribs. Minho just laughed, thinking it was funny. What was that brozol talk? He can't even block properly. But actually, Oh Jun's eyes were wide open. He was analyzing every single move. Suddenly, he raised one arm. Skill-activated endurance. Skill absorption. The bully gritted his teeth and threw another punch. But plot twist. Oh Jun grabbed Seung Hoon's shirt with one hand. Tight. He froze, realizing he couldn't move his arm. Oh Jun pulled his other hand back and muttered, damage absorption. Conversion. All that force the bully just used on him. Oh Jun took it all, flipped it, and put it right into his own punch. He didn't say a word, just kept moving forward, attacking without mercy, using the skills he farmed after taking down that monster. Skill Flower of Vengeance burning HP to unleash a combo chain. It was payback. He was returning every bit of pain Seung Hoon ever gave him. The guy was cooked. A sitting duck. He just took the beating in silence. Oh Jun showed zero mercy to this trash who loved bullying the weak. Thud. Smack. The sounds of impact echoed, mixed with tearing fabric. And Seung Hoon's painful groans. Oh Jun looked at him with ice-cold eyes. Then jumped and kicked Boom. Right in the throat. From the opponent's side, his eyes went totally blank. He lost all strength and collapsed backward. Eun Hyung and Minho watched in pure horror. Jaws on the floor. Seung Hoon hit the ground, fading out fast. Oh Jun finally stopped. He stood up straight after delivering that god-tier kick. His opponent was wrecked. Eyes rolled back. Body broken. Lying still on the cold ground. Oh Jun looked down at him and let out a breath. But it felt like it wasn't enough. He bent down and grabbed Seung Hoon's collar again, ready to land a few more hits. But the guy was limp. Ragdolled. Zero resistance left. Seeing that made him freeze. His fist slowly loosened. Suddenly, Chayun shouted from behind. Oh Jun, he turned to look at her. She frowned, clearly not happy, and said softly, Stop it. Your hand is bleeding. That snapped him out of it. He looked at his bloody hand and just went, Chayun bent down and picked up Oh Jun's forgotten bag from the ground. She handed it to him and said, Let's go. We're done with them. Yeah. Yeah. But Minho screamed from behind, salty as hell. Where do you think you're going? He found a stick somewhere, gritting his teeth as he charged at them. Minho kept cursing. You're dead meat. You bastard. Oh Jun quickly stepped in front of Chayun to protect her. Suddenly, her eyes flashed. A faint purple light glowed. That purple light shot out and wrapped around Minho's leg, tripping him. Minho got launched back a distance before face-planting into the ground, the bat slipping from his hand, while Wu Jin was standing there totally frozen, his face blank. Chayun just muttered a curse. Dumbass, she urged. Let's go. Okay. He just lay on the ground, trembling, absolutely salty, cursing under his breath. Wu Jin. You son of a bitch. Night fell. The neighborhood was dim, with only a few lights flickering from the houses staying up late. Woojin winced as her hand gently slapped a band-aid onto his cheek. All right, Chayun said. All done. That's just first aid. So go get checked at the hospital later. Yeah. Got it. She held up her phone, snapping a pic of his battered face. Man, your face is absolutely wrecked. Look at this. Woojin looked, seeing his own messed up face. He couldn't help but groan. That's bad. See, I'm sending it to you as a souvenir. The air suddenly went quiet. He stole a glance at the girl beside him. Woojin awkwardly scratched his head. Chayun, thanks, she replied calmly. For what I don't recall lending you any cash. He shook his head. Not that. Something else. Plus, you helped me back there. Chayun spoke softly. Your earbuds. She pulled something from her pocket and spoke. Just consider it payback for letting me borrow your earbuds. That works. Right. Woojin took the earbuds, just nodding blankly. Chayun checked her phone and gasped. Right. I gotta head home. It's getting late. She stood up and told him softly, I have something to tell you. But let's save it for tomorrow. Woojin scratched his head. Something to tell me, yeah. It'll take a while. So probably tomorrow. Chayun looked him straight in the eye, her voice a bit shy. So, let's grab lunch together tomorrow. Okay, he froze, his mouth agreeing on autopilot. Yeah. To sure. She turned happily, waved at him, and walked away. See you later then. Bai Woojin stood rooted to the spot, silently watching her small figure retreat. His heart started racing. Something to say when it's just the two of us. What could it be? Woojin wondered as he walked home. He couldn't help but speculate. Is she curious about how my body changed? Since she's the daughter of a pharma chairman, maybe she's into this kind of stuff. A light suddenly flashed in front of him. The familiar blue screen appeared, startling Woojin back a few steps. This is... A soft ding rang out. Notification text started scrolling. A subjugation quest will begin in 5 minutes. Accept participation, yes or no. Woojin was shocked. Subjugation quest. Thinking of the terrifying monster's shape, he couldn't help but feel scared, like yesterday when I had to fight that monster. Right. He tremblingly reached for the system screen. Mind made up. Definitely refusing. Who's crazy enough to try that again? Woojin boldly tapped. No. But a warning siren blared out. Error. Players with negative reputation points are not permitted to refuse quests. Woojin gasped. What reputation points? Since when did I lose points? What did I do wrong? The notification voice was cold. Player Woojin has been deducted 400 reputation points. Deduction details 1. Used skill on a real body. Minus 100 points. Used skill to attack a civilian. Minus 100 times, 3 points. Therefore, Woojin will be transferred to a high-rank quest area, equivalent to 400 points. Barely finished speaking when bam! Blue light exploded from below. Space around him started shaking like crazy. System voice blasting in his ears. Prepare for combat. Seconds later, it yeeted him straight into another dimension. Right now, he's at a small creek in a ghost town residential area. Yellow streetlights flickering ominously. System showed zero mercy. Dropped Woojin straight down. Splash. Whole body soaked. Stinging pain. He let out a startled yelp, then aggressively shook the water out of his hair. He looked around for a bit, voice sounding totally confused. Is this a creek? Woojin stood up, huffing in annoyance. If you're gonna teleport me somewhere, couldn't you pick a decent spot, bro? My phone is still in my pocket. He looked down at his soaked drip. Pissed off. Randomly lost reputation points for no reason. Totally unfair. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his eye. To Woojin's right, a small yellow gate just popped up. Curious, he walked closer, staring at the open icon floating above it. Woojin couldn't help wondering. What is that? He slowly stepped toward the yellow gate. He asked blankly. What the heck, inside? He was suspicious. Is this the monster I gotta beat? System screen went times ding asterisk. It announced coldly. Subjugation quest starts in 10 seconds. Prepare for combat. Woojin scratched his head. Confused. 10 seconds. How am I supposed to prep that fast? A yellow light flashed, blinding him. He shielded his eyes with his hand. The gate started moving. A small black hole opened up in the center. The monster Woojin had to fight today slowly poked its head out. He stood there, completely frozen. The whole place shook the moment that massive thing stepped out. It was gripping a huge blade, decked out in full iron armor, crackling with terrifying lightning. The monster he had to deal with was the cursed cavalry. Aben. Woojin broke into a cold sweat, terrified by its insane look. What the hell is that thing? Never seen it in the game before. Aben let out a roar, then raised its blade and slashed at him without hesitation. Woojin quickly reached behind his back, summoned another sword instantly. He raised it up, blocking the monster's devastating attack. Seeing his prey's weak resistance, Aben couldn't help but grin wide. Enjoying it, Woojin observed his opponent, quietly analyzing. Don't know what type of monster this is, but its main weapon is definitely a blade. His eyes suddenly went sharp, unwavering, like he figured out a plan. If that's the case, Woojin flicked his wrist, parrying the blade, forcing it to stumble back a few steps. He pulled his sword back, crouched low to charge. Asterisk, splash, asterisk. He stomped the water, sending spray everywhere. Woojin executed a clean flip right over the monster's head. He slashed its neck with full force, then landed hard in the creek. Blood sprayed from the wound instantly, making the monster scream in agony. Woojin let out a breath, thinking, lucky. Clearing this stage shouldn't be too hard. He started comparing it to other monsters. Compared to the chaotic moves of beasts and monsters, humanoid types are way easier to predict. His mind raced, calculating the next moves. I'll spam my skills too. But suddenly, his body just freezes up. His eyes go wide in total shock. Ozum looks down at his sword hand. It's shaking uncontrollably. He's like, yo, what is this? He realizes he can't handle the sword smoothly anymore. Is he losing control? Why are my hands locking up? Right then, the beast Aben lets out a roar, charging straight at him with that massive blade. It goes berserk, swinging that weapon wild, slashing down hard right where he stands. Ozum raises his guard. But man, he is moving way too slow. Water splashes everywhere from the impact. But look at his eyes, pure disbelief. Something is definitely wrong here. Ozum stares at his battered hands, watching them stiffen up by the second. Totally confused. Is something messing with his senses? Is he being paralyzed? But while he's distracted, the monster comes from above, aiming to drive that blade straight into his skull. Ozum spots it just in time, stands up, and looks up, ready to block the hit. Damn it, activate skill Avenger's will. Suddenly, a red light flashes before his eyes. A warning screen pops up with a message, and it hits him like a bucket of ice-cold water. Skill activation failed. Panic starts to set in as Ozum's body heats up from fear. His eyes are trembling. What? No way. I can't use my skills. That blade is getting closer. But Ozum just stands there, frozen by the shock. While he stares at the notification, Aben shows absolutely zero mercy, slashing down hard, causing the entire area around them to shake like a massive earthquake. Ozum can't attack, so he has to back off just to dodge the enemy's strikes. Finally, something clicks in his mind. He realizes what's happening. Ozum looks down at his stiff, trembling hand and thinks, my reflexes, they're getting slower. I can't use skills. Wait. Don't tell me. He figures he must have been hit by an enemy skill called paralysis. Ozum curses under his breath. Damn it, that monster's basic attacks must inflict a paralysis status effect. He kicks himself for being so careless. In games, a paralysis icon usually pops up. Did I seriously not notice it sooner? Stuck standing there like a statue. He is absolutely fuming inside. What do I do now? The Avenger class relies on skill combos. If I can't use skills, I can't beat Aben. Ozum takes a deep breath, trying to keep his cool. No. Calm down. Think. He looks up at Aben. I'm paralyzed. But his attacks are super slow. I can dodge them. He grips his sword tight, ready to fight with a new plan in mind. I'll clear this just like I do in games. By using... His face lights up with determination, deciding to use the ultimate strategy, kiting. That's it. Ozum looks at his massive opponent and clicks his tongue. It's gonna take longer, but I gotta play it safe right now. Aben slams his blade into the stream again. A magic circle appears beneath his feet. The pressure is so intense that even though Ozum tries to stand his ground, he still stumbles backward. Then, completely unexpectedly, his vision suddenly goes blurry. Everything goes pitch black. He starts to panic. I can't see a thing. Ozum doesn't hesitate. He instantly leaps away from the monster. Was that aura a blinding skill? I need to get some distance and wait for my vision to come back. Taking advantage of his blindness, Aben chases him down and throws a punch. Zero mercy, he swings a massive fist right at him. Just as expected, paralyzed and blurry-eyed, Ozum failed to dodge that hit. He got launched onto the shore, his back smashing into the rocks so hard they shattered. Ozum clutched his spinning head in pain and let out a groan. He buried his face in his hands, straining to see. Damn it, what do I do? What now? But as the light started to come back, Ozum slowly stood up. Luckily, his vision was clearing up. But thanks to that extra paralysis debuff from the last hit, he couldn't attack. He cursed under his breath in frustration. Damn it, if only a healer was here. Suddenly, for some reason, Azim froze. Wait a sec. That noise up ahead. It's the monster Aben charging in like a maniac. It slashed its weapon again, wrecking the spot where he just stood. Thank God Ozum noticed in time. He ducked under its arm and dived to safety. Every single neuron in his brain was firing at max capacity right now. If there's no healer, then I'm going with plan B. Just gotta use an item to clear this paralysis. Suddenly, Ozum shouted a command. The blue system screen popped up instantly. Yes. How may I assist you? He hissed out the order. The mystery boxes from the tutorial open the last two for me. Right now. The notification chimed. Understood. Opening boxes. Ozum kept praying. Please. Please. I don't need OP gear. Just give me something useful. Anything. 2 mystery boxes flew out of the screen. He snatched them up and ripped them open. But Ozum was in for another surprise. In his hands were a tree branch and a clear stone. A golden branch made from exquisite material. Crow's favorite item. Crescent tears. A scented diamond. Recommended for use in the bathtub. His face went pale. He cursed in disgust. Useless trash. I am so cooked. By then, the monster had already caught up to him. Ozum couldn't react in time. He could only stand there and watch. Wide-eyed. Boom! Another massive shockwave blasted through the creek. Ozum gripped the 2 gifts tight. Aben's attack sent him flying. Helpless. He screamed in agony as the pain hit. In the middle of the freezing night, with not a soul around, the whole creek was basically wrecked by the fight, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Ozum got knocked way back by Aben. Fighting the pain, he shakily pushed himself up. The 2 items in his hands were a massive letdown. The stuff I got from the mystery boxes is seriously just a golden branch and crescent tears. Ozum sighed and shoved them back into the system inventory. Frustrated, he grabbed his sword. He had to keep fighting. Random chance, yeah right. At this point, it's actually unbelievable. The enemy went berserk again, swinging its blade right at Ozum. All he could do was put up a weak defense with the tiny sword in his hand. Ozum groaned through gritted teeth. Exhausted, he thought helplessly. The paralysis effect. I'm totally numb. I can't do anything but defend. He racked his brain. Desperate. What do I do if this keeps up? I'm actually gonna die. Ozum cursed under his breath, wishing for a miracle. Damn it all. If only there was a shop function like in a game. That'd be great. Suddenly, he remembered. Just a few minutes ago, the system had given him a cold notification. Subjugation quest will begin in 10 seconds. Prepare for combat. Back then, Ozum was totally clueless. 10 seconds left. But how am I supposed to prepare? Something clicked in his mind. He scrambled to call out the system command. Yes. How may I assist you? Ozum didn't wait, barking out an order immediately. Use the golden bow to summon crows, and just like that, the system obeyed his request. Open battle prep page. Understood. The branch you wish to use. It flew out with that familiar notification sound. Item used golden bow. Instantly, a murder of crows swooped in from nowhere. Their eyes glowing menacingly, their sharp beaks let out a non-stop, ear-piercing screech. The flock swarmed the monster, wreaking havoc. Aben got totally distracted from Ozum. He pulled back his weapon, slashing wildly at the crows in his face. Beneath his razor-sharp blade, A few unlucky crows got deleted. Ozum, now free from the pressure, immediately took a second to calculate his next move. He clutched a blue potion, face intense like he was weighing a serious decision. The system chimed in again. Ozum had opened the battle prep page and swapped Crescent Tears for Paralysis Antidote. He commanded, "Use item Paralysis Antidote." Green smoke billowed up, wrapping around Ozum. Meanwhile, Aben finished dealing with those annoying crows and charged again. He didn't hesitate, smashing his blade into the ground, shattering it. But beneath his blade, there was nothing but rubble from the stone pavement. It was destroyed. But Ozum was nowhere to be seen. Aben froze, stunned for a good 5 seconds. While he was confused, Ozum came flying in from behind, sword in hand. Hearing the noise, the monster spun around fast. He locked eyes with it and spoke softly. "This time, you won't lay a single finger on me." The power he unleashed felt equal to the force of dozens of swords. "I've charged up enough energy to cast my ultimate move anyway." Seeing his opponent, Aben raised his blade, ready to give Ozum another strike. His eyes weren't shaking like before. He stared straight at the monster with steely resolve and activated his skill. As soon as he said Pavan of Death, he slashed decisively forward. The sword surged forward, obeying his command. They all stabbed into Aben at once. Ozum stood there, watching him with a gaze cold as ice, hit by the sudden, massive pressure. The monster couldn't hold back a roar of pure agony. It couldn't stand anymore. Dropping its blade, it toppled backward. Ozum slowly landed. "Looks like I cleared it." He bent over, hands on his knees, and let out a long sigh. "Thought I was cooked for sure. If I hadn't checked the battle prep page, I would have been dead meat." Ozum called out to the system. "Open the combat results page. Hurry. I really need a break." That blue screen popped up again. "Understood. Opening combat results." He stretched, massaging his aching shoulders. "I am definitely not picking the mystery box this time." Suddenly, the signature red light of a warning screen flashed. It blinked continuously, siren blaring in Ozum's ear. "Warning. Another player has intervened." Ozum gasped in shock. What another player? He looked like he never even imagined this was possible. Confusion in his voice. "So, there's someone else running this dungeon too." Just then, a dark shadow wielding a weapon floated softly towards him from behind. His goal seemed to be attacking Ozum, who was standing there frozen. But before he could do anything, a beam of light suddenly erupted from above Ozum's head, followed by a massive pressure that crushed the space around them. Bro was caught completely off guard, his face just blank, having zero clue what just happened. His attack got shut down instantly by the MC. Right before his eyes, Ozum was channeling some kind of matrix, looking like a shield to tank that hit. Bro, since when did he activate the skill, Rite of Vengeance? He popped that shield just in time. Ozum swatted his hand hard, making the guy lose his balance and stumble back. The masked dude crouched down low, using all fours to stop himself from sliding back any further. Ozum spun around, sizing him up slowly. His mind was racing with like a million questions right now. What the hell? Why is he jumping me all of a sudden? Ozum scanned him from head to toe. Is he a monster? Nah. Judging by the fit, he looks more like a human player. The guy was holding a staff with a razor-sharp blade, wearing a mask and a hat that covered his whole face. Totally unrecognizable. He lifted his head, peeking through the gap in his hat, silently assessing Ozum. That shield move just now seemed to tip him off immediately about what skill that was. Combined with Ozum's look and weapon, he could tell for sure. The Avenger class. Huh. He frowned and let out a cold snort. Nobody even touched him. But he suddenly roared in rage and lunged straight at the MC. You trash character class. Ozum's eyes went wide, completely shocked and confused. The second that blade was right in his face, he used his insane agility to backflip way out of range. But the guy didn't let up. He chased him down, spamming slash attacks at Ozum, giving him no room to dodge. He had to block with his weapon. Ozum couldn't help but scream. What the hell are you doing? Why are you attacking me? The guy went silent for a sec, then dropped a cold response. I done know. His eyes rolled back white, his voice raspy, spouting total nonsense. I don't know why, but I just felt like doing some PK in this game right now. Right as he popped the skill Grim Reaper's arrival, a pitch-black, shadowy ghost, with glowing eyes and exposed ribs, materialized out of nowhere. It hovered behind him, looking like the mascot for his character class or something. That Grim Reaper ghost swung its scythe straight at Ozum. A streak of blue light flashed, stabbing right into his shoulder. Caught off guard, Ozum couldn't dodge in time. Blood sprayed everywhere, making him scream out. Seizing the chance, the masked freak leaped up, diving in to finish him off. Ozum clutched his bleeding shoulder, cursing, "Damn it. He's fast as hell." That guy's eyes were dripping with killing intent, like he actually wanted to end him right there. But just as he was about to land the hit, some invisible force out of nowhere yanked him backwards. Ozum sat there, going from one shock to another, dumbfounded as he watched the guy get flung away from him. A soft female voice echoed from a distance. Skill inescapable maze, right in front of Ozum. Layer upon layer of purple matrices materialized, blasting the hat guy away. Both he and Ozum dropped their jaws, seeing such a high-tier skill. Terror filled the attacker's eyes. He immediately scrambled backward, trying to get away from that insane defensive maze. He was totally confused. Wait, isn't this a special rank defensive support skill? He stared at the schoolgirl floating behind Ozum, eyes full of suspicion. Is that the secret passage? Master Ozum finally noticed someone lurking behind him. A familiar voice spoke up. "I'm not saving you for some headphones this time." Ozum whipped around in surprise. "So, you're buying me lunch tomorrow?" Kim Se-eon didn't hesitate to make demands. "And make sure you buy it." She stepped up to him, throwing demands right in his shocked face. "The world's best strawberry milk." Ozum stood there looking blank, clutching his injured shoulder and stepping aside, staring at the new arrival. He stammered, confused. "Kim Se-eon. How did—" She cut him off before he could finish. "Talk later." Kim Se-eon pointed her staff forward. "If I yap while fighting, I'll bite my tongue." Her eyes locked onto the masked guy rushing in. The fires of battle were raging, burning him up inside, urging him to pick up his weapon. He charged in, slashing forward. Kim Se-eon swung her staff to defend instantly. The two clashed fiercely in the narrow creek. Suddenly, Kim Se-eon frowned and aimed her weapon. Skill beast trapping treasure vault. From beneath the water, 4 walls loaded with sharp spikes shot up. They rose fast, boxing in the masked stranger. He glared through his mask slit and whispered, "Skill ghost step." The 4 walls slammed together, crushing inwards like they wanted to pulverize the prey inside. Ozum watched from the sidelines, mind blown, shouting, "That was sick." But Kim Se-eon's face didn't relax at all. Scanning the area, her brows suddenly furrowed tight. Seeing what was coming, Kim Se-eon spun toward Ozum and screamed, "Ozum, move now." He just stood there, frozen, clueless about what was happening. What, that masked guy had somehow escaped, right out of a black hole above Ozum's head. He froze. It looked like there was no escaping him this time. He muttered into his hand. Skill black ledger. A blue beam shot out, straight at where Ozum stood. His whole body convulsed like he just got tased. Shaking for a moment, Ozum leaped up, swinging his sword with everything he had at the guy. The guy ducked, planting his hand in the creek water below. He used the momentum to backflip away. Ozum frantically patted his own body, top to bottom. What the hell? Nothing changed. Kim Se-eon suddenly yelled, Ozum urging him on. "Open the results page and pick your reward." Now Kim Se-eon explained fast. The reward selection process doesn't pause, even if someone interrupts. So the only way to end the quest is for you to pick your reward. Hearing her, Ozum nodded, flustered. Got it. The masked guy wasn't having it. Snorting coldly, "You think I'm just gonna stand here and watch?" He gripped his weapon and flew straight at Ozum, who was busy with the system. But Ozum just stood there calmly, glancing at the guy. Without hesitation, the guy lunged, phasing right through Ozum's body. His eyes went wide, like he'd seen a ghost. In front of him, Ozum was still standing there, completely untouched, not even a scratch on him. He took 0 damage. Kim Se-eon stood by, pointing her staff at the masked guy, mocking him. "You should have researched the other skills. Genius. The area where you're standing, that's the active zone for the escapeless maze I set up earlier. It's a trap with no way out once it triggers." He finally bothers to look down at his feet. The water's surface is covered in squiggly lines, looking just like a maze. She adds a helpful reminder. That maze zone is loaded with illusion walls and traps. Suddenly, Scorpion frowns, her voice challenging him. It stays active for 90 seconds. So you better memorize it fast. She doesn't hold back the threat. If you forget, the next time I see you, you're dead. Just then, the system chimes, signaling Ozum has finished choosing his reward. Return sequence initiating. He mutters under his breath. Morons. The cap guy pulls his mask down a bit. You two are the ones who are cooked. He stares right into Ozum's eyes. Because I've memorized both your faces. Hearing the threat, he swallows hard. So enjoy looking over your shoulder. That guy slings his weapon over his shoulder. Hands in pockets. Looking down on the maze master and the piece of trash, Ozum can barely contain his rage. Frowning as he stares at that arrogant jerk. Pillars of light appear around all three of them. Their figures blur and fade away, transporting them back to the familiar street near Ozum's place. It is late at night now, and some houses are already dark after a long day. The street is empty. The system drops Ozum out of nowhere in the middle of the road, making him yelp. Ozum checks himself over and sighs in relief. I'm back. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket starts ringing. A familiar name lights up the screen. He picks up fast, firing questions before the other side can even speak. Yo. What the hell is going on? You two. Right. Scorpion just replies calmly. Hold up. You've probably got tons of questions. But for now, just go home. She is leaning against a wall at a train station, explaining to him. That blacklist skill you just got hit with, it is a marking skill. Suddenly, Scorpion sounds worried. So for the 8 hours it is active. Laying low is your best bet. These words hit Ozum like a thunderbolt. It is a mark. But it is not super precise like a GPS. So just stay home to be safe. She lets out a tired sigh. Basically, that guy is a PKer. His face twists up hearing Scorpion say that. The type who would rather hunt for points and bonuses by killing other players than doing quests. Getting bonuses for murdering players. She warns him softly. Best not to mess with them. Unless you want to get your hands dirty with murder. Got it. Ozum feels a chill down his spine, instinctively clutching his shoulder wound. You know better than to mess with that crew. Scorpion clicks her tongue. Anyway, we will talk tomorrow. You are in danger tonight. The concern coming from him makes her freeze up. What about you? Ozum says into the phone. Tensed up. You got marked too after helping me. Aren't you in danger too? Her cold voice comes through the speaker. Don't worry about nothing. I can protect myself. Ozum suddenly snaps, his voice carrying a hint of panic. I know, but I am worried you will get hurt. Scorpion hears this and completely freezes, falling into silence. After a long pause, she asks softly, So what, you want us to spend the night together or something? He scratches his head, flustered. Nah, not like that. I just think it would be better if we stick together from now on. She laughs. Sounds like you want to form a party with me. Huh, Ozum is stunned. Party. If I could do that in real life, I'd be down. You didn't even hesitate before saying, 'Cause I know I can trust you. She went quiet for a sec, tapping her phone against her chin. Seemed like she was thinking about something. A while later, Chayun asked Ozum something that totally threw him off. Ozum, are you sure it's okay to trust someone you literally just started talking to today? Isn't that just how people normally do it? A sigh came from the phone. Whatever. Fine. What I want to talk to you about tomorrow isn't that different from what we just discussed, Chayun told him. So after you hang up, text me your address. She dropped a bombshell and immediately hung up. I'm sleeping over at your place tonight. His whole body started shaking, stuttering. Huh. Once he finally regained his composure, Ozum took a terrified deep breath and screamed loud enough for the whole street to hear. It was already late at night, and most of the apartment complexes had turned off their lights. People resting after a long, tiring day. The stairs up to Ozum's place weren't locked yet, but there wasn't a single soul coming or going. After showering and changing clothes, Ozum appeared at the door, waiting for Chayun. He stood leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, looking deep in thought. At that moment, the person he was waiting for finally arrived. Hey, Chayun called out cheerfully. He. Ozum replied, flustered. She handed him her backpack to hold, then nimbly stepped inside and casually took off her shoes. Thanks for having me over. He hugged the backpack to his chest, trailing behind her like a puppy as he asked, hey Chayun. Without realizing it, sweat was already pouring down his face. Ozum silently gulped. Are you seriously planning to sleep over at my place? What? Chayun calmly took off her outer jacket. Why? Do you not like me? He nervously looked away, quickly denying it. No, absolutely not. She nodded. Then we're good. We have a ton of stuff to talk about anyway. Okay. Chayun tied her hair up, told Ozum one thing, and stepped into the bathroom. By the way, I'm gonna take a shower, so lend me some clothes. Okay. He walked silently toward the kitchen. His gaze landed on a small note stuck to the table. His sister had left a message saying, my schedule changed, so I'm on night shift today. See you tomorrow. Ozum read it and felt a headache coming on, squeezing his eyes shut, refusing to believe this painful reality. Oh. Sis, his inner cry of despair reached the high heavens. Why did it have to be today? The bathroom door swung open, and a hazy cloud of steam spilled out. Chayun used a towel to wipe the water droplets lingering on her head and neck, then let out a satisfied sigh. Ozum immediately asked, do my sister's clothes fit you? Yeah. Pretty much. I like oversized clothes anyway. She looked up and asked him, by the way, Ozum, did you say you live with your sister? He stood to the side, watching her put her dirty clothes into her backpack. Yeah. We used to live with relatives, but ever since she got a job, it's just been the two of us living together. Chayun took out a bottle of hand sanitizer and asked casually, really? What about your parents? Ozum scratched his head awkwardly and answered honestly. They passed away. That sentence made her freeze instantly. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked that. No. Don't worry about it. He leaned against the kitchen counter, his voice sounding a bit lonely. It happened when I was little, so I'm used to it. She suddenly spoke up to comfort him. That must have been really hard for both you and your sister. She crossed her arms and asked, so when does your sister come home? Ozum scratched his head and hesitated. About that. Her work schedule got changed, so she won't be back till morning. She dropped that hint out of nowhere. Oh, really? How convenient. Suddenly, Seo-eon traps him with both arms, getting way too close and whispering, then let's keep going. That move caught him off guard. Ojun's face instantly turned tomato red, and he started stuttering total nonsense. Hua. She just stayed there, staring him down. Then Seo-eon slowly reached out one hand and dropped a weird command, raise. Ojun squeezed his eyes shut, sweating buckets. But then, plot twist. The moment she said system, her hand touched him, other hand on her hip. She ordered the system send party invite to the nearest player. Yes. Understood. Ojun buried his face in his hands. What the hell? Wait. Just a party invite. I was freaking out over nothing. Just then, his system screen slowly popped up. Player Seo-eon has sent a party invite to player Ojun. Except, before he could even process it, Seo-eon kept talking. Let me tell you something before you decide. She started listing some crazy good conditions to reel you in. I'll give you all the intel I have, and when we team up, obviously, I'll carry you as hard as I can. Ojun listened quietly. In other words, what's mine is yours. Her voice suddenly dropped cold. So, if you run away or stab me in the back, Seo-eon looked up with murder in her eyes. I'll put you in a blender and turn you into a smoothie. Got it, he nodded, terrified and stuttering. Yeah. Got it. She gave him one last warning and turned to leave. Think carefully before you decide. 'Cause tonight it's just the two of us here. Ojun didn't say a word. He just walked up to the system screen. She spun around and shouted, Hey, I told you to think it over carefully. Why'd you accept so fast? He hesitated. About that. I didn't think it was even worth thinking about. Seo-eon frowned. She looked totally confused. Not worth it, Ojun nodded slightly. Right now, I'm clueless about the situation, and there's a PK player hunting me down. He rattled off his reasons. Plus, I've got no way to get out of this mess on my own. Basically, I'm about to get game over. But, he looked at her with zero lies in his eyes. That's why there's no doubt. You're the best option here. You're the only one I can trust. Seo Eon Sehid. Alright. Fine. I'm glad you think of me like that. But then she lunged at him, grabbing his collar. Oh June froze. Huh. Seo Eon couldn't hide her anger. You're just too shameless. She let go, messing up her hair in frustration. I feel like an idiot for making this such a big deal. You know that feeling. Oh June scratched his head. His brain was full of question marks. Yeah. He definitely didn't get it, seeing him looking totally clueless. Seo Eon changed the subject. Well, whatever. It's actually good, 'cause now we can skip the yapping and start strategizing. Hearing that, Oh June instantly perked up. Strategy. To fight the PK player, she replied shortly. That's part of it. Then she summoned the system menu. She pulled a mailbox icon right out of the screen and walked up to him. But this is way more important. She swiped her hand to the right of the screen. Seo Yun swipes her hand, and the mailbox expands just like that. Oh Jun's jaw hits the floor. The system screen flashes Horizon event. Seo Yun starts explaining this massive event that nobody even has a date for yet. She doesn't waste a second telling the squad. We're hopping in this event. And we're scheming for that #1 spot. Oh Jun can't even believe his ears right now. He stammers. #1, meanwhile. In a whole different dimension. It looks like we're back in ancient times with these old, wrecked stone castles. A light beams out from a palace entrance. Inside, it's absolute chaos. A squad of players is getting swarmed by all kinds of nasty monsters. The biggest monster is right where that blue light is glowing. This thing is massive and has 2 heads. 1 human head, 1 horse head. The players are freaking out. Oh. We're cooked. Even a prince showed up among these undead. Fall back to the upper floor. We're gonna get wiped if we stay here. They turn to warn the last guy. Hey Archer. You better run too, before the undead wipe us out. But the so-called Archer just scoffs. Trash. His teammates are stunned into silence. Then, the Archer spins around and fires his bow at the mob of monsters. Red-eyed mummies rush him all at once. But he doesn't even flinch. In his head, it's just replays of Kim Sung-hwan getting absolutely wrecked by Oh Jun. Thinking about that loss from this afternoon, the player called Archer is none other than Baek Eun-hong. He looks up and shouts, Dragon Slayer skill. That tiny bow in his hand suddenly transforms into a massive weapon with a gigantic arrow. All those mummies buzzing around him get blown to bits. The arrow rips through the undead and slams straight into the gut of the biggest monster. The prince. The other players watching this can't even hide their shock. Back. Yoon-hyung walks like a boss over the bodies he just dropped. He looks down with total contempt in his eyes. Losers should act like losers and crawl on the ground. He might be fighting monsters. But in his head, he's cursing someone else. Oh Yoon. Baek Eun-hyung has evolved from archer to executioner. It's late at night. But the lights are still burning in Oh Jun's room. He stares at the small screen. Kinda stunned. Oh Jun asks, Horizon event, what kind of event is this? She holds up 2 fingers, sounding pretty hyped. A reward worth 20 billion won, plus 1 wish granted. That number totally blows Oh Jun's mind. He stammers. 20 billion, he says skeptically. No. Wait a sec, the wish part sounds kinda like a scam. Seo Yun agrees. At first I thought, no way too. 20 billion is already huge. She looks Oh Jun dead in the eye, trying to convince him. But think about it. Everything we've been through. Images of monsters flash through her mind. The game world is infinite. Seo Yun shrugs. So why would a wish be impossible? She turns around and adds, if not, I could just wish for something small, at least to escape this game. Oh Jun thinks for a bit, then asks, where'd you get this info? She didn't hesitate to spill the tea. After clearing 10 quests. I got the invite. You'll probably get one too if you grind out 10. Ozum was shook. 10? When did you even start? Su-yeon just slumped down on the floor. Since winter of our 3rd year. 17 quests in total. Died 5 times during M. He couldn't believe it. 3rd year. So that's only been 6 months. She frowned. Her head feeling kind of foggy. Honestly, I don't even know how I changed, or why this is even happening. Su-yeon explained everything. I went to Intuon and Egosphere Online. But everyone thought I was tweaking. Called me crazy. Ozum got curious. Your parents didn't say anything about you changing. At the mention of family, her face went dark. She curled up and snapped back. They wouldn't care if I vanished or got chopped into pieces. Hearing that, a massive question mark popped up in his head. Bro was confused. She suddenly decided to troll him. Anyway, I'm already cute regardless, so nothing much changed. Wait. Nah. If anything changed, it's probably my hair color. Ozum got flustered. Stuttering. I changed like this. Because the Avenger class suits big guys. Really? Then maybe your face got affected too. He was trying to explain. But suddenly, boom. A loud noise interrupted them. My face didn't change that much. The noise kept banging from the door. Anxiety hit hard. Ozum asked, "What's that APKer?" Suyun stood up, raising her right hand to summon her weapon. Prob, just random noise. But let me check with a skill first. He looked clueless again. What skill? She raised her staff. Skill activated maze observation tower. An invisible tower materialized. Light beamed straight through the roof and shot outside. On the roof, a purple tower with two massive eyes appeared, scanning the area. Suyun lowered her staff and let out a breath. Okay. We're good to prep if anything happens. This skill detects PK players too. If they're close, I'll know. Sweat started dripping down Ozum's face. If you use a skill, won't they spot us? Inside the building she shook her head. Not with the naked eye. Plus, even the Reaper class can't detect this skill. He thought for a sec. Then rubbed the wound on his shoulder. If you say so. Suyun watched him. Deadpan. She suddenly called out, making him jump and turn around. Hey. Ozum. She dropped a bomb. Take your shirt off. Huh, for what? Suyun explained. I figured if we heal that shoulder wound now, you'll feel way better. He scratched his head. Blushing. Healing. Why do I gotta strip for that? Her eyes lit up like high beams. No. I just want to see it. Are you a pervert? They went back and forth. Just take it off. I'll heal you. Wait. I'll do it myself. Then, a scream echoed through the room. A few minutes later, the apartment finally went quiet. Ozum was shirtless. He sat cross-legged on the bed, obeying Suyun like a good boy. She pointed her staff at him. Don't move, till I'm done. If you move, the effect wears off. K. Then Chayun whispered softly. Skill Desert Maze. A green light burst out instantly. And right then, a mini maze circle popped up right under where he sat. Woojin watched the bandage on his forehead unwrap itself. Bro felt like his third eye just opened. Inspecting him, Chayun spoke up. It's gonna take a sec to heal all the damage on your shoulder. I'm not a healer main. But this skill buffs your HP regen. He silently watched his body patch itself up. Suddenly, he called out. Yo. Chayun. Woojin asked the question stuck in his head. Why'd you want to team up with me? He seriously couldn't get it. You're already stacked with high-tier skills. Teaming with me gives you zero benefit. She clicked her tongue. That Chayun tilted her chin, laughing cheekily. 'Cause you're a dummy. I can boss you around whenever I want. Seeing him sigh, she got serious real quick. Just kidding. At first, I just wanted to check what class you were. The more he heard her talk, the more curious he got. But then, it hit him. Chayun asked back. You remember the Purge event? Woojin went, that was rough. Sophomore year. Right. She nodded. Yep. The quest that only 0.5% of players could actually clear. In her mind, she flashed back to that brutal battle. The hardest event in history. Chayun explained her situation back then. I was murking for a squad. A monster rushed her from her blind spot. She didn't even see it coming. By the time Chayun noticed, it was right in her face. She whispered, I remember seeing you. Rush in with zero hesitation and slice that monster's leg off to save me. Your intense look back then. I could never forget it. Chayun knew for a fact she met him there. The situation was crazy intense. Everyone else was just getting wiped out, because the difficulty was insane. But the image of Woojin refusing to give up, that stuck with her. I remember seeing you, fighting for your life, while I just stood there frozen. Jaw dropped. Just watching you. To Chayun. Woojin was a straight-up star back then, refusing to just take the hits. He fought back with everything he had. Absolutely refusing to quit. Woojin sat there listening, face burning up like a tomato. Chayun got shy too. So, She clenched her fist, eyes lighting up. I figured I need a tanky player. The patch on his shoulder flew off just as Chayun's light faded, so I'm expecting a lot. She squatted down next to him, pouring her heart out about that day to officially introduce herself. Chayun tilted her head. You felt bad about it, didn't you? 'Cause nobody realized you have a variant class? Woojin looked down and whispered a soft, yeah. It was getting late. Their heart-to-heart had to wrap up so they could get some rest. That's enough for now. The whole city had faded into darkness, with just a few faint nightlights glowing from distant apartments. But on a certain rooftop, a guy was battling a monster. The arena is absolutely popping off. He clenches his fist, triggering the Ancestor's Punch skill, tripling his combat power with ancestral strength. He doesn't hesitate for a split second, and throws a haymaker right at the demon. The beast tanks a massive hit from him. It spits out a gross amount of water, screeching in pain. Suddenly, a girl flies in with a sword from behind. She smirks and activates her skill. Who dares step into the Empress's territory, a skill that wrecks the enemy's defense. With just one slash, she successfully separates that demon's head from its neck. Clean cut, the demon's body collapses. That's a wrap. They cleared the quest together. Yu Seon-ha, one of the Empress's guards, cheers in satisfaction. All right, that makes 20. Quest complete. Her teammate, a rookie named Kang Se-do, is totally hyped too. That was his clap. She walks up to him and asks, shall we split the stat points and the rewards for today? Sure. Suddenly, Yu Seon-ha senses something sus. She scans the area. Something's definitely off. What's wrong? She asks him. Someone used a skill nearby. Even though there's no active quest here, Kang Se-do's face instantly tenses up, asking, so, should we engage? She checks her display, smiling. Nah. Forget it. We've only got 50 seconds left. We don't even know who they are. She's already done the math in her head. Let's just scout them out first. See if they're allies or enemies. Yu Seon-ha looks toward the energy source and clicks her tongue. That's it for today. We'll come back and investigate tomorrow. Suddenly, Woojin slowly opens his eyes, struggling to adjust to the flickering light. This isn't his familiar bedroom anymore. Without realizing when it happened, he's been transported to a dark, old tunnel. Where on earth am I? A loud noise booms in front of him, instantly grabbing his attention. From the ceiling, a three-eyed monster, covered in tangled pipes, slowly slides down. Arms and legs keep popping out from its body. Its mouth is dripping with slime and drool. It looks absolutely disgusting. A man is slowly emerging from its back, blood streaming down his body. Woojin stammers in terror. What the hell is that? The thing says nothing, then suddenly pulls out a rod and rushes at him. Woojin freezes, eyes wide, shaking like a leaf. He doesn't hesitate. He spins around and bolts, screaming at the top of his lungs. Woojin grabs the wall for leverage and drifts into a turn on the left. He keeps sprinting forward with everything he's got. His eyes light up like he found a savior. The emergency exit is right there. Woojin dashes toward it, yelling, the exit. Woojin twists the handle frantically, but just his luck, it won't budge. He curses furiously. Damn it. It's locked. Suddenly, something catches his eye. On the other side of the door, a figure is sitting there, huddled up all alone. Woojin bangs on the glass, shouting, Eun-hyung, is that you? Eun-hyung. With a desperate look and trembling voice, he begs, help me, the door is locked. I can't get out. No matter how loud he screams or begs, Eun-hyung just keeps giving him the cold shoulder. Please. Eun-hyung. Woojin is messy crying by now, screaming in total helplessness. Aren't we childhood friends? Please help me. Just this once. His cries echo through the vast playground, but the guy on the other side remains silent. Blank. Lee Gyung-hyung finally got a reaction out of him. He started shifting to stand up. Lee Jiang just stood there brooding for a moment. Long hair covered half his face, so I couldn't see his expression at all. Took a while before he finally spoke. Who is he? He turned around. Half of his face was totally deformed, sickly green, razor-sharp teeth, and dozens of eyes, swarming all over. A voice echoed like it came straight from hell. Your friend. Woojin's eyes snapped open. Sweat had soaked a huge patch of the sheets, and tears were starting to well up. Turns out, it was all just a dream. He was still safe and sound in his beloved bed. Woojin sat up, clutching his head and letting out a long sigh. Just a dream. His eyes looked distant, like he was deep in thought about something. A voice rang out, snapping Woojin back to reality. "What's up, you have a nightmare?" Kim Si-yeon was lying next to him, hugging a pillow, staring right at him. Seeing him freeze up and look at her like she was a weirdo without saying a word. She raised an eyebrow and went, "Huh," looking confused. Woojin curled up, pulling the blanket over himself. "You scared the crap out of me. Weren't you sleeping in my sister's room?" Kim Si-yeon held her head and sat up, looking exhausted. "Nah, I can't sleep in a stranger's bed." She rested her chin on her knees, checking on him. "So, what did you dream about? Was it scary?" Kim Si-yeon's voice suddenly turned mischievous, making Woojin shiver without being cold. "Or maybe..." She stretched and winked, asking, "A wet dream." Those 3 words successfully turned Woojin's face into a tomato. He shouted in embarrassment, "I would never dream about stuff like that." Both of them got ready and headed down to the supermarket to buy breakfast. Then they walked to school side by side. Kim Si-yeon spoke up to remind him. "Like I said last night, starting now, I'm choosing the quests, so you need to start training to get ready for PK." Woojin shoved the remaining half of his bread into his mouth and nodded, frantically. "Okay, got it." She turned back to tell him, "And one more thing, don't use skills unless you absolutely have to. If we get hit with penalty points, our rewards will get slashed." Woojin scratched his head and went, "Ah, now that you mention it, the money I picked as a reward last night just vanished." "Is it because of the penalty points?" Kim Si-yeon took a sip of milk. "Exactly. 1 penalty point equals 10,000 won. So it makes sense you got deducted everything." She crumpled the milk carton in her hand, getting ready to cross the street. "That's not all. If you get penalized, me, the person in the same boat as you, gets penalized too. That's why it's super annoying." Woojin immediately turned obedient. "Yeah. Understood. From now on, I won't use my skills recklessly." Kim Si-yeon laughed. "At least you listen to what you're told." "Dummy," she said, waving goodbye and turning to leave. "I'm gonna go home and change first. See you at school later." Remembering something he hadn't said, Woojin shouted, Kim Si-yeon," he asked her. "I've been wondering since yesterday, if we win this event, what reward are you gonna ask for?" Kim Si-yeon's eyes lit up like car headlights. "Build me a personal paradise full of handsome idols." Seeing his shoulders slump and that look on his face, she snapped back to being serious. "Just kidding. Obviously." She crossed her arms and smiled at Woojin. "If you complete the next quest well, I'll tell you." Kim Si-yeon hummed happily and turned around. "Bye for now." Woojin was busy clicking his tongue watching her go, not noticing a car zooming past. "You said you'd tell me everything though." The silver car rolled slowly to a stop near them, then quickly sped off again. Yoo Sung-ha was resting his arm on the car door, smirking with pure delight. "Found them." She glances out the window. She calmly sizes them up. An Avenger and a Maze Master. Judging by those uniforms, they're just high schoolers. For a Queen's Guard like her, that unique skill. Queen's Territory. It lets her see every player's skills and stats within close range. Totally broken. That monster. So Eun-ha gently takes off her glasses. Stalking people this early in the morning was definitely the smart play. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found anything for days. Kang Se-do grips the steering wheel, asking carefully, "So, what's our next move? Do we hunt them down right now?" She shakes her head. "Nah, no need. Too many eyes on us right now. Plus, they're dealing with penalty points. Even if we catch them, we don't gain anything. Seo Eun-ha is already 5 steps ahead. Besides, they have classes our guild has 0 data on. Horizon doesn't have info on them either. So we need to consider recruiting them." Se-do doesn't think that deep. He just shrugs. "Aren't those 2? Kinda too young. Let's just scare them into quitting." She laughs. "Since when does age matter? If their skills are cracked, and they listen to orders, that's all that counts." So Eun-ha looks at him. Her eyes flash with a sly glint. You never know. Behind that innocent look might be a real beast hiding inside. She gives the order, "Have our guild keep eyes on them. Investigate who they really are." Seo Eun-ha makes the call. Then she and her teammates speed off into the distance. We can deal with them later. As the sky puts on its signature bright pink coat of the sunset, it's time for all the students to head home. Oh-jun is walking. Glued to something on his phone, he looks super focused. Tilting his head. Should I learn a new skill? Maybe I can use the online skill system as a base. Since they're basically the same anyway. His screen displays info on Chol Eon. Kim Chael Eon. Maze Master. A support type, Oh-jun is actually surprised. He can't help but be impressed. He has so many useful skills. He silently evaluates their potential synergy. His trap skill is perfect for my Avenger class. And a tank skill combined with counter, that's gonna deal massive damage. Oh-jun nods. Satisfied. All right. It's a cracked combo. Just the two of us is enough. Suddenly, some random kid pops out. Hey, two punks looking like total thugs jump out and block his path. Acting all tough. You're Oh-jun from Haejun High School. Right, Oh-jun nods. Confused. Yeah. That's me. He lowers his voice. For real, great. Come with us for a sec. He pulls a sharp knife from his pocket. He presses it against Oh-jun, threatening him. I got something to discuss with you. Oh-jun sees the blade and goes pale with fear. Face completely drained of blood. The two of them drag him down a small street. They circle to a deserted construction site. Once inside, the thug shoves Oh-jun down hard. Get in there. Oh-jun winces. Pushing himself up. He sees 4 thugs surrounded by cigarette ash and empty beer bottles scattered all over the ground. The leader is Minna. He's standing there, glaring with a savage look. Oh-jun frowns. He realizes exactly what's going on now. Minho has absolutely no clue what's about to hit him. But right now, a blonde guy speaks up. Yo Mingyu. This the kid we gotta wreck, yeah. That's him. He spits on the ground in disgust. Minho stands there, hands in his pockets, and screams at him. Hey Oh-jun, don't you even think about running away. Running's only gonna make it worse for you. Then, at his command, the other guys start rolling up their sleeves, cracking their knuckles, ready to throw down. Gonna teach you a lesson before you head home. Alright, Woo-jin quickly dropped the bag from his shoulder. What should I do? I can't use my skills here. So I have to fight this mob with bare hands. He felt a burning anxiety inside. I don't know the right play. No. If I hesitate, it just gives them more chances to torture me. Woo-jin fought a hard mental battle, reminding himself he had to end them right here. But I can't use skills. I can handle this trash. The thug gritted his teeth and swung a fist. Woo-jin took a stance, ducking to dodge the hit. Then he swung back to counter. Smashing his fist straight into the guy's face, he fell backward, not giving up. The guy next to him rushed in to gift him a punch. He took a deep breath, eyes going dark, and jumped up to drive a knee into the guy. The guy stumbled back from the hit. He breathed out lightly, thinking, good. I got this. He looked into the distance, a monster reflecting in his eyes. The thugs started to feel fear. No matter how many of them rush me, they're still just humans. Compared to the monsters I've fought before, this crowd is just trash. They all rushed in at once. If I take them one by one, I definitely won't need skills. Woo-jin's eyes glowed with a purple light. Just need to use a few techniques from the Avenger. He leaped up and kicked one of them straight in the face. Just like he did in the early levels, he glared, determined to wreck this garbage. The guy kept throwing punch after punch at him, but it seemed useless. The guy standing next to Minho suddenly spoke up. Who the hell is this bastard? His fighting skills are no joke. Is this really the loser you guys talked about? He bit his lip and whispered. Damn it. This can't be happening. He glanced at the pile of steel pipes on the ground and seemed to get an idea. Moments later, dust covered their spot. He countered every single attack. As soon as one went down, another appeared. The guy screamed and swung, but he just clenched his fist with a calm look. One clean hit, and the guy coughed up blood in pain before hitting the floor. Woo-jin just gave a cold glance. While he wasn't looking, Minho sneaked up with a steel pipe in hand. He swung the pipe in a rage to attack him. Result, he blocked the strike effortlessly, holding the dented pipe. He trembled and gasped. The hell, he clenched his fist and punched him straight in the face without hesitation. He was stunned, then tumbled backward. Minho was furious. His body wouldn't stop shaking as he said, "You bastard." He walked over and stomped on his stomach, making him cry out in pain. He talked tough. "You son of a bitch. You think this is the end?" He shouted loudly. "You're dead meat this time." "Got it. I'm gonna call the boys to teach you a lesson." He stayed silent, not answering, listening to him ramble. "Do you understand? You piece of trash. I will definitely kill you with my own hands." He glared and growled back. "Try it then." He gritted his teeth, face darkening. Woojin didn't say anything else, just turned to leave. He panicked as he saw him grabbing his bag. Suddenly, from behind, a guy rushed in with a knife, caught off guard. He turned to look at the knife in the guy's hand. He froze, unable to react in time. In the city, she was walking while checking her phone. She started listing. Green onions. Check. Onions. Check. Carrots. Check. That should be enough for dinner, she said to herself. I've been so busy lately. I haven't been able to cook for Woojin. From now on, I have to pay more attention to his health and nutrition. Walking through the neighborhood, the sky gradually darkened. I don't know if it helps much, but as long as he's healthy and not sick, that's good. Woojin panted heavily and called out, "Sis." She looked confused and replied, "Woojin, is that you?" He was soaked from head to toe. "What is it?" He scratched his head at her question. "Why are you sweating so much?" He laughed it off. It's nothing. Really. Don't worry." He looked away and added, "Just some friends, somewhere in the city. Bodies are scattered all over the ground." He says, "My friends asked me to play soccer, so I'm a bit winded." Meanwhile, the guy who attacked him with a knife is lying there, beaten black and blue next to his broken blade. She looks surprised for a second. "Just soccer, you're sweating buckets. Though, did you play for a long time?" He replies, "Yeah. Haven't played in ages. So I got a little too excited." He thinks to himself. The truth is, I had to sprint like crazy just so she wouldn't catch me. But he quickly changes the subject. Taking her basket, he speaks up softly. "By the way, what did you buy?" "Sis, are you cooking all this tonight?" He says happily. "Whoa. Pork belly. Looks like we're having barbecue today." She falls into deep thought. Looking at him like this, from his actions to his words. He smiles, just like he did when he was little. Oh-jun really hasn't changed a bit. Suddenly he calls out, "Sis." Then Oh-jun grips the bag tightly and asks, "You're still not used to how I look now. Are you startled?" She replies, "Is it that obvious on my face?" He smiles gently. "No. Not really. I just felt like that." He suddenly goes silent, his expression darkening as he looks away and asks, "But do you want me to go back to how I used to be?" Tilting her head. She thinks about it. Under the streetlights. She gives her answer. "No way." Linking her arm with his. She looks at him. "No matter how you change, you're still my little brother. As long as you're healthy, that's all that matters." He smiles softly. "Yeah. Thanks." "Sees?" She smiles back, eyes curving into crescents. Suddenly she asks, "Oh right. Did you bring a friend home yesterday?" He looks confused. "No, why do you ask?" Searching her memory. She continues, "It's just that when I was cleaning up this morning, I found a bunch of long brown hairs." Hearing that, he flinches. He's terrified. It was super long. So it wasn't mine. And the color was a bit different too. "So I thought you brought a friend over." He hunches over, stammering, "That. Actually, the truth is," she gives a smug little smile. The streetlights illuminate their path. They keep chatting as they walk. "Introduce that friend to me." "Got it. Okay. Okay. I will." In a corner of the neighborhood, Min-ho limps along, groaning in pain with every step, rubbing his cheek. He complains, "Damn it. This hurts like hell. Oh-jun. You bastard. Next time I see you, you're dead meat." He grabs his phone to make a call. The neighborhood glows with lights from the buildings. A phone vibrates inside a bar. A hand reaches out to the ringing device on the table. Picking up, the man looks out the window. "Hello," Min-ho yells angrily. "Hey, Young Hyung. I think there's no other choice. We have to take him out. If we leave that bastard Oh-jun alone, it's gonna be a problem. The voice on the phone orders, "Go teach that punk a lesson. Show him his place." He smirks and replies, "Understood." Meanwhile, in the city, the sunset fades behind the high-rise buildings. The atmosphere is poetic yet gloomy. The next morning, Park Yeon is standing with her friend. Putting on her backpack, she says, "Hey Oh-jun, let's go home together." He turns around in surprise when she calls him. Everyone else stares wide-eyed. The friend standing next to Park Yeon asks, confusingly, wait. Where are you guys going? I want to come too." Park Yeon quickly waves her hands. She explains, Sorry, we're not hanging out or anything. I have something super important to discuss with him." So, before she can finish explaining, she gets cut off by her black-haired friend. Something important. By then, Oh-jun has walked over. She hurriedly drags him away and says, "Seriously, it's really important. I'll tell you about it later when we're done." Bye then. With a serious look on her face, Park Yeon pushes him away, leaving behind the curious gazes of everyone watching as they disappear. The crowd starts whispering, "Yo, since when were those two so tight?" Someone instantly fires back, "Just tight, bro. That's a straight-up public relationship." Another guy cuts in, "No way. Chayun dating Ozum." That loser, Eun-hyung, stood there, catching every word. He scowls, staying silent. Twilight hits, and the streets empty out. Just a few cars left rolling by. The playground glows in the last warm rays of sunlight. Chayun and Ozum are chilling by the brick wall. Silence fills the air. Suddenly, she speaks up. "Should we just date?" Ozum looks absolutely shook. Bro spits his milk everywhere, wiping it up fast. Eyes wide. He asks, "Chayun, where did that come from?" But with that sunset backdrop, their voices cut through the quiet air. "If we do, nobody will bug you when we want to talk privately." Isn't that lie a bit too extreme? Ozum is stunned, but Chayun stays cool. "If you don't want to lie, then let's just make it real." She bites her straw, turning to him. "Well, you want to date for real?" Ozum's face goes beet red, stammering, If you put it that way, I need some time to think." She instantly replies, "Oh really? Then let's switch topics." Ozum is completely frozen. Bro can't keep up with her pace. Chayun reaches out, and the system interface pops up. She says, "The quest is here. 12:30 today. It's a duo quest." The system asks the player to accept the duo match or decline. Time remaining 7 minutes. 18 seconds. Ozum's surprised, asking, "A team battle, does that mean we might face other players?" Chayun quickly fills him in. "Yup. But the rewards are OP." Then the system scrolls through the potential rewards the player can grab. She looks at it and says, "Besides the 20 million won prize, we get 12 status points, plus 20 random boxes I haven't even mentioned. This is our chance to level up." Ozum gets quiet. He says, "Which means this quest is harder than we think." Chayun stretches. "Totally chill. Obviously, it's a PvP quest, even if it's a 1 in a million chance. Once players join, the survival deathmatch begins. They both imagine it once the battlefield opens. Players will rush to slaughter each other to secure the win. But Ozum's mind is racing. "I've never done a duo run with Chayun, so this match could be seriously dangerous." Seeing him quiet for too long, she asks, "What's the move? If you think this quest is too risky, we can wait for quests with lower difficulty." Ozum clenches his fist, suddenly speaking up, "Nah. Let's run it." Leaning against the brick wall, he speaks his mind. "Based on my analysis of your skills, our combo is solid in basically any scenario." Sunset hits his profile. Ozum says firmly, "Don't worry about PK players, because if they show up, I'll be the one to stop them." Chayun touched her hair. Totally stunned, she laughed and said, "Yo. What is this? Loser." Ozum is actually acting confident today. Crazy. Bet. She threw her bag over her shoulder and told him, "All right. I'll catch you at the quest location tonight." Ozum smiled and waved goodbye. The sunlight faded, leaving the whole city wrapped in darkness. Ozum stood on the rooftop of the building, looking like he was waiting for someone to show up. Suddenly, a light hit his face. He looked down, deep in thought, like he was cooking something up. Just then, someone walked up behind him and called out, "Yo, Ozum." It was Chayun. She pulled back her hood and asked, "How's the spot looking? You got any intel? Scouting the terrain beforehand gives us an edge." Ozum put his hands on his hips, turned to her helplessly, and said, "Nah, I can't see a thing. That's why I've been standing here staring like an idiot this whole time." He rubbed his chin, thinking hard, then said, "If we could just find the black gate, then navigating would be way easier." Chayun took her hat off, confused. "Black gate? What are you even talking about?" He tried to picture the shape of the gate in his mind. He traced a small rectangle in the air with his hand and explained, "You know the gates that monsters usually spawn from. They usually look like this." But Chayun was still totally lost. She asked again, "What even is that? I've literally never seen one before." Hearing that, Ozum scratched his head, surprised. "Wait, you haven't seen one? That's weird. So, not all monsters spawn from gates." Then, suddenly, a sound. It cut right through their conversation. It was a new system notification. "Quest starting in 1 minute. Please prepare for battle." After reading the notice, Chayun dropped the gate topic. She said, "Let's talk about that later. We gotta clear this quest first." Ozum quickly replied, Got it." Then she turned to the system interface hovering nearby. System. Open the battle shop. A ton of items popped up in front of her. Chayun scanned through them. She paused for a long time, picturing the upcoming fight. She wondered, "I gotta set up my healing items first. Should I cop some attack buffs too?" Then Chayun turned to him. "Yo, Ozum. You need anything? We can only buy stuff before the quest starts. So if you're lacking, I'll grab it for you now." "Right." Ozum remembered something and didn't hesitate to speak up. "Actually, I need some healing items. And speed buffs too." "Thanks." She was surprised but acted fast. "Speed bet. Sending them over now. Make sure you check your inventory." The system notification chimed. He quickly opened it up to check. The items Chayun sent appeared in his inventory. Defense and stamina recovery elixir. Eagle feather. Increases speed by 4 times for 5 seconds. Ozum replied quickly, "Nice. Thanks a lot." Suddenly, a rapid beeping sound went off. The system announced the 1 minute was up. The interface flashed. The system changed and announced, "Quest start." The second it finished, a monster zoomed right over their heads. Both of them were shook. It flew past, dragging a massive gust of wind with it. Chayun yelled, "It's here." Ozum locked eyes on the monster, analyzed it fast, and spoke. "That monster is famous for its speed. A wolf with razor-sharp claws, glowing eyes, charging forward. It's the Hoaham Speed Wolf." Immediately, the system displayed its stats. A relatively docile spirit beast. Won't attack unless provoked. Main attack skill, Raging Storm. Seeing the monster dash off, Chayun shouted, "Chase it down. If we're fast enough, we can lock it down." But Ozum suddenly thought of something. He hesitated, then blurted out, "Wait. Hold up. If we make a mistake, we could get sucked into its momentum and thrown way off course. There's no other choice." Suddenly, he spotted something. His eyes went wide with realization. "All right." As if he just figured it out. He turned to her and said, "Okay. Chayun. We're digging a trap." She looked at him, confused. "What kind of trap?" Ozum visualized his strategy, then explained it to her. "We can create a trap using your skill. Then I'll attack and lure it right inside," he said. Chayun immediately spotted the flaw in his plan and shot back. "So you're basically using yourself as bait. Isn't that way too dangerous?" He drew his sword, a red aura wrapping around him. He replied, "I'm ready to take some hits. Besides, the Avenger class gets stronger the more I get attacked." Then Ozum took his sword and left. He turned back to tell her, "When you're done with the trap, shoot me a message. I've got a plan." Seeing him dash off, Chayun yelled out in worry, Hey. Wait a minute." She pulled out her weapon too. A faint light surrounded it. Chayun cursed him under her breath. "Ozum. That idiot. He must be actually crazy to face that kind of danger alone." Meanwhile, Ozum was sprinting, chasing down the ravenous wolf. His silhouette tore through the streets, leaving a long trail of light like a meteor. His eyes were determined as he thought. Speed wolf. Among monsters, this species is top tier when it comes to speed. But their overall skills aren't that OP. Looking straight at the path ahead, he thought, as long as I lure it into the trap like planned, then this will be easier than ever. Suddenly, a girl came rushing in, passing him at an insane speed. Ozum startled, breaking into a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, staring at her afterimage. He saw Wang Yuri dashing past like the wind. He was dumbfounded. What the hell is that speed? But as the system popped up, Wang Yuri's info, Ozum was silently assessing her. She has speed skills. Is she a wind-type player? At the same time, she turned back to look at him, wondering with interest. Is that a knight or a swordsman? Tisk. Whatever. Wang Yuri clicked her tongue. Losing interest, she shouted back at Ozum, who was being left in the dust. Because compared to me, nobody's fast enough. His brows furrowed. Ozum was seriously worried seeing her speed. Damn it, she's too fast. Is she trying to steal my prey then? A purple light flashed in his eyes. He shouted, I can't just let that slide immediately. He gripped his sword tight with both hands, activating the move, Vengeance is my purpose. Instantly, a red light engulfed him. Night covered the streets. With lights flickering on in every window, Wang Yuri pursed her lips. Her eyes locked forward as she charged. Suddenly, the beast flew past her face, making her pause for a split second. Right after, she cheered happily. Found you right place. Right time. As soon as she spoke, she unleashed her move with a shout. Wang Yuri swung her blade, sending a sharp blue beam of light, slicing across the beast's face. Blood started spurting out. It bared its fangs. Growling in pain, her blade seemed to surge with energy. She laughed. I'm not done yet. Wang Yuri charged forward, slashing upward twice. Skill Hurricane Blade. The beast hissed, its eyes rolling back. It growled, its entire body crackling with electric sparks. The beast glared straight at Wang Yuri. Seeing that, she got even more hyped and shouted, Bring it on. That was stunning. Then she turned and called her teammate, Yunsong. He rushed in front of her. Wang Yuri quickly shouted, reminding him, Use your damage combo, launch it into the air. Yunsong raised his shield and jumped, replying, Got it. The system board quickly displayed his class. Oh, Yunsong. Class Fortress Builder. He grinned with pure excitement, thinking to himself, Heavenly Citadel skill. Blinding light exploded from his shield. Yunsong yelled out. The beast took another hit. It jumped back, screeching in pain. Yunsong got into position. His eyes radiated killing intent as he thought. And next up is a skill combo, Tactical Fortress skill. Suddenly, right then, something appeared that made his eyes go wide in shock. The monster was growling right in front of him, but up in the air, a young man was diving down. Sword in hand, it was Ozum. He was plunging down with his blade, aiming to slice this beast. Yuri Kang saw him and screamed in rage. What the hell, that swordsman, when did he get here? He seemed to be activating some kind of move. The system popped up. Skill Vengeance is life. Agility boosted to 1.5, while defense dropped to 0. Crimson light wrapped around him. Ozum thought, I've only got about 20 defense points left. If I mess up here, there's no way I'm catching it. Only one shot at this. He swung his sword. A matrix pattern seemed to unfurl behind him. Vengeful Spirit Sword reduced defense down to 0 for 5 seconds to boost agility stats. The beast was still growling at Yunsung. Its target was right in front of it, but while it wasn't paying attention to him, Ozum seized the chance and slashed down. That hit was broken. It stuck its tongue out in agony. After taking that hit, it furiously switched targets to Ozum, eyes full of hatred. He attacked and immediately dashed back. That move took a lot of stamina. He stared intensely ahead, cursing internally. Damn it. That hit connected but wasn't strong enough. Critical damage dropped. Maybe because Hoa Ham's agility is too high. Suddenly, Yuri Kang shouted at him from the side. Hey, you damn swordsman. Both she and Yunsung were furious. She pointed at him and yelled, What are you doing? We almost had it. Why did you dare to jump in and steal the kill? Ozum wiped a drop of sweat from his chin. He asked back innocently. This is a competition. Right. So what's the problem? Hearing that made Yuri Kang even madder. She pointed at him, shaking with rage. Huh, even if it's a competition. Have some humanity. How would you feel if someone wrecked your play like that? Ozum sweated. Speechless. After hearing her out, he cleared his throat and said apologetically, thinking back, I really did disturb you guys. I didn't mean to. However, Yuri Kang continued glaring at him furiously. Ozum lowered his eyes and said, so next time, I'll have more humanity. Saying that, he immediately dashed off, leaving 2 fuming people behind. Yuri Kang was so mad her face turned red. She screamed, that arrogant jerk. I wasn't done talking. Yoon Sung understood his method. He said seriously, forget it. Like he said, this is a competition. Sabotaging opponents is also part of the game. He frowned, made a silent decision, and told Yuri Kang, so we don't need to care about that humanity stuff either. We can use our opponents to our advantage. His hands glowed with golden light. Skill Royal Sealing Stone. Ozum was running when he suddenly got blocked. Golden rocks rose from the ground, surrounding him. Seeing this scene, he gritted his teeth and cursed. This is an emergency barrier skill. He's using it just to trip me up. A beam of light shot out. Ozum cursed as he attacked the wall in front of him. Damn it, he sighed in exhaustion. This barrier didn't even have a scratch on it. Ozum tensely recalled this skill. It couldn't be broken. From what I know, this type of skill only works from the outside. Do I really gotta wait until the skill timer runs out? No way. That's too late. His face went dark. He tried touching the barrier in front of him. His hand pressed hard against the wall. A red light matrix popped up instantly. Ozum decided to use the Avenger skill. Red Spike. To wreck this shield. Sharp. Bright red spikes pierced right through the wall. Red Spike can penetrate the barrier and shatter it from the inside. Ozum stared at the magic in front of him. Locked in. He figured it would take a bit of time. Since Red Spike is a low-damage skill, but it beats waiting for the skill to end. Determination filled his eyes. He had to break out of here and catch up to that thing. The Royal Seal Stone barrier started to shake. It created massive cracks on the ground. A gentle breeze rolled through the silence, like it was prepping for a surprise. Finally, it happened. A loud crack echoed. The first fracture appeared on the barrier. Glowing spikes shot out. With a loud boom, the barrier shattered. Ozum stepped out looking like a god. He smirked and dashed off, thinking, all right, way faster than I thought. I can definitely catch up to them now. Ozum sprinted away. The wind whipped past him. Suddenly, something unexpected made him freeze. But in front of him, it was just Yuri Wang and Yoon Sung. The Waham monster was gone without a trace. Ozum walked up to the 2 of them. He wondered to himself, why did they stop? Did someone get taken out? Seeing Yoon Sung standing there, he immediately voiced his confusion. Yo, what's the deal? Did that monster wreck you guys? Something seemed out of control. Yoon Sung hesitated. No. Not exactly. His confusion grew. Trying his best to be patient and listen to him. But the monster we were hunting just now. Yoon Sung suddenly turned around, looking shook, helplessly. He told him. It vanished. While Ozum stood there confused, not getting what he meant. He asked again. Vanished. What do you mean? Yoon Sung's face went pale as he looked behind Ozum. But along with a cold wind, the Waham monster was crawling on the wall right behind him. Eyes glowing menacingly, all 3 of them stared at its sudden appearance. Gritting their teeth, ready to throw hands, Ozum couldn't believe it. Thinking, is this a teleport skill? No shot. Looking at the murderous beast in front of him, he wondered. The Waham in the game doesn't have this kind of kit. Suddenly it opened its mouth wide, lunging forward with full force. Boom. The Waham attacked like a massive explosion. Right there. It rushed in like the wind. Ozum and Yuri Wang were both blown back. Yoon Sung couldn't react in time and got chomped. Sharp teeth dug deep into his waist, and he screamed in pain. Blood gushed out continuously. Ozum's eyes went wide in shock. He didn't expect it to attack so suddenly. Yuri Wang saw her teammate get hit, worriedly yelling his name. Yoon Sung, she quickly raised her blade. Her eyes flashed skill Wild Wind Dance. After being attacked by a player, speed buffs to 4 times for 18 seconds. Afterward, It gets locked for 5 seconds. Guri Wang charged at the beast with a tornado. It side-eyed her. Seeing her attack coming, planning something, she grit her teeth. Eyes full of killing intent, fueled by rage and determination. She rushed in. An attack was unleashed, but it didn't seem to hit anything at all. It looked like Guri Wang realized it too. She froze, completely bewildered. Oh-sung stared at the empty air in front of him. And just as shocked, he gasped out, "It's gone." G1, clutching a blade in each hand, spun around and screamed in rage. "Damn it. Where the hell did you run off to?" Oh-sung watched her vent her fury at the air. "Arg, I'm gonna lose it. Get your ass out here," he gritted his teeth. Thinking. Asterisk. This is bad. Asterisk. Never expected this. Asterisk. A purple light flashed in his eyes. Oh-sung thought of the worst-case scenario. Asterisk. If that thing has a teleport skill, then even a trap won't hold it. That means Kim Pyo-eon is in serious danger. Meanwhile, the city was shrouded in darkness, lit only by the flickering lights of a few scattered houses. Kim Pyo-eon was standing on a rooftop, holding her staff glowing with purple light. She smoothed her hair and said with satisfaction, "All right. Trap is set. Now I just gotta wait for Oh-sung." Meanwhile, Oh-sung and Ji-won were both on high alert. He focused hard on how to deal with this. Asterisk. If I can't handle its teleport skill, the bait and trap are useless. Asterisk. I gotta block that skill before luring it to Kim Pyo-eon. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out, catching his attention. That hairy monster appeared, carrying someone in its mouth. It gently opened its jaws and dropped them. The person was none other than Jun-sung. He hit the ground and cried out in pain. Seeing this, Ji-won anxiously called out to her teammate, Jun-sung. She wanted to save him, but her body was trembling so hard she couldn't move. She gritted her teeth in frustration. "Damn it. Asterisk. I can't move because I just used Storm Dance." Asterisk. At the same time, the monster suddenly lowered its stance, then lunged forward with its razor-sharp teeth, wide open. It was targeting Oh-sung and Ji-won. Since she couldn't move, she couldn't run away either. She was absolutely terrified facing the monster's attack. Knowing she couldn't escape, she helplessly squeezed her eyes shut, leaving it all to fate. Right then, the system announced, "Skill Influence of Hatred. Defense Break. Activated." And the one popping that skill was none other than Oh-sung. He was using his power to block the monster's bite. Ji-won opened her eyes, completely bewildered, and shouted, "What the?" Seeing him standing there shielding her, she stuttered in shock. "Why did you?" Straining against the monster, he gritted out a reply. "I told you already." From now on, before he could finish, a loud noise rang out and he was the one who caused it. Channeling his power, he drew his sword to fight the monster and replied to her, "I'll watch my attitude." The monster got slashed several times by him, coughing up blood in agony. Realizing it was outmatched, it chickened out and ran away. Ji-won yelled, "It's running away." Oh-sung stood there confused. Sensing something was wrong, he wondered. Asterisk. Why run? Why didn't it teleport? Asterisk. Asterisk. Did it take too much damage? Times. Suddenly, Ji-won gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, I could have caught it instantly if my sprint skill wasn't on cooldown." Hearing her say that, he realized it too. Cooldown time. Asterisk. That's it. That mutt's teleport skill has a cooldown too. He was still processing this when suddenly, his phone buzzed, getting his head back in the game. He quickly whipped out his phone to check it, reading the message. He made the call instantly. Kim Kwon's trap was set. Next move, he stashed the phone, turned to Ji Hwang, and dropped an offer. "Yo. Let's make a deal." That threw her off. A deal? About what? Woo Jin pulled out an item and said, "I'll slide you this. Just back me up." Looking at the thing in his hand, she gritted her teeth. Totally pressed. Isn't that just a basic item that you can literally buy with cash? You think you can bargain with times that asterisk? Right then, Jun-sung let out a groan. Snapping her attention his way, she rushed over. Panicking. Jun-sung. She put a hand on him, checking if he was good. Jun-sung. "You good? What's wrong?" But he just groaned in pain. Bro was hurting. Seeing this, Woo Jin spoke up. You don't have any recovery items, do you? He kept it real. If you did, you wouldn't have panicked and popped that storm dance skill. When your teammate got bit by the vampire, that line hit Ji Huang right where it hurts. Pressing the advantage, he laid it out flat. I don't like gambling with people's lives. But since my life is on the line too, I can't just hand it over for free. But while Ji Huang and Jun Sung stood there shocked, he spoke up slowly. I've got a teammate I want to protect too. Holding out the item, he made his pitch. That's why I'm offering a deal for this item. Just help me execute my strat in this mess. Ji Huang hesitated. But this is a competition quest. Before she could finish, Jun Sung cut in. Let's help him. Ji Huang, breathing hard. He explained. Our lives are actually in danger here. The comp is important. Yeah. But making it out alive matters way more. Using the last of his energy, he told her. So, just team up with him. Teaming up is part of the game too. That made her bite her lip. Thinking it over, finally, she agreed to Wu Jin's deal. Fine, but if this plan gets us hurt, forget it. With them on board, he smiled and reassured her. You don't need to stress about that. Handing over the item, he added. After all, this strat puts me times in the most danger. The scene cuts to a school sitting among houses on a dead silent street. Only faint light glowed from the windows. Ji Huang was crouching on a rooftop. She remembered Wu Jin's words. Step 1 of the bait strat. Her first move in the plan was, just like he explained, keep aggro on me by pretending to hunt it. She just had to take one more step and kite it to the intersection, where step 2 kicks in. That's all I gotta do. Right then, she spotted that vampire. She instantly summoned her weapon and muttered, Found you. Time to get this show on the road. She popped her skill. Wind spin. It instantly wrapped tight around the vampire's neck. To dodge the counter, Ji Huang quickly backed off. Getting hit made it aggressive. And it growled at her. Seeing she nailed the first step of the plan, she thought, all right, it's chasing me. It can use that teleport skill to clap back. If I damage it too much, knowing exactly what to do. She turned and dipped. I'm running straight to the rendezvous point. To make sure the plan worked, she popped her sprint skill. The vampire saw her run and bolted after her. Seeing it chase without using any skills, she let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, it didn't use teleport to chase me. After running for a while, he finally reached the next checkpoint. Phase 2 is a go. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Box it in. Instantly, Jun Sung pulled up, jumping high with his shield in hand, gritting his teeth. He cast his move. Skill Kingdom's Rampart. He slammed down right in front of Vargaham, using the shield to create a solid wall, enclosing it completely. Inside, he was absolutely certain. With this, I've cut off all its escape routes. A perfect battlefield. Then came another shout. And now for the finale. Ozum, lurking in the corner, saw Vargaham in his sights and gave the order. Pin it down, no hesitation. He raised his sword and unleashed his move. Skill Bloom of Hatred. A multi-hit attack skill. Vargaham was a sitting duck, getting absolutely wrecked by his combo. After attacking for a bit, he backed off. He knew one thing for sure. Obviously, the hunt wasn't ending there. He'd studied this raid back in the game. It took ages because, when attacking, it never went according to plan, since it was so slippery. From that, he concluded, and so, to hunt Vargaham efficiently. However, there was a catch. But first, he had to do one thing. Force Vargaham to use teleport, and put it on cooldown. Based on what he'd seen and experienced, it could only use it twice in a row. In other words, what he needed to do now was just burn through its 2 teleports. By now, Ozum was locked in. Boom, a loud noise rang out. He had struck Vargaham right in the mouth. His eyes were full of determination. We can take it down. And he declared, I ain't scared of getting hurt. The more I bleed, the stronger I get. Seeing the moment had arrived, he popped the skill, Flame of Hatred. A terrifying shockwave blasted through the gloomy slums, far away on a roof. Someone was low-key watching him and wondering, what's he doing? Does he think he can trap Vargaham and solo it? The guy was impressed. Isn't this getting spicy? His buddy next to him warned. Quit messing around and watch him properly. Like the guildmaster said, we gotta verify. Is he the player who can open the back door? With power surging in his hands, Ozum lunged in to wreck Vargahem. The system pinged a notification skill, Flames of Vengeance. HP will decrease by 18% every time you attack with 2.5 times attack power. He knew it was go time. He smacked it once and shouted, "First strike." Vargahem took that hit hard, mouth dripping blood, and got knocked back a fair distance. Its eyes were filled with rage, showing no mercy. It opened its mouth wildly and charged him. But he wasn't playing, he smacked it away again. Same result. Another wound right on its snout. The rage in its eyes was gone, now replaced by panic. Then, it used its skill to bail. Seeing that, Ozum felt lucky. Instant teleportation. That's it. It's only got one last use. Everything is going exactly according to plan. However, he was low-key worried, because he didn't know how the monster, Vargahem, would attack next. So he just had to rely on luck. Right now, he had his own counterplay. Alright, let's go. I'm just gonna stand right here and not move. So, in the dead silence, Bro was praying for it to be quick, just like he wanted. Waham spawned right behind his back, ready to take a bite. Let me see those fangs. He instantly felt the danger creeping up from behind. He whipped his head around like, there you are. Weirdly, Orium didn't dodge. He just stood there to tank the bite. Yeah. At the same time, he procced his passive skill Sunset Blossom. Right now, zero panic. Bro was calm as ice, talking to himself. That's right. It bit me. Taking this God-given chance, he channeled his energy, ready to strike. I was waiting for this. No hesitation. He unleashed his ult Dance of Death, thousands of swords summoned in midair. Target locked Waham. What happened next? All those swords rushed him and that hairy beast at the same time. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the place. Orium got blasted back a fair distance, making him grunt in pain. Next, he quickly looked up to check the vibe, where he was just standing, only swords stuck in the ground. But where's Waham? Bro realized it dipped. Everything went exactly according to his calculations. The plan worked. It burned all its teleport cooldowns. All that's left is, Junsung popped out screaming in panic. Over there, it's literally Waham. It's back, wrecked with wounds and maximum rage. Swords still stuck in its body. Looks like it took massive damage. Even though it's fuming, it knew it was cooked against Orium, so it turned tail and ran. Junsung saw this and was salty. What a waste. It's running again right when we almost had it. But Orium frowned, thinking, nah. It's running straight into Kim Si-wol's trap. Plan failed. Nope. He still had a backup plan. Which was, but the W is ours once I finish off this monster. Inside that trap, he was lost in thought when suddenly, Si-wol zoomed past him, making him jump. She didn't give up. She popped her skill, Haste, quadrupling her movement speed and agility. Before vanishing, she turned back with a smirk. Since I promised to help with your plan, leave the finishing blow to me. After all, this is just a competition. Looking at his clueless face, she shouted, half comforting and half teasing, don't be so bummed out. After a moment of silence, Orium said, not really bummed, because, he confidently stated, we're gonna win anyway. Right after, he opened the system, used Panacea and Predator Hawk Feather. The reason he wanted to max defense with Panacea and boost speed with the Predator Hawk Feather. However, he knew the catch. Above all, defense is the price you pay for the skill. My movement speed is spiking. No time to waste. He immediately summoned the skill Living Vendetta. Instantly, he launched forward at insane speed. The road ahead was empty. Si-wol was leading the charge, chasing Waham. Suddenly, she felt something that shook her. She turned around and screamed from the shockwave of Orium's speed. She stared blankly. What the hell, that guy? Watching him sprint at full throttle, she yelled out, he's so fast. Ozum was running when boom, he spotted something. Turns out, he saw Aham tied up in a trap. Found you, he shouted. Totally hyped. Aham was already snagged in Kim Si-eon's trap. The thing locking it down was the field trap skill Phantom Maze. It nerfs the target's defense and agility until they break out. Seeing his chance, he told himself, according to my calculations, I don't even need to use those skills. He figured Kim Si-eon should use an attack support skill. Meanwhile, Kim Si-aeon stood up high, saw everything falling into place, and said with satisfaction, "Good." She immediately popped the skill Maze Mastery. Insane power infused the combo Maze attack. On her side, Ozum was going all out on a hum, getting wrecked by both of them. It roared in agony. Hearing it scream, he glared at it with zero mercy. After finishing it off, he quickly landed at a safe distance. By now, Aham had collapsed on the ground. Seeing it was done, Ozum sighed in relief. It's over. I might have taken the final blow, if it wasn't for the speed item. Suddenly, Kim Si-aeon appeared next to him and asked, "How did you know?" She voiced her guess. "Did you buy a speed item because you knew ahead of time that this battle would be a speed battle?" He replied awkwardly. Miss, I didn't really know that much. I never thought a Wind Rider would show up." Suddenly, he spoke, getting all shy and awkward. "I just thought about the only way I could help if you were in danger." He honestly showed he cared. "Was running to your side as fast as I could. That's why I said I needed a speed item." Ozum's words made Kim Si-aeon smile secretly. She scolded him, half blaming, half worried. "You didn't have to meddle in my business like that, you arrogant dummy." Then she added shyly, "But thanks to your help, we cleared the quest. I guess I should praise you a little." Her words made him let out a breath, not knowing the right thing to say. Both of them were gazing fondly at each other when suddenly, a notification popped up, grabbing their attention. System notified them, "Lee Ozum, Kim Si-aeon, congratulations on achieving first place in this competitive quest." It also stated, "Additionally, since you completed the hidden quest within 45 minutes, you will be rewarded with 3 high-grade item boxes." The reward made them look at each other in joy. The system continued with the evaluation results and rankings. Hearing this, Ozum wondered, what's this?" Even Kim Si-aeon was confused. "What is that?" Suddenly, one of them noticed the ranking on the board and gasped. "Wait a sec, we're first out of 3 teams." This ranking left him stunned, saying, "I haven't seen any other users besides the Wind Rider team." Looking at the quiet surroundings, he wondered, is there another team hiding somewhere around here? Everything remained silent in the night. And on a building, sure enough, 2 people were watching them. The guy in pajamas, puffing on a cig, is hyping them up like, "Not bad. Not bad at all. The Avenger has got good instincts. And the Dungeon Master has the basics to really scale up." But his buddy isn't buying it, saying, "All they did was drop a behemoth. That doesn't tell us if they've got the skills to actually draft them into the guild." But PJ Guy isn't having it. He claps back. "That'd be true if it was just a basic mob, a regular behemoth. But this one could teleport." He totally respects Ozum and Chayun's power, considering how many of our guild members got wiped by that variant. I think their performance was absolutely cracked. Since he's grading them, I'll give the Dungeon Master 9,229 points, and the Avenger gets 9,879 points. These random numbers he came up with leave his friend speechless. He's like, what the hell are those scores even based on? I can't even tell if that's good or trash. Hearing that, he spreads out all 10 fingers and suggests, "It's out of 10,000 total points. Why don't you try grading them?" This weird request just confuses the friend even more. "Say what?" Suddenly, the friend catches onto something and speaks up. Actually, I'm gonna hold off on that for now." He says, "I'll decide after I watch the fight that's about to go down." This makes the pajama guy ask, "Fight, the quest is already over. Didn't you know?" But he insists, "Nah, it's not totally over yet. A battle between players is creeping up." Lights in the apartment complex go out, sinking into the darkness. The system pops up on the screen. Return option in 480 seconds. Random box status. Ozum and Chayun are staring intensely at the system panels in front of them. He waves his hand aside, looking at her like, "Chayun, what reward are you gonna pick? You want to rank up? So probably points." "Right." She turns to him and answers honestly, "Nope. I'm taking the cash. I want to buy a time changer." Chayun glances at his system board. Ozum looks at her, rubbing the back of his neck, asking, "Time changer, isn't that, like, not just a watch, but an auction item, sold for a crazy high price because it's super rare, even in the game?" "Right. Chayun pictures a glass orb with gears inside, wrapped in 2 semicircles on the outside. She crosses her arms, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Chayun winks and replies, "Bingo. If you have it, you can reverse time on any target. It's super clutch when fighting a tough opponent. Or if we take a serious hit." She looks straight at him, raising 2 fingers to explain. In other words, it's like having 2 lives in this game. Ozum crosses his arms and nods. True. Since we're playing on hardcore mode, if we die even once, it's game over. It definitely feels safer knowing we've got an extra life in the pocket. Suddenly, loud clapping echoes behind them. Kim Chae and Ozum both snap their heads toward the sound. Ozum sees Yuri Kwan and Yoon Sung walking up. She's clapping and admits it right away. We took the L, a total crushing defeat. Yoon Sung just stands silently behind her. Juri Wong claps her hands, locking eyes with him. Serious tone. I thought I totally secured the kill with that final hit, and took the win, but didn't expect someone to be faster. Right. So-yeon tilts her head, looking at him. Confused. Who are they? Woojin glances at her, explaining hesitantly. They're the ones who were competing against us. And, cooperated a little. Juri Wong points at Seo-yeon standing behind him, voice pitching up. Oh. Is times this times her the one you talked about? Sparkling aura fist raised high, starry eyes mimicking your moves. Agumi ho. I have a girl, and I must protect her with my very life. She laughs loud, pointing right at Seo-yeon. Is this the girl? Woojin forces a smile. Awkward as hell. I never said that. Okay, you're hearing things. Ha ha. She stands next to him, side-eyeing him with pure suspicion. Yoon Sung steps up to him. He extends a hand. Friendly vibe. Anyway, thanks for the help. You too. At least we grabbed the rewards for 2nd place. Instead of dying here. Yoon Sung keeps his hand out, eyes sincere. So, I want to add you to my friends list. You down? Woojin grabs his hand, looks him dead in the eye, repeating, friends. System pops up instantly. You can check class, status, and see if people on your friends list are currently running a quest or not. He turns to look at Seo-yeon, checking her reaction. She closes her eyes, crossing her arms, speaking softly. If it's just adding them to times your times friends list, then fine. Whatever. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, cold gaze sweeping over Yoon Sung. Icy rejection. But we don't need to team up, because we have no idea what kind of people you are. Yoon Sung freezes. He throws his hands up, explaining fast. Oh, don't worry about that. We aren't going to do anything shady. We honestly just need something from you guys. Juri Wong crosses her arms, grinning at her. Yoon Sung puts hands on his hips, looking straight at her, explaining. We're just enjoying this game, like it's some extreme sport. We can't even run quests on super hard difficulty because our classes have hit their limit. Woojin watches him closely. Yoon Sung waves his hand, nonchalant. So don't stress too much. We just need friends. People who'll enjoy this game with us. That's all. Seo-yeon crosses her arms, wary eyes darting to Woojin. He turns to her, asking, You heard him. What do you think? I don't think they're bad people. She touches her neck. Eyes closed? Humph. If that's your call after meeting them, then I won't interfere. Woojin glances at her. Seo-yeon turns around, back facing him. She waves a hand, refusing, but don't add me to your list. One member is enough. Woojin watches her walk off. He sighs. Fair enough. Yoon Sung quickly opens his status window, points at an option on the screen. Hyped up. Since we don't have much time left to claim rewards, I'll send the friend request now. Suddenly, his system flashes a red warning. Yoon Sung jumps, gasping. This is... The screen blares a red alert. Another user has intruded. Woojin and Yoon Sung spin around. A white circle just materialized out of thin air. Inside, there's a masked combat class player. He jumps out, gripping a long halberd. The combat player just showed up and he's already smirking. He stares them down with deep, malicious eyes. Yoon Sung and Oh Jun are looking pretty tense. Seo-yeon rushes in. Her eyes go wide and she yells, A combat class player. Yoon Sung swings his arm up, summoning a shield glowing with yellow light. Skill wall of the Millennium Kingdom. He grits his teeth and shoves the shield forward. A massive yellow wall manifests right in front of him. Shaped like a lion, he holds the shield steady, turning to Oh-jun and shouting, "I'll hold him off, just pick your reward already." "Hurry," Yun-sung furrows his brow, yelling urgently, "If you're not fast enough, this guy is gonna—" But before he can even finish, the combat player rushes in and throws a punch that shatters his defensive wall into pieces. Then his long halberd stabs straight into Yun-sung's stomach, sending him flying backward. Yun-sung's eyes roll back, mouth wide open as he coughs up blood. Yuri Huang appears behind the combat player, gripping her dual blades. Her eyes are filled with rage, burning with killing intent. She swings her arm and screams, "Die!" The combat player spins around. He looks at her coldly, raising the halberd in his hand. Cavalry tactics, skill doppelganger. Infinite spears, ocean wave tactics. He instantly spawns multiple clones. Every single clone is executing a different move. Yuri Huang swings her blades and charges. She glares, biting her lip hard. The combat player and his clones rush in to attack her. A massive clash explodes. Yuri Huang gets knocked back, a blue arrow piercing right through her shoulder. She screams in pain, while Yuri Huang is still floating in mid-air. He tears through the dust and smoke, aiming his long halberd right at her. Blood is streaming down from her forehead into her eyes. She stares at him, gritting her teeth and thinking, "What the hell? How can he be this fast, this guy?" His speed is. It's like he's moving as fast as the wind. The combat player looks up, his cold eyes flash. Yuri Huang shouts out in desperation, "You bastard, you're a veteran, aren't you?" Suddenly, countless pink chains appear from the air, wrapping tightly around him. His whole body goes stiff, frozen for a split second. Seo-yeon swings her staff, which is glowing with pink light, towards him, saying nonchalantly, "Oh, I forgot I set a trap there." The chains bind the combat player's body tight. He looks up at her. Seo-yeon continues, "So careless. You really should watch your step." The staff in her hand glows with intense pink light. Seo-yeon frowns at him, wondering, "No. Should I tell you that you're about to see your own head fly off?" Tae-jun dives down from above. The sword in his hand is glowing blood red. The combat player is held fast by the chains. His gloomy eyes go wide, his pupils turn purple. He swings his arm. Skill Dungeon Mastery. Memory of one who died in the dungeon. Attack power increased by 120%. Speed increased by 20% in designated conditions. Oh-jun dashes past him. One of his arms gets sliced clean off and flies into the distance. The combat player raises his arm high. He stares at the stump where his arm used to be, his eyes flashing ferociously. He swings the severed arm back, blood spraying from the wound. The combat player stares him down, a growling sound coming from his mouth. Then, immediately, he spins around and bolts, running away right in front of him. Oh-jun glared after him. Seo-yeon yelled out, "He's making a run for it." He glanced back at Yuri Huang and Yun-sung, who were lying on the ground, hurt, bad, thinking fast. He looked over at her. "Seo-yeon, use your skill. Heal them up." She stared at him, totally shocked. "Say what?" She frowned, questioning him hard. "Hold up. You're not planning to chase that scumbag down?" Oh-jun glanced toward where the guy fled and spoke with a dead serious tone. "He could be faking a retreat just to jump us again. I'll mark him and try to stall as long as possible. You focus on patching them up, just until the timer runs out and everything resets." She looked him dead in the eye and shouted, "No." Oh-jun stared back, eyes wide in shock. She looked at him, head bowed low. "One slip up, and you're dead." Then she pointed at herself, getting serious. "If you're gonna fight, then don't you dare stop. Go wreck that piece of trash. Smash him to bits." She held up her fist, looking him straight in the eye. "And if you make it back in one piece, I'll tell you my wish. Just like I promised." Deal. Oh-jun went quiet for a sec. Then he bumped his fist against hers. His eyes were rock solid. "Deal." Seo-yeon shoved one hand in her pocket. The other hand gripped her staff tight as she watched Oh-jun's retreating back. He was sprinting like crazy through the apartment complex, lights flickering in a few windows. Oh-jun gripped his sword, charging ahead. Suddenly, he saw it. Oh-jun skied to a halt. The combat class player was standing there, halberd resting on his shoulder. He was sitting right in the middle of the road, like he was waiting for him. Jun's eyes went wide. The guy used his halberd to push himself up. Slowly turning to face him, the combat player hoisted his halberd, staring cold daggers at him, just as I thought. You came after me. Avenger. Jun didn't say a word. Just scowled. He raised his sword, the blade glowing with a fierce red light. Lightning fast, Jun dashed in and brought his sword down hard. The guy's eyes widened in shock as the red slash cut right through him. Blood sprayed from his chest. The combat player bared his teeth. Howling in pain, he collapsed to the ground. Groaning, he gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Jun. Jun just tilted his head and spoke. To be honest, I don't like hurting people. Even enemies. His eyes went dark and cold. Jun continued, voice dripping with disgust. But I can't stand looking at trash like you, someone who hurts others. No matter how hard I tried to stop it, he looked him dead in the eye. So make a choice. I'll give you one chance to get lost. Go live a normal life. Or stay and fight, and get put down like a monster. The combat player ground his teeth together, glaring up in rage. He hissed through clenched teeth. I had such high hopes for you when you chopped my arm off. Without even blinking, he reached out. A golden sphere appeared, surrounded by 2 spinning rings. It glowed in his palm. The combat player looked at him, sneering, but looks like you're just an idiot. He stood up, the circle bursting with yellow light. It wrapped around his body. Jun gripped his sword tighter, gritting his teeth as he stared, his eyes locked onto the glowing light. Jun's eyes went wide. He recognized that thing, that yellow light. It's a time converter. The aura around the war system player is getting massive. He lifts his severed arm. Golden light coats the limb, slowly regenerating a whole hand. Broken ability, the war player eyes the golden orb, then looks straight at Ozum, smirking like a villain. Also, the time converter rewinds time. One more thing. Where the cavalry popped their field skill, a glowing blue formation lights up under their feet, trapping them both inside. Locked in the blue zone, Ozum grips his sword tight, eyes wide. He thinks, is this the one-on-one field skill? He glares at the guy, lips pressed shut, thinking, this scumbag, he isn't fighting mindlessly at all. He even had a plan B cooked up. The war player cracks his knuckles. He stares him down. And now, with my 2 hands back, he points his halberd right at him, shouting with full confidence, I'm gonna run you through. The war player screams. He rushes Ozum with the halberd. Ozum calmly swings his sword, ready to throw hands, grinning like a maniac. He thrusts down. Ozum jumps and blocks. Weapons clash, sparking white light. The war player looks at him with pure contempt. He laughs his head off, mocking him. Ha ha ha, bro. What are you doing? Talked big. But why so slow now? Huh, he shouts, gloating. You think you can cut my arm off with that trash? Huh. Ozum frowns, glaring daggers. He swings, firing off a white slash. Ozum looks at the blue formation below, thinking, because of this effect, the one-on-one skill, my dexterity and attack power dropped. System shows the one-on-one field skill info. Reduces 30% of target's attack and dexterity when engaging in range. He remembers Juri Wong floating in the air. That guy teleported right next to her. Plus, he's fast enough to rival a Wind Rider. The war player grits his teeth, swinging his halberd with full power. Ozum clenches his jaw and blocks. 2 powers collide, blasting blue light. He tells himself, fighting a freak like this, if I slip up, even a little bit, it's game over instantly. He glares with dark eyes, pale face grinning like he's won. The war player raises his halberd high. Blue light gathers at the tip, forming a giant axe blade. Skill ancient weapon. He swung his arm, slashing down hard. Ozum raised his sword to block. The force from his blue axe sent him flying. Ozum grit his teeth, holding the sword tight with both hands to guard himself. White light bursts from the sword, struggling to tank the hit. The strike smashes toward his head. Ozum's eyes go wide. Blood leaks from his forehead, running down his face. He grabs the wound, looking down at his sword. He thinks, what the hell happened? I blocked it. Why am I still taking damage like this? Do ancient weapon and one-on-one penetrate defense? Left hand on the wound. Suddenly his eyes pop open. Inner voice screams. Could it be? Ozum takes his hand off his forehead. He stares at the war player charging in. The guy thrusts a heavy strike. Ozum grits his teeth and blocks. Gripping the sword tight, Ozum spits out blood. He locks eyes with him, thinking about his item's broken buff. The combat player smirks. Bro thinks he's him. He swings his halberd. Ready for round 2. Ozum grips his sword tight. Locking eyes with the guy, Ozum thinks to himself, this bastard's base stats are cracked, and the way he handles his skills and items, total pro level. He leans back. Right arm high. Aiming that halberd tip straight at Ozum with his left. Ozum knows for a fact. This guy has been playing this game for a long time. He's a combat master. Right then, Ozum brings his sword up to eye level, eyes wide, staring straight ahead. If that's the case, then he dashes to the side with insane speed. His eyes are glowing purple. Both hands drop the sword low. The enemy can't even react. Jaw dropped. He freezes, gripping his halberd. Ozum swings his blade from the bottom up. The sword flashes red, knocking the halberd right out of his left hand. The combat player screams, "You can't win with just speed, kid. So close the gap and fight me for real. Stop running." He glares, hissing out, "So sloppy careless, you think you can survive with trash skills like that?" The combat player tightens his grip on the halberd. He bares his teeth at Ozum. Blue light starts gathering at the weapon's tip. He thrusts with full power wherever that blue light hits. The ground just shatters, debris flying everywhere. One thrust, and the impact is massive. Boom dust blinds everything. He bursts out laughing, sounding totally satisfied. "Wahaha, how's that? You get cooked. Crushed to pieces. Right, you're totally wrecked. Aren't you? You loser. Ha ha ha." But suddenly, Ozum bursts out of the smoke from the side. He spins around to look. The combat player's eyes bug out. He screams in excitement. "Ha ha ha, what is this? Can't beat me, so you're trying to run, huh?" Suddenly his face goes dark, eyes flashing with rage. He roars, "No, not like that. Even your running away is sloppy." The combat player crouches down. He raises the halberd to head height. The whole weapon lights up with blue energy, pointing straight at Ozum. Cavalry Tactics Skill Part 2. Judgment Spear. Javelin. Ozum dashes past him instantly. He arches back and hurls the halberd at the boy. The weapon tears through the air like a blue arrow. Locking onto Ozum. Ozum grits his teeth, eyes wide as he watches the halberd incoming. The guy's pale face twists into a smug grin. Shouting, "Die!" The combat player watches. The halberd slams into Ozum. Massive explosion, smoke everywhere. He hunches over, shoulders relaxing, watching the dust settle. The combat player looks down, grinning like a maniac. But suddenly, his eyes snap open, staring straight ahead. The smile freezes on his face. Through the smoke, Ozum is standing there, holding his sword out with both hands. The tip of the halberd is driven straight into his blade. Ozum glares back, eyes full of defiance, gritting his teeth, looking furious. Skill Endure. Damage absorption. Ozum swings his arm up, and the enemy's weapon goes flying. Seeing this, he thinks, calculated. I knew he'd use the throw. If I tried to escape a one-on-one setup. The combat player stares at him, fuming. Ozum tightens his grip, realizing his opponent really is a combat master. If I'm right, he's about to chain his skills with absolute precision. Ozum frowns, staring him down. He raises his sword high with both hands, mental calculations running wild. Asterisk, I've already seen through it. So I popped asterisk endurance asterisk to tank the damage. Because of that, I can offset the attack debuff from asterisk one-on-one asterisk. He leans back, hoisting the blade with his right hand. The warrior player flinches. He stares, gasping. That stance. Ozum lifts the sword high, left hand low for balance. Asterisk, skill eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth asterisk, an endurance type skill. It mimics 80% of the attacker's power. Ozum's eyes flash with light. Full focus. Asterisk, I can't dodge an armor-piercing hit. But I'm gonna return exactly what I took. Asterisk, cavalry skill, Spear of Judgment, asterisk. Ozum leans forward, throwing the sword with everything he's got. Blue light rips through the air, zooming straight at the warrior. Bro's eyes pop out in shock. He's frozen, locked down by an invisible force. That blue glowing blade, pierces right through his chest. The warrior tries to grab the blade. Too late. A gaping hole in his chest. He screams, gritting his teeth. He grips the sword, yanks it out. Blood sprays from the wound, sweating buckets. The warrior roars. You dirty bastard, he thinks. Asterisk, ultimate skill world, domination peak, asterisk. Blue light morphs into a warhorse. He mounts up, arms turning into massive drills. The horse rears up. Ozum clenches his fist, staring him down. Armor penetration plus attack power boosted by 270%. For 18 seconds he swings those giant drills. Raging. You're dead meat. Loser. The warrior spurs the horse, charging straight in. Drills aimed right at Ozum. Ozum swings his arm, gripping his sword tight. Combat stance locked. A blue tornado tears through, blowing him back. Ozum raises his sword high, curling his body to brace. Ozum's eyes widen. He coughs up a mouthful of blood. The warrior's horse skids to a halt. He pulls the reins, turning around, lowers those massive drills. He laughs, smug as hell. Ha ha ha, well, hurts like hell, doesn't it? Ozum clutches his injured arm. The warrior turns, charging again, drills up. He shouts, this time I'm putting a hole through you for real. Run if you can. Ozum looks up, eyes ice cold. He whispers, 1 second. The warrior freezes. He snarls. Just as the horse is inches from Ozum, a magic circle lights up underneath. Debris flies everywhere. The trap catches both man and beast. He looks down, gritting his teeth. Panic hits him times. I'm cooked, asterisk. The timer for one-on-one. Asterisk. Suddenly, Ozum speaks up. Asterisk asterisk. One-on-one, asterisk asterisk, lasts for 200 seconds. The warrior stares, completely shook. He sits there, stunned. Ozum raises his blade. Might vary a bit, but that's more than enough time to finish this. Pink energy swirls, wrapping tight around his arm and sword. Ozum's eyes flare up. He shouts with full power, but that's more than enough time for me to get confident. Ozum stares him dead in the eye. He waves his hand, declaring he won't lose to him, even while nerfed with debuffs. A pink aura wraps around Ozum's arm and sword. The horse rears up in a rage. The combat class player charges in with a drill. He roars. What the hell are you talking about, you loser trash? Just die. He swings his arm back. Pink energy surges into the blade. Ozum glares at him, dropping a cold warning. Screaming won't save you. Power break or cripple. Ozum slashes right through him. The sword traces a deadly arc across his body. The horse rears up on its hind legs. The combat player sits frozen in the saddle. He frowns, landing on the ground in a crouch. You're not on my level. Blood sprays everywhere as the combat player's eyes bug out. He screams. Ozum turns his back on him. The sword in his hand glows with a brilliant pink light. The combat player falls off his horse, lying on the ground. He struggles to move his trembling body. He bares his teeth, snarling. You bastard. Black boots step right in front of him. The combat player goes silent instantly. He looks up at him, face twisted with pure hate. He glares, mouth moving but no words coming out. Ozum looks down on him from above. The sword tip points straight at his head. I didn't even consider using a healing item. You should have known that if you accepted this game. Ozum's face is splattered with blood as he stares him down coldly. The skill gap between you and me isn't something you can bridge with just one real battle. He hangs his head, gritting his teeth, and punches the ground with a scream. Ozum points the sword at his head, asking coldly, why go this far? He props himself up. Looking at the blade pointed at him, Ozum frowns, eyes full of anger. Even if we're fighting, this doesn't feel like a game anymore. It's reality. It's murder. He continues questioning him. What do you get out of doing this? An event reward? Or do you just get off on seeing people suffer? The combat player looks up, staring straight at him in silence. His face darkens. He grits his teeth and roars. You naive bastard. Ozum watches him silently. He keeps shouting, would your own family even recognize your face right now? The combat player crawls on the ground. He looks up, a creepy smile forming on his gloomy face, eyes glowing. He looks at him. My whole life has been stolen. You really are a naive piece of trash, he continues. Since I turned into a game character, my friends, my family, none of them recognize me anymore. Ozum gapes at him in shock. baring his teeth with dead eyes. He speaks with total despair. I'm as good as dead. So why should I give a damn about anything I do? Ozum keeps the sword pointed at him. He looks up, screaming helplessly. I don't need these stupid quests or events. I don't know why this happened, but I'm gonna wreck everything. His face twists in agony. The combat player's eyes flash. He screams. I'm gonna put an end to this, he gasps. I wasn't done talking. The combat player's eyes roll back. Mouth wide open. Blood sprays everywhere. Ozum's jaw drops in panic. He brings his sword up to block, staring in shock. A sickle appears out of thin air, made from countless human bones pieced together. The sickle stabs straight into his back. Ozum stares at the bone sickle, shouting, that weapon. That class. Hong Ki-ho kept his head down, hands stuffed in his coat pockets. He walked right out of the fog. Oh Jung stared at him, teeth clenched tight. Ki-ho just bowed his head, face hidden under that white cap. His voice rasped out. I really thought you'd be dead by now, but I'm actually surprised. You're still alive. Hong Ki-ho stepped on the corpse of a combat class player. He rested his bone scythe on his shoulder, chin jutting out at Oh Jung. You trash. Oh Jung ground his teeth, looking at him with pure disgust. He shouted, Grim Reaper. Hong Ki-ho pulled his mask down to his chin, his gloomy eyes staring back with zero emotion. Oh Jung gripped his sword hard, frowning as he stared him down. Hong Ki-ho shouldered the bone scythe, hand in his pocket. He faced Oh Jung's glare. Totally unbothered, he placed the scythe on the player's head, and his own head started glowing. Chains of blue light drifted off the body. Floating around Hong Ki-ho, they merged into his body, lighting him up. Then, the system appeared. You have absorbed half the stat points and equipment of those you killed. Oh Jung gritted his teeth, watching every move. Ki-ho pulled his mask back up, voice ice cold. Next is you, Avenger. His eyes went sharp. Oh Jung swung his sword up, stance ready for war. Oh Jung shouted back. Same goes for you. Hong Ki-ho looked at him, confused, with a look of total hate. He shouted his question. You kill for revenge too, because you lost everything to this game. Hong Ki-ho's face went blank. He tilted his head asking, what the hell are you yapping about? He crouched down, swinging that bone scythe high, voice dropping cold. I don't need a reason to hunt people. I believe I already told you that. Those white eyes glared from under the brim. Hong Ki-ho dropped the harsh truth. Real life or game. Doesn't matter. I'll do whatever it takes to win. Done talking. He rushed straight at Oh Jung. Speed absolutely cracked. Hong Ki-ho slammed the scythe down. Oh Jung gripped his sword with both hands to block. He got pushed back a few steps. The scythe slashed a line right across his chest. Oh Jung gasped in pain. He gritted his teeth, holding his sword up to block. Oh Jung glared, thinking hard. This Grim Reaper guy? He's faster than the last fight. Did he level up? He threw his hand out and yelled, Skill. Red thorns. Red light engulfed Hong Ki-ho. Countless sharp spikes shot out, aiming straight for him. The spikes flew in. Hong Ki-ho stepped back, crouching and raising his arms to block. Spikes pierced his skin, blood spraying out. Hong Ki-ho glared, shouting, You bastard. Head down. He launched himself into the air, gripping his scythe with both hands. A massive skull holding bone fragments in its mouth appeared right behind him. Oh Jung's eyes went wide with shock. What is this move? The skull's eyes flashed red. It opened its mouth wide, and giant bones shot out. The bones slammed down next to him. Oh Jung got blown away to the side. He steadied himself, coughing into his fist. Oh Jung glanced at him, thinking to himself, no way, that's not the Grim Reaper's move. He swung his sword, knocking down a purple skull. Suddenly, the necromancer appeared. She waved her hand. I forgot. The purple skull flew back to her hand. The necromancer smirked at him. Even though I had good intentions, seems like I got too excited and made a mistake. Oh Jung stared at the purple skull floating in her hand, gasping in shock. Necromancer. Suddenly, a hooded guy spawned right next to him. Ozum looked up at him. The guy spoke. What are you yapping about? This wasn't the first time. Gripping a blood-stained axe. He looked at him with a mocking sneer. Your moves are trash. You loser. The necromancer glared at him, shouting in rage. You want to die? You pig. Ozum scanned the area, low-key panicking inside. What's the slaughterer to these guys? They're all from the death class. Asterisk. Whoosh times. A scythe blade was pressed right against the hooded guy's neck. He flinched, looking down at the blade. He glanced at Hong Kiho, who was holding the scythe to his throat, raising his voice to question him. Bro, what are you doing? Hong Kiho gave him a cold glare, his tone a warning. My business. I told you I'd kill you if you interfered. The hooded guy glanced at him, hurriedly explaining. Don't get it twisted. We're just here to catch the escaped knight and happened to bump into each other. Hong Kiho tilted his head. The guy swung his axe, his voice firm. I'm not trying to steal your kill. I don't touch other people's prey. It's an advantage for our alliance. Hong Kiho side-eyed him warily, pulling the scythe back. The guy raised his axe, looking at Hong Kiho, suggesting, why don't you let us help? We want to kill the Avenger too, 'cause he stole our gig. Ozum gripped his sword, standing silently watching him. Hong Kiho leaned down slightly, staring at him, coldly said, do whatever you want. At this moment, Hong Kiho stared at Ozum like a wolf stalking prey, continued, because I want to be the one who... He swung the scythe, lunging at him, shouting, take his head. Ozum clenched his fists to face the attack. Hong Kiho slashed down hard. He jumped up to dodge, right hand swinging the sword to parry. Suddenly, the necromancer spawned right next to him. She smiled, raising her hand. A purple skull glowed in her palm. Ozum gritted his teeth, eyes starting to panic. She glared, swinging her arm. System popped up above her head, skill, metal bone. Then the necromancer leaped high, throwing her hands out. The purple skull smashed down towards Ozum. He gritted his teeth, thrusting his sword out, creating a light blue magic circle, blocking her attack. But right then, Ozum was glaring, grinding his teeth to focus on fighting the necromancer. The hooded guy appeared behind him. He raised his axe high. Ozum gritted his teeth in rage, glaring back at him. The guy's eyes flashed. He swung the axe high. Blood splattered everywhere from the blade. System instantly appeared. Skill, weaken. Critical hit. The hooded guy dove down from the air. The axe in his hand glowed a fiery red. The ground beneath his feet shattered into pieces. Ozum looked up at him. Where he stood erupted in a massive explosion. Blinding light shot out everywhere. Debris flew all over. Hong Kiho and the necromancer stood on the sidelines, watching silently. Hong Kiho stared silently at the explosion site. The necromancer widened her eyes in joy, cheering excitedly. Haha. He's dead. Suddenly, Hong Kiho's eyes went wide. Looking ahead, in front of him, the smokescreen started to clear. Ozum stood frozen in place holding his sword. Right in front of him, a guy in a beanie was kneeling on one knee. He had planted a giant sword into the ground. Golden light blasts through the rubble below, blindingly bright. His whole body is glowing gold. Beanie guy looks up, sighing with a laugh. Phew, never thought I'd be fighting in my pajamas. So embarrassing. Ozum picks up his sword, checking it out closely. Beanie's massive greatsword is planted deep in the rubble. Waves of golden light pour from the blade, wrapping around both of them. He shouts, but my landing was sick. Right. 4 hooded dudes stand there, totally stunned. The golden rays from the sword surge straight from Beanie's blade into Ozum's. Instantly, the system displays the skill, Dragon Sword Sanctuary. Nullifies all physical attacks within a 5-meter radius for 9 seconds. Trade-off, you can't move. Ozum stares at his sword. Golden light swirls around him. Ozum stammers. Skills and weapons can be. Beanie stands up, glancing back at Ozum. Ozum's eyes go wide as he asks loudly. The rare class only 3 people in this country possess. Dragon Slayer. Beanie guy grins, glancing at his system window, pointing at the screen. He replies, Bingo. You know your stuff. There are 4 classes in the online battle zone. Aside from the beginner class, everyone picks at character creation. Advanced classes are determined by your weapons and skills, plus your stat distribution and story quests. The class emblems are arranged like a skill tree. 4 chess pieces holding weapons stand on the lit-up tiles. Beanie explains, like, if you start with the warrior class, you can advance to assassin or swordsman. Depending on your gear and skills, the classes link up to form a network. Beanie Guy's voice rings out. Since they're defined by playstyle, the potential is infinite. and players figured out how to unlock 84 different classes. He looks at his giant sword. Light radiates from the blade. Wrapping around him, he shoves a hand in his pocket, saying, "Among those, the requirements to unlock Dragon Slayer and a few others are super obscure. That's why they're called rare classes. Barely anyone in the world has them." He turns back to Ozum, confused. "I mean, I've got a rare class. But don't you have one too?" Ozum stares at him blankly. He continues, "Not many people pick warrior as their advanced class." Ozum taps his cheek, rolling his eyes in thought. "Oh. Really?" Beanie keeps one hand in his pocket and yanks his giant sword out. He says casually, "Chat later. I'm here to help you handle your business first." He swings the sword up, and the golden light forms a tornado, spiraling straight ahead. He commands, "Time to clear out these bugs." The hooded guy whips around, eyes wide with panic. He screams at Hong Kiho and the necromancer. "Watch out, he's using an AoE stun." Beanie guy frowns, thinking, "Skill." He roars, "Dragon well." The sword swings up, sending waves of golden light surging forward. Hong Kiho and the necromancer try to resist, but the flood of golden light crashes into them. A golden light sweeps through. The hooded guy pushes his axe forward with both hands, trying to block the blast. Dust and smoke clear. The ground is shattered. Ozum grips his sword with both hands. Beanie crouches low, hoisting his giant sword high. He glances over, urging, "All right, we're good. Hurry up and pick your reward." Ozum status, waving his hand in confusion. "What?" Beanie guy shoots him a look, voice stern. "Pick your reward and finish the quest. Fighting this chaotic mess is seriously gonna be tough if it's just the two of us," he yelled, eyes popping out in surprise. "But my friend and the others are still back there." The guy in the beanie turned his back on him, replying indifferently, "Don't mind them." Oh-jun stared wide-eyed at his back. Hyunsung clasped his hands together. The chains on his arms glowed. Blue patterns swirled around him. Yuji Wang and Hyunsung stood back to back. Hyunsung clutched his head, grimacing in pain. He spoke. "My priest teammate is still treating the others with enchantment skills." The beanie guy turned to look at him, urging, "So stop worrying and pick your reward. The quest ends once you choose your skill." Oh-jun looked at him, totally clueless. Suddenly, a blue monster with glowing eyes swooped down from above. It raised the weapon in its hand high, aiming right for the beanie guy's head. He looked up, jaw-dropping, thinking, "What the hell?" Reaper's skill. He triggered it before getting stunned. Looking at the blue monster, its eyes flashed. It opened its mouth and spewed out a blue aura. He groaned inwardly. "I'm cooked." Suddenly, Hyunsung appeared, shouting, "Ultimate move, Devil's Hand." He slammed a palm into the monster's head, knocking it away right in front of the beanie guy. The monster's head cracked in two. Blue light spilled out. Hyunsung gritted his teeth, staring it down. Oh-jun gripped his sword with both hands, looking up, eyes wide with shock. The beanie guy raised his fists, shouting with admiration, "Wow, nice moves, bro." Someone yelled from behind. "Oh-jun," he turned back. Kim So-yeon was rushing over. He shouted in surprise. "Kim So-yeon," she covered her mouth with her hand, saying seriously, "Everyone has recovered, so you can rest easy and end the quest." He glanced at her for a second, then immediately decided, Okay." Oh-jun pointed at the system screen while looking up at the beanie guy, wondering, Who are you? Why did you help us like that?" Hearing the question, he turned to look at him. The beanie guy pointed at himself and replied, Right. Forgot to tell you." Hyunsung and the beanie guy were enveloped in blue light. Matrix patterns appeared beside them. He shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, turning back to tell him, "We are Vision, the Vision Guild." Oh-jun's whole body started glowing blue. Matrix patterns appeared beside him too. The beanie guy continued, "And we'll be seeing each other again soon." He stared wide-eyed in amazement. The beanie guy held up his index finger, smiling at Oh-jun as he added, "Since my teammate saved you, perfect score." Gentle sunlight bathed a clear sky, shining down on a massive building that looked both modern and elegant. The indoor pool area was quiet. Everyone chose this spot to relax in the morning. Seungha just got out of the pool. She was wearing a bikini, revealing her wing tattoo. She let out a breath, drying her hair with a towel. Suddenly, her smartwatch beeped. Seung-ha brought the watch close to her face, asking the person on the other end, "Hey, Hyun-sung, everything go okay last night?" Hyun-sung crossed his arms on the other end, replying, "Yeah, even though some crazy stuff happened, I think it's all sorted out now." "Good." Hearing that, she relaxed onto the lounge chair. "Really, what's your take on them? They useful?" Hyun-sung gave his opinion. "Yeah, I evaluated them along with Ki-young, and we agreed that both the Maze Master and the Warrior can handle the job." He made a serious comment. "Plus, this Warrior." Hyun-sung recalled what he had witnessed. He's not afraid of dangerous fights at all. Like he's already lived through chaos, not just in the game, but in real life too. Seung-ha felt it was dragging on, so she cut him off. "Basically, he's a beast." Hearing that, he shifted in his seat, confirming it with certainty. "Yeah. Not only that, his basic skills are solid, so I trust he's going to be cracked at using gear and strategy, so don't hesitate to recruit them before they get stronger and turn on us." Seung-ha shot up from her seat, laughing happily at his words. "Haha, rare to see you this hyped about recruiting. All right, I'll set it up and meet those kids." The Dragon Slayer sitting opposite Hyun-sung heard that and teased him with amusement. "Bet you like kids who play at a high rank." "Huh." He glared daggers at him, gritting his teeth. He shouted, "Shut up." Then Hyun-sung remembered something. "Oh, one more thing. I want you to know something else. Chaos is on the move again." Seung-ha looked stunned hearing that. She asked him again just to be sure. Can you guarantee this?" Hyun-sung confirmed clearly. "Yeah, I'm positive. This means we have to prep for a guild war." Seung-ha's vibe shifted instantly, her eyes looking sad. She mumbled, "Guild war." Then Seung-ha snapped out of her thoughts and gave an order. "All right. I'll handle the prep with Siwoo. You tell the others." "Got it." The conversation ended. She cursed under her breath. Damn chaos. They're like thirsty beasts catching a scent. The mood was totally ruined. The people in the pool area started thinning out too. Then, Seung-ha stood up to leave. "Ever since they grew their fangs, we've got no choice but to hunt them down." Night fell over the apartment complex, making the place dead silent. With only a few windows flickering with electric light, the hallway lights were out too. Not a soul in sight. Inside an old, simple room, groans of pain echoed. A blond man, blindfolded and tied to a chair, was shaking. Siwoo stood towering right in front of him. His face was twisted in rage. Seung-ha appeared right behind him, making him jump. "Did he spill it yet?" Siwoo, report on what happened this afternoon, even after waking him from hibernation and forcing him to stay up for 100 hours. He still won't talk. Looks like he's ready to die. She rubbed her chin, thinking, really? Then this might help. Seung-ha suddenly kicked the man right in the stomach. He fell off the chair, hitting the ground hard. A blade suddenly appeared at the man's neck. She threatened, "Listen up. I'm going to explain the rules. Zoe, listen close. From now on, I'm going to stab you till you're almost dead, then heal you with an elixir. Every time you heal, you get one chance to talk." Seung-ha grinned viciously. "Right now, I've got 5 elixirs. In other words, you've got 5 chances to speak." Her eyes were bone-chillingly cold. "If you answer our questions, you clear the game. If not, it's game over." The man on the ground ground his teeth, a trail of blood appearing on his neck. "We just want to ask 2 things. 1, the location of the Chaos base." Seung-ha squatted down, resting her chin on her hand. "Number 2, personal info on the leader." "Got it," the man screamed out. I don't know anything. I belong to the bottom tier trash. I've never even seen the top dogs." She couldn't believe the words that just came out. "Saying that won't save you. There's no hope in the rules of this game." Seung-ha calmly put on his gloves. "Should we start the game now? I'm getting a bit bored since there are no good quests left." The guy's on the floor, looking totally wrecked. Then, she speaks up. "Should I end you with some trash skills I never use?" "Nah. Let's go with the poison gear. Sounds fun." "Right," he gritted his teeth, tanking the pain from the torture. That night, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the complex. Nobody knew where it came from. Morning sun hit the high school under a deep blue sky. Ozum and Chayun were walking down the hall together. Curious, He turned to her. Wonder what kind of vibe the Jason Guild has. They don't really seem like the bad guys. She scrolled through her phone, brushing back her hair. The Jason Guild, top 3 in the game. She explained. Massive scale. 800 members. They've been famous for ages. Then Chayun's expression hardened. She turned to him. Serious. Ryzen just does the usual stuff. Raids. PvP battles inside the game. But that doesn't mean the Ryzen Guild times we times met is the same. She spoke her mind. The Horizon event is glitching out. They might be doing something totally different from the game now. Ozum rubbed his chin. True. People lose their minds when they're about to lose their entry fees. So let's just keep our distance and watch from afar. Suddenly, someone called out his full name. Lee Ozum. Ozum was surprised. It was Baek Eun-hyung. Eun-hyung looked dead serious. Come here for a sec. We need to talk. Chayun frowned. Clearly not happy. She shouted, Hey. Baek Eun-hyung, what is your problem? After everything. What could you possibly have to say to him? His face was stone cold. He warned her. Stay out of this. Kim Se-yeon. This is for Ozum's ears only. Se-yeon gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. Damn it. Ozum stood there silently. Then he walked past her. She tried to stop him. Hey. Lee Ozum. What are you doing? You're seriously going with him. He turned back. I should at least hear what he has to say. He said it's important. Walking away now would be weird. He didn't forget to reassure Se-yeon. If anything shady happens, I'll handle it. Don't worry. I'll call you when I'm done. She wasn't happy about it. But she couldn't stop him. Later. In a deserted tunnel, Ozum followed Eun-hyung. Losing patience. He asked, So, what did you want to talk about? He turned around. Did you hear that Seung-hwan was critically injured and was rushed to the hospital after his fight with you? Ozum was shocked. Hospital? No. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Eun-hyung explained everything. He had some broken bones or something. So they admitted him for a while. He's mostly recovered now. He's fine. Then, his expression darkened. The problem is what times you times did. His parents are planning to sue you. Hearing the word sue, Ozum started trembling, terrified. He stammered. Sue me, but that was a fair fight between us, and he didn't even make a big deal out of it before. Right. Eun-hyung turned away. That's because he's training to go pro. Seung-hwan didn't report it to the cops because he was scared it would ruin his career, but I guess he changed his mind for some reason. He warned him. For the past few weeks, I don't know what the cops will do. But the truth is, it looks really bad for you. If they keep investigating this incident, well, you could get expelled. Worst case scenario, you're going to jail. Ozum looked like he was about to be sick. Se-yeon, who had secretly followed them, hadn't expected this either. She gritted her teeth in fear. Eun-hyung suddenly spoke up. But it's not like there's no way out. He dropped a bombshell, the place where Seung-hwan's parents went for legal advice. It's my dad's law firm. Woo-jin looked surprised. Law firm. So that means a lawyer working with your dad is going to defend me. Eun-hyung cut him off. Exactly. That's why there's still a way for you to escape this mess. His eyes glinted with malice. I can convince the lawyer to make Seung-hwan's parents drop the charges and steer this in the right direction. When they reach a settlement with you to smooth things over. He frowned. Confused. Settlement, and what exactly do I gotta do for that? Eun-hyung smirked. Simple. I can put in a word with my dad. He laid out his demand. Go to Seung-hwan right now. Get on your knees. And beg for forgiveness. Woo-jin's face went pale. Stunned by Eun-hyung's demand, he remembered everything Seung-hwan did to him. All the times he bullied Woo-jin, that look of pure enjoyment and joy on his face while doing it. Eun-hyung stayed calm at his reaction. It's easy. Just say sorry. If you do that, I'll convince my dad to make this whole thing go away. He added salt to the wound. And it's not like you're completely innocent here either. Fact is, Seung-hwan got hurt and was sent to. Woo-jin stood silent, listening to the taunts. His fault. He gritted his teeth, jaw trembling. Eun-hyung remained emotionless. He shoved his hands in his pockets, watching Woo-jin shaking with rage right in front of him. On the outside, he didn't care. But inside, he was rejoicing. Good. Woo-jin. This look suits you perfectly. Eun-hyung recalled when Woo-jin was bullied. Your face full of defeat. Twisted by anger at the injustice. A look you never showed me before. It fits trash at your level. He looked down and smirked. Doesn't matter how strong or skilled you are at fighting. You can't do a thing about this. In this world, without money or power, all you can do is apologize. Even if you're not wrong, you are a loser, dog. Wu Jin quietly thought about Yun Hyung's demand. He made his decision right then. Tell him he can come here and sue me. Yesterday, Wu Jin suddenly changed his attitude. Speaking firmly, I sure as hell ain't apologizing to Kim Sung-hwan. Not a single word. Besides, Kim Sung-hwan didn't just torment me. He recalled him bullying and beating Seo-yun. She stood there, eavesdropping, surprised when Wu Jin mentioned her. I can let everything else slide. But not this. I can take it if it's just me. But I won't forgive anyone who hurts others because of me. Yun Hyung's face stiffened when he heard the pushback. Wu Jin's eyes shone with confidence. So, tell him, if he wants to sue me, go ahead and sue, I don't care what happens. I'm not backing down. He looked straight at him, asking hoarsely, you saying you don't care about the investigation results? Wu Jin frowned, shouting through gritted teeth. No, I'm saying if you keep coming at me, then I won't hold back either. He glared at him threateningly. If they keep digging into the cause of the incident, it's not just me. Kim Seung-hwan won't escape either, unless he confesses what he did to me. Wu Jin's eyes went wide, throwing the words in his face. You guys better realize who is actually cooked here. Yun Hyung's face darkened. Staring at him in silence, he turned and walked away, not forgetting to add, that's all I gotta say. Court. Trial. I don't care. I'm not backing down. That attitude just made him even more pissed off. Yun Hyung shouted back, his voice dripping with malice. So, what's gonna happen to your big sis? Huh, what, he gasped, totally caught off guard. The guy grinned like a maniac and hissed through his teeth. If the cops get involved, your sister's gonna find out you've been getting bullied. I don't know if your sister can handle it. Oh, Jun's eyes popped wide open. He whipped his head around. Eun Hyung lowered his head, voice raspy. Even if she suddenly ended up an orphan, she definitely grinded to give her little bro a decent life. His gaze shot through him like lightning, super menacing. But turns out, he was just an outcast. If she finds out the harsh truth... Oh, Yoon froze up, speechless. Eun Hyung kept talking. Even for someone strong, she'd totally break down. Right, he ground his teeth, barely holding back the rage boiling inside him. Oh Jun stared right at him, voice shaking with rage. So you knew about my family situation? Yeah. Eun Hyung glanced at him, answering casually. It's obvious. We've always gone to the same school. His chill vibe just made Oh Jun's blood boil. Oh Jun lunged forward, grabbing Yoon Hyung's collar. He screamed furiously, his voice ripped through the air. So what, why didn't you do anything till now? His eyes narrowed, smirking mockingly. Huh, fists clenched tight. Oh Jun yelled, eyes bloodshot. You knew about me and my sister, why did you just stand there and watch? He slammed Eun Hyung against the wall, roaring. You could have stopped anyone from bullying me. He looked like scum in Oh Jun's eyes now. You're just like them. Baek Eun Hyung. Si-yeon listened from the corner, feeling super awkward. Eun Hyung's eyes were dead, totally emotionless. Oh. Suddenly he smirked, asking, why? Oh Jun's heart clenched at that. Why should I? Oh Jun hung his head, looking crushed. We weren't like this back then. He remembered the good times they had. We used to be friends. Oh Jun gripped the collar, his voice shaking. You could have felt bad for me and helped me. Right, his fingers dug deeper into the fabric, leaving deep creases. No matter what. At least for my sister. Face blank. Eun Hyung said coldly. No. His eyes were ice cold. Tone, totally indifferent. I never thought of you as a friend. Not even once. Even though he was furious. Oh Jun still listened. Think about it. How could someone like you be my friend? Every word cut like a knife. I have everything. You don't even have parents. Eun Hyung looked at him like he was an ant. We're on different levels. Oh Jun went silent, totally shocked. He kept talking. Don't get it twisted. I only hung out with you because I was bored. Eun Hyung smirked, trying to trigger him. Oh right. Si-yeon probably thinks the same. He stared right at him. 'Cause she's got everything too. Born with a silver spoon. Oh Jun narrowed his eyes. holding back rage. He kept going. The reason she hangs out with you is probably 'cause she found a toy to play with. Both hands pinned Eun-hyung to the wall. He grit his teeth, while the other guy replied coldly. So honestly, I couldn't care less if the girl you like gets hurt or not. Eun-hyung smirked. And you looking at him with pure contempt. You and your sister, she's nothing but an orphan. A loser who gets nothing no matter how hard she tries. Those happy moments you two had, he said. Your lives are pointless. And when she smiles... He was crossing the line. I can't even see you from up here. Rage surged through his veins. Oh Jun put everything into a punch right to his face. Eun-hyung went flying back a few meters. He froze, face darkening, looking totally disappointed. Back Eun-hyung, I really thought you were just hanging out with the wrong crowd. The fall made Eun-hyung wince in pain. His lip bleeding, no resistance, nah. Looked more like he was waiting for it. Woo-jin glared at him with pure hatred. Gritting his teeth, you finally showed your true colors. Hanging out with trash just like yourself. He sat up instantly, provoking him. So what, you want an apology or something? Then he lunged to attack. Woo-jin clenched his fist, snapping back. Hell no. I don't need crap like that. His fist tightened, scary tight veins popping out. Woo-jin didn't hesitate. He launched himself instantly, throwing a massive haymaker. The surprise hit dropped Eun-hyung cold. Blood sprayed from the corner of his mouth. Crack. The sound of shattering bones, followed by a heavy thud. He lay sprawled on the ground, barely breathing. Woo-jin said, I don't need an apology from a scumbag like you. His deep eyes were filled with indescribable contempt. I'll get my revenge. Whatever it takes. He turned to walk away, eyes burning with determination. One day, I'll be the one looking down on you from a rank you can't even reach. The city at night looked like an inkwash painting. Light and shadow weaving together. Slow footsteps echoed on the pavement. Woo-jin dragged his feet, heavy with thought. Chayun followed quietly behind him. She raised a hand. A stiff finger poked the back of his neck. Hands up, Woo-jin jumped. Spinning around, Chayun said innocently. Move and I shoot. Bang. She raised her index finger, blowing imaginary smoke. Another perfect headshot today. He waved her off. No. What are you doing? Also, I'm not running. Chayun crossed her arms, speaking in riddles. Serves you right. Felt like a bullet actually hit the back of his head. Woo-jin checked his neck reflexively. What was that? She frowned, eyes glued to him. Suddenly, Chayun stopped and asked point blank. So, were you and Baek-hyun friends back in the day? She turned her face away, admitting. Sorry. I followed you, 'cause I was worried. And I ended up hearing everything. But then Chayun felt awkward, adding, seems like a sensitive topic. Sorry for eavesdropping. Woo-jin replied awkwardly. No. Don't apologize. He looked down, embarrassed. It's not exactly a happy story anyway. I'm just ashamed I trusted a guy like Baek-hyun. She looked at him, curious. You guys were close. Woo-jin smiled, recalling the past. When we were kids, we went to the same middle and high school. He started remembering the days playing in the sand with him back in middle school. We hung out almost every day after school. We were basically soulmates. Time passed. The gap between them grew. Woo-jin explained. But it all started in high school. After he started hanging out with the popular crowd, the cracks started to form and get bigger. Chayun looked up at him, eyes sharp, and asked, and that's when he started messing with you? Woo-jin scratched his head awkwardly. At first, he brought me along to hang with them. But, well, it ended up like this. Yeah. She understood immediately, comforting him. Don't feel guilty. They're the ones at fault. Why should the victim feel sorry? Chayun's eyes sparkled with deep empathy. The traitor is the one who should feel guilty, not the person who trusted the traitor. Woo-jin's eyes went wide, surprised. Oh. Right. She looked at him, a bit worried. Suddenly, Chayun remembered Eun-hyung's words from earlier. Chayun probably thought the same, feeling somewhat involved. She spoke up. Hey, Chayun blushed, eyes shimmering, stuttering a bit. If you're not busy tonight, want to come to my place for ramen? Huh. Woo-jin's eyes popped open, totally surprised. Taken aback by the invitation. He got flustered, voice shaking. Huh, why, what, why all of a sudden? I can't keep up with this conversation. Well, about that. She twirled a lock of hair with her finger, cheeks burning red. I just wanted to whip up some noodles for you. Do I need a reason? Chayun raised her voice, shattering the awkward silence. Plus, didn't you say you were gonna get sued? I'll look into it for you. Come with me. Yujun raised a hand, hesitating to say no. This is my mess. So I'll handle it myself. I can't ask you for any more favors. She shook her head, voice rock solid. Nope, my party isn't having any guests. If you get arrested, that's a huge deal. Okay, Chayun raised a hand, pointing straight at his face. You think you can just call the shots? In other words, this is something we gotta handle together. That's a requirement for the party. Got it. Yujun was stunned by her move. His eyes went wide, totally speechless. He stammered, rushing to suggest something else. If that's the case, we can't handle this over the phone. She clapped back instantly. No way. Eating noodles is a quest too. That night, at a luxury apartment, warm yellow light spilled out from inside, covering the lounge chairs by the pool. Moonlight beamed into the room. Hong Ki-ho got his powers debuffed by a necromancer and was dragged away. One of them had been camping there. Waiting, he said. Here we are. It's great that everyone showed up like this. Then Ki-ho raised his hands toward him, demanding, I get it. Now take off this blindfold and dispel the debuff. I need to get a good look at the leader of this motley crew with my own two eyes. His face went cold, refusing instantly. Sorry, I can take off the blindfold, but I can't lift the restriction, 'cause you've got too many annoying moves. Then he smirked, trying to provoke him. You're a coward. This isn't what you promised me. You said the restriction skill would only apply when we got to that damn base. A man from upstairs spoke up. A deep, warm voice ordered, let him go. He looked up at the man in shock, shouting, Boss. He gave a faint smile, looking pitiful. He came here no matter what. If he's tied up, we can't exactly enjoy some tea together. The other guy looked uneasy, but obeyed. Ki-ho heard that and smirked. Even though I didn't plan on drinking tea, but I'm guessing you're the head honcho. In the silent room, his voice rang out. Leader of the Emperor rank Chaos faction. Ki-ho ripped off the blindfold, speaking boldly. I've always wanted to meet you. At least once, just to see what you're made of. He looked down with sharp eyes and let out a scoff. What a coincidence. I've been dying to meet you too. Hong Ki-ho, the leader of the Chaos faction, slowly poured some tea. The aroma of hot tea wafted up. He lifted the cup. Totally chill. You're not gonna drink any. He blew on the tea and said, As soon as I heard you were visiting, I prepared the most top-tier tea for today. What a shame. The scent of tea leaves fades every time you open the lid. So people rarely use the high-end stuff. Unlike that leader, Ki-ho didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I don't give a damn about your tea. Why'd you call me here? The guy set the teacup down. Why? What if I said I just wanted to chat with an ally? Then what? Ki-ho glared, clearly not buying it. He was losing patience. He summoned the Reaper's scythe. Cut the crap. What do you want? Don't make me mad, or I'll wreck your base. The Reaper's scythe slowly materialized. Ki-ho gritted his teeth, scowling. If you don't talk, maybe I should just end this alliance and kill you first. Meanwhile, the leader just calmly sipped his tea. Haha, you just charge at people without thinking. You're exactly like the rumors say. You really are a classic villain. He looked Ki-ho up and down, sizing him up. I really like people like you. Hong Ki-ho. Villains like you make this boring world way more interesting. Ki-ho looked suspicious. Is that all you gotta say? The guy took a sip of tea, smiling. If you're not into this playful vibe, maybe we should get to know each other better. While talking business. Right, he smirked cunningly, preparing for his next words immediately. He dropped a bombshell that made Ki-ho freeze in shock. Onseo High School. Second year, Class 3. The murderer Hong Ki-ho. Ki-ho immediately grabbed his scythe and lunged at him. He screamed in rage. I'm gonna kill you, you son of a bitch. The leader calmly narrowed his eyes, smiling sinisterly. Ha ha ha. I actually really like you. You even have a dark past. Truly a classic villain. He got serious and reached out his hand, golden light coating it. As soon as Kiho attacked, he activated the skill kneel. He scoffed. That's not enough. At the same time, an invisible pressure crushed down on Kiho, forcing him to his knees. He cried out in disbelief. What the hell kind of skill is this? I can't even use a single bit of strength. The leader held his teacup and walked closer. A great villain should have an ambitious plan, one that is completely different from the ideologies of others, he lectured. A noble plan, powerful enough to wreck everyone else's plans in an instant. He sat down to eye level with the kneeling Kiho. Do you understand what I'm saying? No matter how cracked you are at PK or what skills you use, in the end, you're just a part of the game system. The trashy leader put on a mocking face, like a villain waiting in line to vote. Do you know how dumb and laughable that looks? Now he got to the point. So, about why I called you here. I want something from you. The leader sat, imposingly in front of the door, casually stating his terms. If you agree, I'll show you how to open the door behind me as a reward. He smiled mysteriously. That is power that surpasses the system. Sounds like a pretty good trade, doesn't it? Kiho was still furious about being played, but hearing this, he hesitated. The leader seemed to guess Kiho's thoughts. It's fine, if you hear my request and refuse, but I suggest you should have an answer as soon as possible. He set the terms without giving Kiho time to say no. The aroma of my favorite tea won't last much longer. Scene shifts to Chayun's apartment complex. Chayun opened the door, leading Ojung into her home. She smiled and said, I'm gonna go get changed. Make yourself at home. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, Okay. He looked around the house, thinking in awe. Damn. Why is the ceiling so high? It's just like those houses in movies. Glancing around, he suddenly noticed a corner of the wall. Hanging there was Chayun's family photo. Oh Young muttered. A family photo. He stared intently at Chayun. Was this taken when she was in middle school? She had short hair back then. He tilted his head. So she's an only child. I thought she'd have siblings or something. Just then, Chayun came out calling for Ojung. Then she tied up her hair and asked, How many packs of ramen do you want? He replied, Since it's just the two of us. Maybe 4 packs. Okay. After saying that, she went to the kitchen to prep. Ojung pulled out a chair to sit. Thinking back, when we're together, we only talk about games. Watching Chayun's back as she wore an apron to cook noodles, he felt strange. And I've never asked anything about her personal life. Ojung sat waiting for the noodles, looking at the spacious house, lost in thought. But why would a girl living peacefully in such a massive house dive into this game? He imagined Chayun holding a fan alluringly. A harem paradise full of idols. A secret garden meant just for me. It's enough to make you question your whole existence. Don't tell me he actually wants that. Watching her back, he thought about it and sighed. Ojun is seriously hard to figure out. She has no clue what's going on in his head. Does she? A bit later. The two of them had cleaned their plates. Not a single strand of ramen was left in the bowl. Ojun rubbed his belly, satisfied. That hit the spot. Doesn't matter when you eat it. Ramen is just the goat. Chayun replied. Totally on the same wavelength. Right, it absolutely slaps. Doesn't it? She rested her chin on her hand, smiling. I don't know why, but whenever I eat ramen on stressful days, I just feel way better. That's exactly why I treated you to this meal. Ojun looked surprised for a second. Oh, is that it? Inside, he was confused. She's being suspiciously nice today. He rolled up his sleeves, getting ready to help wash the dishes. Here, let me give you a hand. Chayun picked up the empty bowls and shrugged. It's chill. This is nothing. Seeing her wash the dishes, he was surprised again but didn't say anything, noticing no one else was home. He asked, When do your parents get back? Chayun put on rubber gloves and said casually, Dunno. They're late every day. So I'm not sure. She didn't seem to care, bowing her head to wash. Sometimes they come back early though, but that's pretty rare. So usually I'm just home alone at night. But Ojun hesitated a bit, then asked, So, you don't have servants here to cook for you? Hearing that, Chayun blushed a little, scolding him awkwardly. You want to die? My house isn't like that. You dummy. You think my family is like some noble clan in a movie, ordering a bunch of servants around. She pouted, pretending to be mad. Though, yeah, we do have housekeepers, but they don't come every single day. Ojun felt a bit confused. So there really is help, he spoke cautiously but bluntly. I'm pretty surprised. I thought you'd be hanging with your family at night while other people did the chores for you, so I never imagined you'd have to wash dishes yourself. Her face turned serious. Don't say stuff like that, he asked, surprised. Huh. Then she looked down, her eyes full of mixed emotions. I'm not that kind of person. Looking sad, she explained. Even if I was born with a silver spoon and live better than a lot of people, I'm not the type who would just do whatever I want to others. Chayun emphasized. Just because I have money. Hearing this, Yun froze. She turned her face away in embarrassment. I've never looked at you as some toy for me to play with either. He was shocked by her words. But Chayun kept her face down. Staring at the floor, she looked so upset. Like she was about to cry. He suddenly realized, I get it now. I was wondering why she was being so nice to me. What Baek Eun-hyung said must have really got to her. Ojun recalled the argument with Eun-hyung after school this afternoon. That guy mocked him. Chayun is probably the same, even when he got grabbed by the collar. That pale-faced guy provoked him. The reason she's hanging out with you is probably because she finally found her favorite toy. Ojun scratched his head guiltily. I already forgot about that. Didn't think she'd still be bothered by it. He spoke up to explain. Actually, I never thought that you'd do things like that to me. He glanced at her, speaking sincerely. From what I've seen, you aren't that kind of person. You helped me when I was getting hassled. Saved my life. When that PKer was hunting me down, and you trusted my plan. When running a quest, someone who looks down on people, or treats others like toys would never ever act the way you do. Yu-sung spoke in a steady tone. Even if everyone else sees you as some rich girl born with a silver spoon, I never thought that way. He hit her with that serious finale line. The Yoon I met was a whole dungeon boss. Remember, that line turned her face bright red. She covered her face to dodge it. What the heck? Bro, don't say cringe stuff like that. She looked away to find an excuse to hide her feels. But what about earlier? Didn't you say you couldn't imagine me standing there washing dishes? See? You did have a prejudice against me. Yu-sung scratched his head, acting awkward and stuttering. Actually, I was gonna say something else. He lowered his voice. I meant to say I never thought you'd wear an apron. But now that I've seen you wear it, I was gonna say, you look beautiful. But Eun wasn't ready for this move. She just stood there, totally stunned. Her pretty face heated up out of control. She turned beet red and yelled, Do you want to die? You perverted jerk, poor Yu-sung. He just complimented her. He cried out loud. Why am I a pervert? Scene switches to another high-rise apartment. And inside, it's just as spacious as the other house. Right now, Yoon-hyung just got back from school. He walked through the main door and suddenly saw a familiar figure ahead. No mistake. It was his father, standing by his bedroom door. Yoon-hyung called out, Father. The man turned around. Oh. Eun-hyung. He held out a bag. Perfect timing. Take this. Your mother went through the trouble of making it for you. Eun-hyung took the bag. Inside was another package wrapped in red. He asked, confused. Why did you come all the way here to give me this? Father, usually you'd have the help do it. His dad put his hands on his hips, acting indifferent. I was passing by. I was also curious about how you're surviving alone. Suddenly, he noticed the wound on his nose. But what's wrong with your face? Did someone beat you up? But he didn't want his dad to know the truth, so he brushed it off. It's nothing. Sir. The dad let out a cold sigh, deep in thought. Then he muttered, Just as I thought. Like mother. Like son. That sentence stabbed right through his trauma. His face went dark, frozen in place. The man walked past, dropping harsh words. Eun-hyung, I expect nothing from you. Yes. At the same time, he gave a warning glare, but absolutely never bow your head to anyone. Understood. Yes. Yoon-hyung bowed without fighting back. Yes. I understand. The man turned back to add, since it's just the first semester of freshman year, let me know if you want to transfer. I'll find some good schools. He gave another option. Or study abroad. What are you doing at that public school? It's suffocating and embarrassing. He silently listened to his dad nagging. If you are the son of the elite, then act like it. Can you do that? Yoon-hyung heard these terrible words, but had no courage to clap back. He just gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes. Father, outside on the street. A masked man is live streaming. Hi. My dear viewers, is everyone still here? I'm going to assume anyone not watching this live is already dead." Then he gestured with his hand. "Here is the mystery spot I'm visiting today. There was an explosion right here recently." Then he read the comments. "What, you guys think this is too boring? Just because it happens like every single day, everyone is planning to unsub. Just because my content is repetitive." He pointed straight at the screen and clapped back. "You bastards, mysteries need to be investigated. We have to keep probing constantly to crack them, even if they look like the same old thing. I'm doing this nonsense because I ran out of ideas. Drop your address right now. I'll pull up to your house and wreck you." Suddenly, he paused, thinking about something. Then he looked around and continued, "Or something like that. But honestly, I'm also sick of these things repeating over and over again. Going to these places doesn't bring any benefits at all." He suggested, "So today, I've prepared something very special. I've been really thinking about this, looking for the reason why things like this happen so often." After speaking, he got all hyped up, and that is the Milfui theory. He moved his hand and mumbled, "What the heck is that? Isn't that a food?" Then he clenched his fist and said, "Oh yeah, those asking this question seem to have some knowledge. Milfeuille is just the name of a dessert." Then he smiled and led into the topic. "But unfortunately, this theory isn't as sweet as its name." He spread his hands to show the model to everyone. "The Milfeuille theory suggests that the universe we live in is like this thin layer of cake, and it's affected by other universes stacked on top of each other. Just like the pastry, 1,000 layers deep." He scratched his head. "What? So what the hell does that have to do with anything? And how is it any different from the parallel universe theory?" He pointed straight at the screen again and cursed. "You morons. Use your brains. This world isn't just a plausible theory anymore. There is a completely separate world that we have no way of observing. It is having a direct impact on our world." In Yoon-hyung's room, he put on his gear and logged into the game. His phone was still playing the live stream. "I'm talking about a world that we actually have a chance to see. That is a Zone Z. Login successful." He had fully entered the game. Entering the game, a forest appeared before him under a gloomy purple sky. As soon as he entered the game, Eun-hyung had already destroyed an incredibly massive monster. He drew his bow, looking at the monster with a cold, emotionless face. This monster was light work for him. Suddenly, his eyes with heavy dark circles glanced behind him. Alert. He immediately aimed his bow in that direction. The guy blocked his face in fear and screamed, "Please don't shoot. I'm not a monster, I'm a human." Seeing that, Eun-hyung lowered his bow. A bit suspicious, but said nothing. The guy dropped the fake scared act from earlier, smirked, and said, "Scared me half to death." He looked innocently at the monster and praised Eun-hyung in amazement. "You're pretty cracked. Though, thanks to you killing that ogre in the cursed forest where you usually need 5 people, and you did it solo." He chuckled. "You're actually insane. I heard the reward for the ogre conquest quest is pretty juicy too." Right. Eun-hyung easily realized his intentions and cursed him out straight away. "Get the hell out of my face." The guy was a bit guarded after being suddenly cursed at. Smiling awkwardly as he asked, "Excuse me," Eun-hyung said with disdain. "I don't want to talk to you, so get lost." "Do I have to say it twice for you to understand?" The guy pretended to tremble. "Seems like you're having a bad day." "Haha." He pointed in another direction. "Well then. Please excuse me. Sorry for bothering you." Right after that, he stopped acting and revealed his true colors. "Bet you thought I'd say that." He grins with confidence, popping his assassin skill. "Reality check. I'm taking everything you got. You arrogant loser." But in that moment, didn't even wait for him to move. Eun-hyung unloaded a barrage of arrows straight into him. The dude is stunned, trying to tank the arrow storm. Eun-hyung just watches. Stone cold face. He just triggered the executioner skill. Electricity crackles right in front of him. That guy gets yeeted instantly. He hits the ground hard, cursing. "Damn it, you scared the crap out of me." He looks up and instantly freezes. Then he starts screaming in pure terror, because looming right in front of him is a massive monster Eun-hyung just summoned. He points his arrow at him. Totally chill. Ultimate skill executioner, Robespierre's guillotine. The guy scrambles back, begging, "Wait. Hang on a sec, my bad. Okay, just stop. He tries to bluff. If you kill me, you'll become a player killer and get penalized. Baek Eun-hyung couldn't care less. He asks, so what, and aims right at him. I order the monster to attack. It locks onto the target and slashes in a flash. Boom, a massive strike slams down. The guy screams in agony. He's cooked. Dead instantly. Gone from the game. System notification pops up. Baek Eun-hyung. Since you attacked another player, you are banned from using shops in town for the next 56 hours. It adds, furthermore, if you accumulate more penalty points during this period, you will be forcibly transferred to Chaos Island. Please keep this in mind and comply. He just brushes it off. But then his face darkens thinking about something else. These bastards, remembering how Ozum chewed him out this afternoon. He gets annoyed. Why do they keep crawling out of the woodwork so annoying? Suddenly, a crisp voice rings out from behind. That is so badass. He reacts instantly, swinging his crossbow toward the guy. Ion evaluates him. You just went ahead and executed him. No matter what the consequences were, truly impressive. He suggests, if you have a moment, can I make you a pretty good offer while we chat? Eun-hyung stays guarded. What are you scheming? You want to end up like that assassin just now? Ion stays calm. No. Of course not. I don't have the slightest intention of laying a finger on you. He puckers up and blows a kiss. On the contrary, all I'm thinking about right now is becoming one with you. Eun-hyung fires an arrow. At the same time, Ion's blown kiss invisibly locks onto him, but he hasn't noticed anything off yet. So he snaps. You disgusting creep. I almost threw up. Before he knows it, Ion appears behind Eun-hyung. He teases. Oh my. Aren't we feisty? You shot an arrow straight at my face. Only now does he turn around in horror. Ion is hovering right above him. Looking down, he smiles and says, I hold the responsibility of recruiting for a certain guild. Mr. Baek Eun-hyung. All right. Ion continues explaining. I've been observing you for a while, and it seems your methods and abilities would be a perfect match for our guild. If you're okay with it, would you like to have an interview with our chairman and join the guild? Eun-hyung is annoyed. A guild get lost. I'm not interested. Ion strokes his chin, acting mysterious. Is that so? That's a shame. I was planning to tell you something very interesting. He intentionally leaks some info, like a certain event with a 20 billion won reward, or a strange phenomenon where humans transform into game characters. Back in the real world, Eun-hyung froze. Something clicked. Then he laughed. Pure rage. He cursed. The hell are you yapping about? Flashback to Woo Jin's infinite combo. Like, what the heck? Yon knows exactly when to pull the plug. He smirked. Sorry, but info isn't free. You gotta pay the price. Pull up to Chaos Island if you're interested. Wipe out every single PKer there. And climb to the top of the tower. Then, I'll spill the tea. He warned. Gonna take a little grinding though. If you want the juicy details, that is. Suddenly a box spawns. Yon stepped inside, dropping one last line. Catch you later. The box slammed shut right in Eun-hyung's face. He muttered. A phenomenon, where someone suddenly changes their looks. He shook, half believing it. Could it be? Woo Jin, cut to the city streets. Busy vibes. Traffic flowing. Woo Jin and Si-yeon are walking. Glued to her phone screen, she held it up. I asked my cousin last night. She said as long as you prove you were getting harassed by a mob, you won't get arrested. She broke it down further. Basically, with me as your witness, you're Gucci. No issues, so stop stressing about getting sued. Hearing that, bro let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank God. Woo Jin was tearing up. I didn't sleep a wink last night, 'cause I kept thinking about rotting in jail. Si-yeon teased him. I remember you daring him to sue you. You looked so badass back then. What happened? Suddenly, her eyes went wide. She spotted a fancy red sports car up ahead. She asked, what the why, is there a sports car parked in front of our school? Woo Jin was just as lost. Did someone win the lottery? Si-yeon covered her mouth, faking shock. Is this a special surprise gift for me? He went stone-faced, killing the vibe. No, I'd have to hunt like 100 black beasts to afford that. An arm waved from the car. Yo Woo Jin. Kim Si-yeon Sung-ha, rocking that blue-purple hair, waved at them. Morning. Standing with her was Ji-woo, looking serious as always. Seung-ha lowered her shades and grinned. You guys are earlier than I thought. I figured you'd show up around second period. Hi. Si-yeon turned to Woo-jin. Who's this, your friend? He scratched his head. Clueless. But then he looked closer and hesitated. I feel like I know them though. Guild. Si-yeon flinched, realizing it instantly. Could it be? She nailed the guess. Horizon Guild. Seung-ha laughed. Making an offer. Looks like you guys have a rough idea of who I am. Why don't we skip class and go for a spin? She looked at the wary duo. Weather's pretty nice today. And I've got a ton to discuss with you. Seung-ha took her shades off completely, making it official. So wanna roll with us, to our base. The scene shifts. Now. That red car is zooming down the highway. Inside, we got Ji-woo, Seung-ha driving, Kang Ji-woo riding shotgun, and Woo-jin in the back. Si-yeon, also in the back, whispered, Hey Woo-jin, are we really okay just following them like this? He looked super tense, whispering back cautiously. These people, they know our names and our school, meaning they could have jumped us whenever they wanted. Right. She got his point. Then added, but they didn't. Though, proof that they just want to talk. Right. Oh, Rayum agreed with him. Yeah. I think so too. We should probably hear him out. You're looking at the bright side. Well, if we get lucky, we might score some intel on Horizon. Yu Seung-ha didn't seem to hear them. Just kept her eyes glued to the road. The red sports car tore down the highway, zooming past skyscrapers at breakneck speed. Moments later, they arrived. The four of them stepped inside, checking out the simple decor. Yu Seung-ha finally turned around and asked, I was thinking of introducing you two to the guild members, but you want to talk in a private room or hit up a cafe? Si-woo didn't hesitate. Private room. Cafes are too noisy to talk business. Hearing that, Yu Seung-ha took off her sunglasses, a satisfied look in her eyes, just as expected from the daughter of a pharma group chairman. You really know how the world works. Huh, she quickly agreed. All right. I'll get everyone into one room. But Si-woo felt a spike of tension after hearing that. Asterisk. She even did a background check on us times, suddenly. Rayum turned to Kim Si-woo. Have you been here before? She scratched her head awkwardly before answering. When I was a kid, I used to come here every summer with my parents. My dad loved resting here. Si-woo kept walking as she spoke. Those were really good times. Her words made Rayum freeze in his tracks. He vaguely understood what she meant. Asterisk. Wait. Does she mean? Asterisk. A question popped into his head. Asterisk. Those days are gone, forever times. Then, they headed toward the elevator together. She hit the button for the 8th floor. Before long, they were standing in front of a room. Yu Seung-ha opened the door. She glanced back at Rayum and gestured for them to enter. Everyone's waiting. As soon as he stepped inside, he flinched. His eyes went wide with shock. But, as everyone in the room stared at him, a voice rang out. These are all members of the Raison Guild. Rayum looked both surprised and a bit awkward. Way fewer people than I thought. Si-woo felt the exact same way. Right, I was expecting like, over a dozen people. Since it's a major guild. Hearing that, Yu Seung-ha explained. Even though we're a massive guild, not everyone gets the chance to undergo transformation. The word transformation surprised Rayum. She didn't hesitate to elaborate. The phenomenon where your game avatar manifests in reality. We call that transformation. Si-woo raised her hand to ask a question. If that's the case, does everyone here know the reason? Why we were transformed? A man in a white coat, sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke up. We don't fully understand the mechanics behind it, since we aren't scientists or anything, but we've tried investigating. By gathering data on the conditions required for this phenomenon to occur, Yu Seung-ha quickly jumped in. What we times do times know about the conditions for transformation is that you have to be a high-ranking player. Specifically, in the top 100. She added one last detail. Even though not every ranker in this guild got transformed, it's the one thing the rest of the crew has in common. Rayum heard that and was low-key shook. Wait. Does that mean? Si-woo caught on instantly. Everyone here is in the top 100. Yu Seung-ha acted like it was no big deal. No need to look so surprised. You guys are literally in the top 100 anyway. Her eyes opened, revealing wisps of yellow. Oda. Even her voice sounded a bit mysterious. Lee Ozum, rank 89. And Kim Kyung-eon, rank 47. You guys probably don't care about the ranking system in Egosphere, since it is just for show-offs to flex their egos. Yu So-ha pointed specifically at Lee Ozum and continued. Especially you. Lee Ozum. You never touched the Infinite Growth Party dungeon, which is basically a cheat code for ranking up fast. You are a total anomaly, hitting the leaderboard just by grinding solo quests and events. But what's more, you barely touch any PvP content, even when it counts towards your rank. Is there a specific reason for that? Lee Ozum replied shyly. I don't care about ranks. And honestly, I'm not really into fighting. Even inside the game, a white-haired woman in the guild looked skeptical and asked, so is he actually going to be useful in real combat? Just because he is cracked at the game doesn't mean he can win a fight. The man in the orange shirt kept a cold expression and said, I was worried about that at first too, since when we play the game, we do more than just fight monsters. He started explaining, but this guy soloed a fully geared Chaos Spear Knight with just his raw skill. He didn't use any equipment support at all and still took the win. Even the white-haired girl couldn't believe it. Solo no gear. That is actually insane, hearing that. The man in orange speculated. So we don't need to worry about his rank or his past. From what I see, he has the instincts and skills to become a top-tier high ranker easily. He even confirmed. If we don't get him, it is a massive loss for us. A look of surprise flashed across Lee Ozum's face. Suddenly, Kim Kyung-eon raised her hand and shouted, Wait. Hold up. Pause for a sec. She shot a slightly annoyed look at Yu So-ha and asked, I was just listening to this conversation for a bit, because things got pretty weird earlier. But is the whole reason you brought us here? Facing everyone's expectant gazes. She questioned, Is it just to recruit us into the guild? Yu So-ha laughed out loud. I thought that was pretty obvious. Guess not, yeah. That is literally the whole point of this meeting. She added another reason. Based on our observations, the classes and skills of you two would be a huge asset to our guild. That is why I came all the way to your school just to recruit you. She also expressed her hope. Plus, we can't predict what is going to happen with the major events in the future, so we need to stack our team. Lee Ozum caught the drift and asked, Event, you mean the horizon? Yu So-ha confirmed it immediately. Exactly. So you know about it too. Huh. Then she started dropping some attractive perks to convince the two of them, when you join the guild, you guys will get a ton of benefits. Because we don't just share info on rewards, but also about the phenomena and the game itself. Then Kim Kyung-eon asked seriously, You mean there is still a lot of info you haven't told us? Yu So-ha waved her hand and gave a vague answer. Who knows? If you want to know, you gotta join the guild. She still wouldn't give up on the invite. Besides all that, we will provide you with massive benefits, things a student like you could never get your hands on right now. A whole list of perks for joining the guild just dropped from Yu Seung-ha's mouth. First off, we're talking monthly allowance for activities, clearing quests, and even access to recovery services. We even hook you up with member cards so you guys can use this hotel as your base. Her eyes locked in, her voice getting dark. On top of that, Yu Seung-ha looked right at Orium and said, We got a policy to protect you guys from Chaos's radar. He looked confused after hearing that. By Chaos. You mean that island where PK players get punished? And exiled to Yu Seung-ha fired back immediately. Bingo. That's the official definition. But it's also the nickname for those malicious PKers. Scorpion and Orium were totally locked in on her words. And for real, it's actually the name of a guild full of those trash bags. But this sent him into deep thought. A question popped up. Chaos. Were the guys I met part of that crew? Yu Seung-ha tilted the file in her hand and asked, Okay, that's enough yap. You two got an answer yet? She gave them two options. What's the move now? Join our guild or walk out of here and pretend this never happened. Orium listened and thought it over carefully. What to do? Joining this guild isn't bad. Nah. Honestly, grinding the game would be way easier compared to what we've been doing. But I'm low-key worried about one thing. But Scorpion over here raised her hand to speak. So what happens to the rewards from the Horizon event? She didn't forget to check on her benefits. The 20 billion won prize and the wish. If only the number 1 ranked guild member gets that wish. Then what Yu Sung-ha broke down the cash situation. We're splitting the money equally for everyone. And for the wish. It's gotta be a shared wish for all members. Scorpion asked for permission again. Let me ask one more thing. What happens if we say hell no? Yu Sung-ha twirled her bangs, answering casually. Honestly, no biggie. But if we run into each other during the event, best you stay far away from us. She looked up at them with a menacing glare and said, because we're taking the dub no matter what. Doesn't matter who the ops are. Hearing that, Scorpion felt rattled, especially seeing that look in her eyes. She started panicking, her head analyzing the problem non-stop. What do I do? If I join? Our win rate skyrockets. But I gotta give up my own wish. On the flip side, if I keep chasing that wish, our chance of winning is gonna be brutal. And above all, these guys are rankers from one of the top 3 guilds. They are the OGs of the OGs in this game. Scorpion felt more and more confused. Hesitant. The chance for me and O'Rayum to hit rank 1 in this event is super thin. And this is a game where we're putting our lives on the line. If I want to survive, I got no choice but to join the guild. But while Scorpion was deep in thought, O'Rayum spoke up. If those are the conditions, he suddenly went rogue and decided all by himself. Then we're not joining the guild. Yu Sung-ha smiled slightly at that. Oh wow. For real, can I ask why? Oh Jun's face tensed up as he answered carefully. We need that wish, he declared with confidence. Otherwise, there's no point. If we have to give it up to join your guild, we'd rather enter that event as a party. The black-haired woman nearby couldn't help but exclaim. Wow. He's actually pretty legit. The guy in the hat next to her added. He's got more ambition than he looks. Yu Sung-ha asked curiously. If that's the case, can you tell us what this wish is? No. Maybe we have something in common. Oh Jun kept his serious expression, but he hesitated slightly. The wish. The wish we want is… Kim So-eun waited nervously for the next words to leave his throat. Then Oh Jun shouted with burning passion, to build a dream harem empire, filled with all the idols we stan. The guild members were stunned that Oh Jun would use a precious wish for times that asterisk. Even Kim So-eun was shocked. Eyes rolling back. Face bright red with rage. Every panicked gaze in the room focused entirely on Oh Jun. But Oh Jun didn't care about any of that right now. Even with Kim So-eun shaking with anger beside him, he said softly, that's all. Finally unable to take it anymore. She exploded. She punched Oh Jun straight on, cursing him out. You pig-brained piece of trash, what the hell? How could you take my random jokes seriously? Are you crazy? I'm gonna beat you until your passive skill activates. Ouch. Oh Jun covered his mouth but still tried to speak. But So-eun, even if it's not real, don't you have a wish you need to grant too? Right, his words hit the bullseye, making her freeze. Admit it. Ah. Well. Yeah. But Kang Se-do, hearing their words, he couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. No matter how skilled they are, kids are still kids. His face darkened, his body radiating heat as if he was on fire. I told you, Guildmaster, we should only hunt down brats like this and force them to retire. Yu Sung-ha smiled slightly in agreement. Indeed. Maybe you were right. Kang Se-do, eyes wide and voice aggressive, yelled. No need to wait for Horizon to start. I'll teach these brats a lesson right here. Oh Jun sensed danger and stood in front of Kim So-eun. Kang Se-do continued to rage, shouting, if you guys are just playing this game, for such a trash goal, you're nothing but stumbling blocks in our way. A battle was about to break out between Kang Se-do, Class Martial Soulmaster, rank 13, and Oh Jun, Class Avenger, rank 89. Both were tense and hyper-focused. Kang Se-do glared at Oh Jun ferociously. He clenched his fist, a powerful murderous aura surging around him. Kang Se-do gritted his teeth in anger and activated his skill, Stone-Shattering Bear Strike. Seeing him get into a combat stance, Kim So-eun shouted indignantly, wait a second, what are you doing? You don't need to fight just because you couldn't recruit us. Yu Sung-ha retorted, I'm sorry, but we have other jobs to do. Besides recruiting members. Kim So-eun turned to her in confusion. Jobs, Yu Sung-ha smirked, her face and eyes resembling a wild wolf. She answered coldly, hunting. We go face-to-face with users. Capable of harming our guild and forcing them to quit playing, Ozum frowned. Clearly annoyed. How is this any different from PKing? You guys are no better than the Chaos faction. We don't just go around attacking random innocent people. The blue-haired guy in the cap smirked at them, explaining, no. We don't kill people like those Chaos freaks. He clenched his fist, looking way too excited as he continued. We just beat you down until you lose all motivation to play. Ozum looked helpless, thinking, then that's literally just PKing times. Suddenly, Junjong stood up and added, you can think of our hunt like standard in-game PvP matches. He timidly grabbed his jacket collar and said, this will be a one-on-one battle, and the loser pays the price. The penalty will be nothing less than quitting the game. Ozum stared straight at Junjong, his eyes scanning him as he asked, and what if the loser refuses to accept the penalty? His eyes grew deep and serious, while his voice remained soft and calm. It doesn't matter. That alone is enough for us to collect data on that person's skills and tendencies. But Yu Seung-ha spoke up with a gentle tone. And that's just in a mental sense. We can't actually force anyone to quit for real. We don't have the time or the manpower to monitor you 24/7. As she said this, her expression suddenly turned cold. Her eyes were deep, like she was dissecting them. That is why we must completely destroy your motivation through these battles. If we do that, at least you won't try anything funny with us in the future. Hearing their self-righteous excuses, Ozum and Siwon frowned, standing back to back, on high alert. Seeing their wary expressions, Seung-ha flashed a bright smile. So, what's the move, even now? If you two just agree to join us, we'll pretend none of this ever happened. Ozum answered instantly, his voice steady. No, we're not changing our minds. He looked at them with a cold, determined face and declared, if I lose this hunt, I'll join your guild without a fight. Then Ozum pointed directly at Yu Seung-ha, setting his terms. But, in exchange, you guys need to pay a penalty of equal value, Ozum announced solemnly. If you lose, you have to join my party. The absurd condition left Siwon stunned, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Yu Seung-ha tapped her chin in thought. She gave a gentle laugh. Aren't you cute? Why should we accept such a ridiculous condition? He looked at her, doubling down hard. Because you have 0 ways to stop us. Ozum frowned, his expression turning grave. Even if we lose this battle, we have no intention of quitting the game, and we won't lose our motivation either. We're still gunning for that #1 spot, no matter what happens, he declared. So the only way to actually stop us is to force us to join you. Junjong scoffed from the corner, clearly despising that statement. Bro is capping. Yu Seung-ha covered her mouth, laughing at what he just said. I'll take that as a yes from Siwon too. She waved her hand, accepting the deal. Well, I never actually agreed, but I guess I don't have a choice anymore. Since it's come to this, I just have to roll with it. Siwon narrowed his eyes and added, by the way, I'm not some soft newbie who's just gonna bow down and take orders from others unconditionally. Yu Seung-ha laughed loudly. Haha. This is getting interesting. Now I want you two to join even more. She raised her voice, welcoming the challenge. Excellent. Let's run it then. I accept all your conditions. As she finished, Yu Seung-ha's voice turned serious. The loser of the one-on-one battle, whoever loses has to serve the winner. She stared dead serious at Ozum, who didn't even flinch. She asked, you cool with these terms? He and Chayun answered in sync. Yeah. Kim Raimi shoved her hands in her pockets, looking super skeptical. Tis. For real, you're actually letting them do this? What happens if our whole guild gets taken over by them? Yu Seung-ha leaned in, whispering with a wicked smirk. Plan's simple. We still have the numbers advantage. If things go south, we just flip the script instantly, so let them drain their stamina. Then she added, full of confidence, we can just deal with them after the fight wraps up. It won't be too late. Over at the Ryzen Guild training grounds, Ozum and Kang Sudu were both getting mentally and physically ready for a brutal showdown. Sudu glared at him, eyes full of savage contempt. Seung-ha crossed her arms, acting all high and mighty like a boss, and announced, this is a 1v1 match. Rules, no time limit, no gear, and you can't leave the ring. Got it. Chayun wasn't vibing with that. So she asked, nervously, "But is this actually safe? Someone could literally die." So, Yu Sung-ha got what she meant. So she gently held out a doll, saying, "Nah, we're gonna use this item during the fight." She introduced it. "The companion of my childhood sorrow, Marion doll. When the owner's HP drops below 1%, it instantly heals 15% health. Think of it as a safety net." Chayun held the doll, looking at it hesitantly. This gear isn't exactly common, since you can only carry one at a time. But using it in a match like this, Sung-ha read her mind and gently reassured her. The match ends the second this item gets used up. Everyone will rush in to help if the worst-case scenario happens. So don't stress. She pointed at Yunjong, who was standing in the corner looking confident. "We've even got a level 1 healer right here." Just to explain, a healer is a class dedicated to restoring health. Then she quickly got back to business. Sung-ha shouted, "All right. You two ready? I'm not giving a signal, so just go whenever you're ready." Hearing that, Ozum used his power to manifest a sword and got into his stance. On high alert, staring down Kang Soo-do across from him, stretching lightly, he announced, "I am a martial spirit master." He slammed his fists together like a martial arts salute. With a brutal scowl, he explained, "I'm only telling you this to make it fair. Kid, since I already know what class you are." Ozum didn't back down. He held his sword behind him and replied, "Wow. I'm so touched, but I already knew your class." Old man. Back at the hotel, Ozum lunged forward to start the fight, shouting, "I already saw the skills you used." He unleashed a barrage of sword strikes, but Kang Soo-do nimbly dodged every single one. Ozum analyzed the move seriously. Martial spirit masters have short range, but their combos are insane. I have to pressure him hard from the start so he can't close the distance. Sensing his intent, Kang Soo-do narrowed his eyes, focusing in silence. Then he popped a skill Ancestor's Gaze. He threw a massive punch straight at the left side of Ozum's face. Ozum was confused by the reckless move, gritting his teeth through the pain. He wondered, what is wrong with this old man, watching his sword slashes tear into Kang Soo-do, sending blood and fabric flying. Ozum couldn't believe his eyes at what was happening, right in front of him. He tanked my slashes just to close the gap. Next, Kang Soo-do charged in aggressively, but somehow kept explaining, like a teacher, the Avenger class. They're pure melee, close combat specialists, relying on skill combos. Saying that, Kang Soo-do's eyes went wide, brows furrowing mysteriously before he flexed his confidence. But that fighting style, it ain't just for Avengers. Us Spirit Masters do it too. Then he popped Werewolf Claw, going full beast mode, trying to devour his opponent. Kang Soo-do spammed attacks at Ozum like a tiger hunting its prey. The barrage forced Ozum to grit his teeth, struggling to tank the damage. Before Ozum could even catch a breath, Kang Soo-do unleashed more brutal strikes, using the skill Ogre Kick. That kick went straight for Ozum, sending him flying in pain. But with his cracked agility, Ozum recovered instantly to avoid the crash. What Kang Soo-do smirked. Cocky as hell. Too easy. But the moment he spoke, his face shifted. Cold. Confused. A clean slash across his stomach out of nowhere. Slash times, leaving Kang Soo-do in shock. What the where'd this wound come from? Ozum stood there, sword in hand, chilling at a safe distance, breaking down the fight. The Spirit Master class. Your style relies on the skill. Ancestors watch over me to buff defense and fight back while tanking hits. Right, he rested his sword on his shoulder and dropped a truth bomb. Ain't just Spirit Masters who can pull that off. I take hits to find my opening for a counter too. See, Kang Soo-do rubbed his torn shirt, intrigued. So he popped a counter skill the moment he got hit. That Ogre Kick. I get it now. Guess we're evenly matched in close combat. Saying that, Kang Soo-do's eyes burned with intensity. He grinned like a maniac. Not bad, actually decent for a rank 89 scrub. Then, Kang Soo-do blasted forward, leaving a smoke trail like a rocket. Catching Ozum off guard, Ozum squinted, analyzing. He's faster now, an agility buff. If that's the case, Ozum glanced back, calculating, is he aiming for my blind spot? Just as he thought. He blocked the ambush instantly. When the sword and Kang Se-doo's leg collided, the impact was massive. Ozum struggled to find an opening. He got knocked back a fair bit. But using that momentum, he seized the chance to swing back. Kang Se-doo moved like a nimble beast and dodged with style. Ozum watched, stressed, analyzing the situation. He's widening the gap again, I thought. He'd push my blind spot and chain some combos. Did I misread him? Staring at Kang Se-doo's stance. He looked rattled. Plus, that skill, Mountain Lord Possession. That skill lets him switch modes freely. Buffs agility or buffs attack for 80 seconds. In a flash, Kang Se-doo leaped in, looking just like a tiger on the hunt. Reaching out to snatch big prey, Se-doo slammed the ground, blasting a massive hole in the floor, making it hard for Ozum to keep his footing. Ozum gripped his sword, backing off to calm himself. It's cool. No need to overthink this. My reach is longer. So if I just wait for the perfect opening, but that is completely out of his control. Kang Se-doo moves with insane speed, slamming a heavy punch right into his cheek before Ozum can even finish speaking. A surprise attack. Total domination from the start. Ozum's already taking damage, and it looks like his endurance is cooked. Kang Se-doo, savage as ever, keeps raising those fists, eyes sharp and cold. Even though the sword gives him more reach, the windup is bigger too. Then he unleashes a flurry of strikes. Every hit lands like he's spelling it out. Even if the punch is only 0.2 seconds faster. If I attack in this window, I can cancel out the reach gap. Sharp observation mixed with beast-like power makes Kang Se-doo hype up even more. He keeps landing critical hits on Ozum, giving him zero chance to counter. Ozum can only back up, trying to stay on his feet. A little blood trickling from his mouth. The pain is peaking. Ozum curses under his breath. Damn it. He's actually cracked. He's on a level totally different from that night instructor I met. Kang Se-doo looks like the Monkey King right now, ferocious and smug. His raw, independent strength is making him rethink. Even though his combo attacks using Beast King Possession are OP, the way he weaves and feints to mess up my rhythm is actually peak. But Ozum, despite being on the ropes, watches every move intensely, realizing something. This is an irregular fighting style that you only see in PvP, not against a monster. Thinking that, Ozum grips his sword tight. If that's the case, then Yu Sung-ha watches closely, suddenly shocked by what's happening. What the then Chayun gasps. Worried. What is this? Kang Se-doo winds up for a new attack but freezes. Totally shook. A decisive punch flies straight to his right cheek, too fast to dodge. The sheer force of that surprise hit makes Kang Se-doo fly backwards. That counterpunch slams Kang Se-doo's back onto the hard ground. Yu Sung-ha, arms crossed on the sidelines, watches nervously. An Avenger using his fists. As for Chayun, she covers her mouth in shock, face pale with fear. What is this psycho thinking? That perfect revenge strike gives Ozum a second wind. He wipes the blood off his lip with his pinky. Then I'll fight too, using a style just for humans. Ozum spits out some blood, looking wild, locking in with a new strategy. A dual style combo, swordsman style in one hand and fighter in the other. The room goes silent as Kang Se-doo hits the floor, leaving the spectators shook. Nearby, he's radiating killing intent. Spitting to the side, Ozum stands up, ignoring the tear on his sleeve, wipes his nose and says, "Surprising. You've got me interested now." But Chayun looks at Kang Se-doo and sees he's fine. He's not hurt much, just off balance from the surprise. She turns to see Ozum switching stances, thinking, if a sword class like Avenger suddenly uses fists against a spirit warrior, it's basically like fighting naked. But before she could even figure out how he'd bag the win, Ozum was already blitzing Kang Se-doo like a gust of wind. He started spamming punches non-stop. While still gripping his sword tight, Kang Se-doo could barely keep his guard up. Forced on the back foot, Kang Se-doo gritted his teeth, struggling to block Ozum's barrage. Meanwhile, Ozum looked completely unbothered, showing zero emotion. Then bam, Ozum smashed a heavy hit right into Kang Se-doo's face. Using the steel fist skill, Kang Se-doo let out a cry of agony. His head snapped sideways from the impact. Among the spectators, Shinjin pouted and asked, "Is Se-doo seriously getting pushed back like that?" Kim Raimi stood next to her and nodded. "For real, watching Ozum's moves. She told the guy next to her. Skills like Avenger's punch. And the basic warrior skills he just used shouldn't have enough power to push him back. He locked eyes with Kang X-Do, analyzing the situation while throwing hands, thinking, it doesn't matter how much damage he takes. The key is that I'm using weapons other than just swordsmanship. Since he can't predict if I'll counter with the blade or control him with my fists, he hesitates every time he tries to attack. This strategy is like playing rock, paper, scissors, but never throwing what they expect. That's why on the very next move, he used his sword to slash Kang X-Do, caught him completely off guard. The slash went straight down his shoulder, causing massive pain. He gritted his teeth to endure it, veins popping out on his face, furious. He activated the primal punch skill. It covered his hand in a black film, looking like a gauntlet covered in sharp spikes. He swung it at Ozum. Seeing the move, he reacted instantly, his face remaining totally calm. Right when Kang X-Do swung his fist, he dodged and circled around to his back, swinging his sword for the attack. Kang X-Do whipped his head around to look, his eyes full of shock, anxiety, and fear. But Ozum's gaze remained locked on the target, swinging the blade decisively, thinking, the moment the opponent loses their rhythm, an opening appears. That is the chance to land the finishing blow. So he activated the Flames of Vengeance skill to guarantee success. The skill engulfed his arm and sword in violet-red flames, executing a perfect slash, striking directly at Kang X-Do. Kang X-Do took the full hit and screamed in agony. The flames felt like he was burning in a sea of fire, causing unbearable pain. Mid-attack, Ozum thought, this is far from over. Agility boost skill. That last hit was just the setup for the combo coming next, leaving Kang X-Do struggling to block with zero way to fight back. The spectator was pretty surprised seeing this, so he took off his glasses and told Hyun-Sung, this strategy allows for an ultimate strike. Easily landed while the enemy is crowd-controlled by punches and counters. Hasn't he gotten way better at PvP? His attack speed is faster than before too. Hyun-Sung munched on popcorn and replied, he used the stat points he earned to pump his agility stat. He was definitely planning for PvP, but seeing Ozum use that speed to circle and attack Kang X-Do, Hyun-Sung watched and commented, now he solved the attack range issue, and can ambush at high speed. He executed another zigzag slash, striking Kang X-Do head-on. Ozum's relentless barrage left Kang Se-Do got pushed back, taking some serious damage. He was grinding his teeth, mad as hell, but bro could only defend. No chance he could counter against Wu Jin's speed. Finally, he couldn't hold on and collapsed right in front of Wu Jin. Chayun saw it and asked, he's down, can he win? But Yu Sung-ha just smirked. Not even close. That confused her. She looked up. What do you mean? Sung-ha didn't seem interested in explaining. Instead, she turned to Yoon-jung. How many seconds has it been? Hearing that, Yoon-jung calmly replied, exactly 342 seconds. It's almost time. He glanced at Kang Se-Do's face for a second, then continued, if he keeps fighting like normal. Before Yoon-jung could finish, Kang Se-Do slowly stood up. A weird light appeared. Golden lightning started crackling around his body. As Kang Se-Do stood tall, the light and lightning got thicker, denser. Seeing this, Wu Jin panicked a bit and backed off, thinking, is this the spirit warrior's ultimate skill? He was shook. He saw an ancient octopus spirit latching onto Kang Se-Do. Spirit markings glowed on his arms. The ancient god has arrived. Chayun freaked out. No way. Isn't the condition to activate that skill not fighting, but maintaining 70% stats for 5 minutes, so he was holding back this whole time? Kim Raimi whispered back, no, it's the opposite. She casually brushed her hair back. Actually, he's been going easy on us this whole time, using his ultimate skill. After 5 minutes of calculating, it basically means he admits it. That kid is strong enough to last over 5 minutes. Kim Raimi looked at Kang Se-Do. He's ready for round 2. He's getting serious now. He's not underestimating him just because he's a kid. Kang Se-Do ripped off his jacket. Skill activated. The system notification rang out. Ultimate skill Descent of the Ancient God. During the next 5 attacks, increase damage by 600%. Nullify all passive skills and effects. Neutralize enemy area skills. after executing 5 attacks. Agility and defense will decrease by 20% for 1 minute. The system voice stopped. Seidu looked at him. I admit, you're pretty strong. You'd definitely rival hundreds of people if you joined our guild. Then his face turned murderous. But you stand no chance against the guild master. I'll end this in 5 moves. First strike. As soon as he spoke, Kang Seidu blitzed Wu Jin. Too fast to react. In a blink, Wu Jin saw the fist coming down. Luckily, he reacted just in time, blocked with his sword. Boom, a massive sound echoed. A blinding light exploded from the impact. He got launched back, smashing into the wall. The ground cracked. Debris flying everywhere, bouncing off the impact. He cried out in pain and coughed up blood, but instantly, Kang Seidu was right there. Huge fist raised. Second strike. Third strike is the wall 2 hits. Dropped like hammers on Wu Jin. He couldn't block. He took them both full force. Got his face smacked sideways. Just like he did to Siwu. Dust exploded everywhere from the friction the split second he paused his attack. He flashed to the side with crazy speed. Didn't stop. Dashed back to get some distance. Looking for an opening. Thinking fast. Since his passive skill, flower blooming at sunset, is sealed tight. Can't use it cause of the ancient god. I'm cooked if I just keep getting wrecked like this. Gotta break his rhythm to flip the script. Scanned the terrain while thinking. Eyes locked on something. Inner smirk. Found it. Didn't give Oh-jun a second to prep. Kang Siwu rushed in again. Dodging won't save you. Fourth strike. He threw his sword up to block. Cueing a defensive skill in his mind. Vengeful resolve. Siwu saw the resistance and just dropped one line. This is useless too, boom. Shattered Oh-jun's defense. Sent him flying. Slammed into the wall. Groaned in pain. Yu Sung-ha stood by Chayun. Laughing. Is he trying to weaken the hit? Pointless. Spirit warrior class has armor penetration. She watched. Worried sick. Yu Sung-ha's eyes glowed gold, staring at the fight. One more. His final strike will end this. Looking at Oh-jun struggling, she wondered. What are you gonna do? Oh-jun Kang Siwu charged in again. Kang Siwu gave him 0 breathing room. Attacking and shouting. Final strike. Shut your mouth. He didn't answer him. Just stared dead at the attack. Kang Siwu's direct hit clashed with Oh-jun's sword. Huge explosion. Looks like Oh-jun couldn't block the finisher. Sword went flying. Clanged on the ground. Yu Sung-ha smirked. Chayun watched the scene. Terrified. Shinjin and Seoho stood there tense, waiting for the result. The attack kicked up a dust cloud. Siwu couldn't tell if Oh-jun was done or not, but when the smoke cleared, he was shook by what he saw. Oh-jun blocked the finisher with one hand. System alert popped up, showing he used the skill tenacity, damage absorption. He chuckled. Eyes locked on Kang Siwu. Said, no need to move for a basic attack like that. Right, I saw exactly what you were gonna do. Kang Siwu scrambled back. Panicking. Mind racing. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He still has a trump card. Then he shouted. I thought he was out of options. Tried to block me with a useless shield. But he was hiding something. Did he hide a trump card this whole time, even though he looked wrecked? Oh-jun stayed calm. Energy swirled around his clenched fist, answering his long question. He just replied calmly. I've been holding this since the start. Gold light wrapped around Oh-jun's arm. His voice was cold as steel, a chance to reflect your ultimate skill. That's why I tanked the 4th hit. All part of the plan. Remembering the moment, because that's when you'd throw your final punch right at me. As he spoke, the mark on Kang Siwu's hand appeared on his too. System announced skill eye for an eye. Ultimate skill of the Spirit Warrior class, the Ancient God's arrival. The second that notification dropped, he was already locked in. Boom, he threw a fist wrapped in golden energy, smashing straight into Kang Seidu. Slam. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing hard into the pillar. Non-stop cracking sounds echoed out. Couldn't tell if that was his bones snapping or the pillar crumbling. He slammed into the concrete, screaming in agony. After that impact, a doll flew right out of his body, just hovering in midair. An electronic voice came from the doll saying, Goodbye. Thanks for playing with me until now. I'm heading out. Bye-bye. Just like that. The doll dissolved into tiny fragments and vanished into thin air. Seidu slumped against the wall, gasping for air, eyes wide open in total disbelief. Ozun looked just as wrecked. He stared at his bloody hand. Stunned, muttering, "I won." Suddenly, he heard a voice shouting out, like someone rushing over, "We actually won." Chayun suddenly tackle-hugged him, making him jump back in surprise. She excitedly thumped Ozun on the back, screaming, "We did it. We won." A complete turnaround at the very last second. Absolutely peak cinema. Still holding on to Ozun, cheeks blushing, she said, "That was amazing. I seriously thought you were cooked after taking that fourth hit. I really thought it was over, that our team was done for." Getting hugged like that. Ozun's face turned beet red, too shy to say a word. That's when she realized she was acting way too hyper. Staring blankly at him, she awkwardly turned away, smacked him one more time, and yelled, "Anyway, you did good. Even though none of this would have happened if you hadn't said that stupid stuff." Then she walked over to Seung-ha, who was deep in thought. "Hey, you, Seung-ha, what's the plan? Are we seriously gonna join up with those high school kids?" Seung-ha laughed. "Haha, I wonder. I didn't expect him to lose. So I'm not really sure either." She looked at the winners, adding, "Let's see what they have to say. Looks like they want something." She watched as the two of them whispered to each other. Yu Seung-ha theorized, "If they need money, items, or even information, then there's still room to negotiate. We can compromise on what they want, but only to a point. If they're planning to absorb us into their guild, I guess we have no choice, even if it's a bit dirty. I'll handle them with my blade." She let out a cold laugh, her eyes darkening. After the battle wrapped up, Yoon-jung stepped up to use her ability to heal, the two of them. The system immediately pinged a notification. Angel's skill Second Chance. Granted by the angel. Instantly restores health and defense, and boosts attack by 20% for today. Ozun and Kang-soo healed up in no time. Ozun was actually shocked by Yoon-jung's skill. He watched his wounds closing up like they were never even there, asking in amazement, "Is this the angel's healing skill? So a healer can actually reach this rank if they grind properly?" Yoon-jung replied while casting her skill. Even though healers aren't that popular, since it's hard for them to rank up solo, they can still become top-tier rankers if they grow with the right teammates. Hearing that, a light bulb went off in his head. "I knew it. My teammates are absolute trash. It's not the healer's fault at all." Meanwhile, Kapyeon stands there, side-eyeing him like he's looking at a total idiot. Seeing he's all healed up, Seung-ha walks over and asks, "Looks like the post-battle cleanup is mostly done. So, what's the move now?" "Dojun," she crosses her arms, staring him down. "All that's left is the penalty game. We have to become your underlings like you said." "Right. You really cool with that?" Her vibe gets super serious after asking that. Her eyes lock onto them. Thinking, asterisk, "Let's see how you handle this. Depending on the situation, you guys might." But Kapyeon cuts him off instantly. "Oh, we already thought about it. How about we switch up the penalty?" Kapyeon points right at her and drops his demand. "Change your guild name to Kapyeon and his dummies, and every single member has to get a 72-point Gothic font tattoo." Dojun and Shinjin drop their jaws, completely stunned. Asterisk. What kind of troll punishment is that? Asterisk. Asterisk. So childish. That name is absolute trash times. Yu Seung-ha's face goes dark, and she shuts it down. "Oh, sorry. Over my dead body." Sok-ho watches her reaction from the side. He's wide-eyed, wondering. Asterisk. Since when can Seung-ha make a face that serious? Asterisk. That's when Dojun finally speaks up. "If you're not vibing with that idea, how about this?" He extends a hand to her. "Let's form an alliance." Seeing she's hesitating, he starts explaining his offer a bit more. "I know I said you'd be our underlings, but honestly, I don't want to steal anyone's guild, especially a guild that values teamwork as much as the Companions does, so forcing it would be meaningless." Dojun smiles and asks for her take, "And I've got no intention of fighting you guys. So, how about we just form an alliance and help each other out?" She mulls over his idea. An alliance. Definitely didn't see that coming. Still, she questions, "Dojun, but we might end up as enemies, depending on how future events play out. You cool with that risk?" Hearing this, he just grins. "Doesn't matter. If that happens, we'll just crush you again like we did today and take the top spot." His answer completely freezes Seung-ha in her tracks. She's stunned, then she clutches her stomach and bursts out laughing. "What the hell? You're actually crazy confident. Yu Sung-ha can't stop laughing. You guys have totally lost your minds. Not only do you make an unexpected offer, but you actually think you can take down an entire guild. She wipes a tear from her eye. Still giggling, but I guess this vibe isn't so bad. Seeing rookies like you, especially after dealing with trash like Charles, I feel like I'm finally playing a real game. For the first time in a long time. Then, she shakes Do-jun's hand. Alright, I accept your offer. Let's be allies. Do-jun gives her a bright smile. Cool. I'll take good care of you from now on. Yu Sung-ha's eyes curve into a bright, happy smile at their new partnership. With the deal sealed, she reaches into her pocket and speaks up. Since we're allies now, let's swap contact info. Seems like we'll have a ton to talk about over the phone anyway. But Cap Eon immediately blocks the contact exchange. Yu Sung-ha was like, let's swap digits. But she looked straight at me, even though Oh-jun is always on the front lines, cause he's the main DPS. Asterisk I'm times actually the guild leader here. Yu Sung-ha grabbed her phone, gave Seo-yeon this shady smirk, and asked, who am I talking to in a guild? Does it matter if there are 2 leaders I want to talk to? Oh Yoon, I'm just more comfortable chatting with guys. Seo-yeon was not having it. She bristled up like an angry cat, baring her claws at the enemy, and snapped. Then that's exactly why you can't. Talk to him alone, you talk to me. Oh-jun looked at the dark aura and the smell of gunpowder exploding between them and got worried. Why does it feel like this alliance is cooked before it even started then? Kang So-do walked up to him with a heads up. Since we're allies now, watch your back for Charles when you're on a quest. Seo-do's face was dead serious. I know you guys are cracked, but anything can happen. Our rank 34 member got deleted by a gang attack from Charles. Oh-jun actually listened to Seo-do's warning with a serious face for once. Plus, according to the latest intel, somehow, their guild numbers just spiked. Try not to run into them. Hearing that, Yu Sung-ha jumped in. Oh, speaking of that, we were thinking of hosting a dinner, so we can share some info. Are you guys free the day after tomorrow? Suddenly remembering something. Oh-jun rejected it. I gotta cook dinner for my little sister that day. So I can't. Not giving up. Yu Sung-ha pressed on. For real, what about the day after that, remembering he was free? Oh-jun agreed. Okay, so after a bit of back and forth, the date was set. Cool. Let's meet then. Yu Sung-ha glanced at her phone and said, anyway, just come to the hotel restaurant that day. I'll text you the exact time and location. She didn't forget to turn around and tease Seo-yeon, who was standing there with crossed arms, looking salty. I'll send it to Seo-yeon's number, Yu Sung-ha said as she turned and waved goodbye. See you then. It was fun meeting you two today. Watching them leave, Oh-jun turned to Seo-yeon. I think that went pretty smooth. Right. Seo-yeon let out a sigh. It wasn't a perfect ending, but I guess it's somewhat stable. But Seo-yeon was still sus, scratching her head while telling Oh-jun as he bent down to grab his bag. Anyway, I'm kinda wondering. I know PK players exist, but I never thought they'd move in a squad. He shouldered his bag and replied, can't be helped. Let's just clear as many quests as possible and rank up, as fast as we can. She agreed. Sounds like a plan. We also need to buff our skills if we want to go head-to-head with Vision. He didn't reply, looking like he was thinking about something super serious. Oh-jun put his hand on his chin, deep in thought. But, Seo-yeon, I gotta ask you something. She glanced over, confused. Huh. What is it? He turned to her with a dead serious face. Do we need to wear fancy clothes to a hotel restaurant? That's what I saw in the movies. This question completely made Seo-yeon freeze in place. She answered him like she was talking to a total noob. No, I heard wearing underwear there is the trend these days. But Oh-jun actually bought it, asking in shock. Huh, for real, but their convo just ended with a flat no. Meanwhile, somewhere else, on an island with a massive tower, the top was glowing with a creepy red light, and all around it were scattered white bones and graves, nameless. That is exactly what Egosphere is. Cutting to a location somewhere on the island, someone rushed in at top speed, swinging a massive punch while shouting with pure power. His fist looked like it split into afterimages, aiming straight for Eun-hyung's face, scrambling back to dodge the strike. Eun-hyung's eyes locked onto his target with savage focus. His face was covered in cuts and dried blood from the brutal fight. A bolt flew from the crossbow in Yoon Hyung's hand, smashing right into the guy's gut and shattering his armor. The impact sent the enemy flying backward. But even though he dropped the one in front, two more were rushing him from behind, attacking non-stop. One kept spamming arrows at him, while the other swung a sledgehammer straight for his head. But he managed to dodge the barrage and circled around back, aiming his crossbow at the archer. Just as he lined up the shot, a system notification popped up. Executioner's passive skill rain-piercing bird. 30% chance to evade the attack. The notification made him pause. Dragon assassin skill. As soon as the words left his mouth, a lethal attack like the Grim Reaper's drill grazed right past him. Eun Hyung barely dodged death by a hair's breadth. But the two guys attacking him weren't so lucky. They took the full force of the hit and got absolutely obliterated. After dodging that strike, he slumped over, exhausted, panting heavily as he watched the skulls flying into the air. His breathing was ragged, but his eyes stayed sharp and on guard, scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, on a cliff ledge just above Eun Hyung, someone walked up to the edge. Ryo Young stood there, looking down, talking to a severed head, inside a box. Damn. He's trying harder than I expected for someone at his level. I thought it would take him way longer to get here from the Charles Island start point. Ryo Young looked into the box and asked, "What do you think? Mr. Chairman, don't you think we found ourselves a pretty decent candidate?" The chairman spoke through the head in the box, replying in a glitchy, robotic voice. "Even if his skills are lacking, if he enters the flow state, extract him immediately." The chairman added one final condition. "The Horizon event will begin soon." Ryo Young happily obeyed the order, replying, "Understood. I'll measure his flow levels the moment he reaches the top of the tower, and bring him in." After waiting a while with no response, Ryo Young muttered, annoyed, No answer. Did we lose connection? This is exactly why hacking tools are so unstable. But he didn't care too much. Well, if that's the case, I've already got the chairman's permission. All that's left is to get him to climb the tower. Then his gaze turned dangerous as he said, "Though, not everyone gets to go to the real world just by climbing to the top." Watching Eun Hyung struggle in battle, he said, with anticipation, "Either way, keep struggling until then." Eun Hyung. Time flew by quickly, until the day Ozum had his meeting at the luxury hotel he booked. The restaurant wasn't too crowded, with just a few scattered tables of people eating and chatting. At Ozum's table, Seung-ha sat opposite him, holding a cup of coffee. She winked and asked, "So, Ozum, is that really how you two formed a guild?" "Yeah," he replied to Seung-ha. Meanwhile, Seo Eon was just busy enjoying his meal. "Exactly. I needed info on the situation, and so Aeon needed someone to handle the damage." "Exactly." Seung-ha set her cup down, agreeing with his answer. "Our guild is the same. Since we got transported here so suddenly, and then the unbelievable started happening, we had no choice but to rely on each other." Hearing her say that, Siwon stopped wiping his hands and asked, "Didn't the guild members who didn't transfer say anything? They must be super curious about the transfer phenomenon." Seung-ha replied, "We haven't told the other members about the transfer yet. I just told them to hit me up if anything weird happens while they're playing." She leaned on the table, recounting her experience. "And after I cleared my first quest, after I transferred, I actually forgot everything that happened inside the game, because I started getting totally absorbed by what was happening in this reality." Oh Jun noticed and asked, "Were you interested in the quest rewards?" But Seung-ha's answer puzzled him even more. "There was a reward, it's kinda complicated." Seung-ha turned, saw Shin Jin walking by, and called out, "Great timing. Jin, can you come here a sec?" She put her arm around Jin, introducing him to the two. "This is our guild's main DPS. Shin Jin. Say hi." Jin stammered along. "Ache. Hello. Nice to meet you guys." After the greeting, Seung-ha turned to ask Jin a favor. "Jin, can you show them your photo from before you transferred? You don't have to if you don't want to." Jin was chill about it, replying while digging in his pocket, "No. It's not anything too weird anyway." Jin pulled out his phone, held it up for them to see, and said, "Look." Seeing the photo, Both were shocked, terrified, stunned. In the photo, Jin was sitting on a hospital bed, legs in casts. There was a long surgical scar on his thigh, one arm wrapped in bandages. He looked wrecked. Then, one of them spoke up. "Why do your legs look like that?" Jin looked back at his old photo, explaining why he ended up that way. "I was in a traffic accident. My fibula was completely shattered after a truck ran right over it. The doctor said I would never be able to walk like before, no matter how hard he tried." Then, Seung-ha continued the rest of the story for them. But that changed after the transfer. He could run, jump, even fly like his game character. She snapped her fingers and continued. "That's exactly what hooked me. The system's power to turn the impossible into reality." She revealed her big idea to them. "If we can understand the logic behind this power, we could actually change the world. It would be a total game changer, a world with zero suffering or disease." She patted Jin's shoulder as a living example. Oh-jun thought of something and asked Seung-ha to confirm. "So that's why Vision wants to know the working principles of the game." System Seung-ha nodded slightly. "Exactly, even though it might break the rules. Anyway, leaving that aside." Seung-ha switched topics. "By the way, I have a few things to ask you guys while we're sharing intel." Her face turned serious. "While doing quests or fighting monsters, have you two ever—" She paused a bit, asking, "Seen a black door?" As she asked, she recalled the mysterious door she had seen before. Hearing the question, Oh-jun reacted strongly. "A black door?" Siwon also startled, turning to ask him. "Oh-jun, didn't you say you saw a weird door recently?" "Right." Shinjin also had a fierce reaction, rushing to confirm. "You've seen it?" "No way." "So it really exists?" Seung-ha sat calmly, listening to everyone. Siwon asked with a worried look. "What is that door?" Seung-ha rested her chin on her hand, choosing her words. "I'm not sure either. We only stumbled upon it during an interrogation. Those chaos scumbags?" She flashed back to what they spilled. According to them, that black door, it's a gateway to a whole new stage we didn't even know existed. It might be the path to reach transcendence. Like, reaching that god-tier status. The black door. Hearing that, Bro started thinking about his own rank-up potential. For his class, later on. Cut to an intense chase scene, right in the middle of the street. Kim Si-yeon is moving, using her insane agility, sprinting full tilt. At the same time, she's scanning everywhere, keeping an eye on the enemy chasing her down. It's a massive spider. Like 10 times her size, it's rushing like a maniac, trying to eat her alive and swallow her whole. Kim Si-yeon glanced back at that beast. She's definitely calculating something. Quick thinking, she caught the exact moment. The spider exposed an opening and swung her staff right at it. Boom, she unleashed her skill thorn trap. Instantly, massive sharp spikes burst up from the ground. They skewered the spider, rooting it in place. It screeched in agony, going absolutely berserk. Si-yeon knew this was it. She shouted, "Now, Oh-jun, finish it." Oh-jun leaped off the building where he was camping, diving straight for the monster. As he swooped down, the beast was already totally impaled by the spikes. Oh-jun came down with pure determination. A sword materialized in his hand. It's the item effect from the Ring of Inevitability, boosting skill effects by 28%. He raised his sword high and slammed it down, slicing that monster clean in half. It let out one last massive screech. That horrible sound echoed through the whole town. Oh-jun's eyes lit up, because he knew quest complete. Cut to Oh-jun, Si-yeon, and 2 others grouping up, but the vibe super serious. Confused, he turned to Si-yeon. "The black door is the way to the supreme rank, the black door. I thought that was just where monsters spawn, but Seoha got serious. We're not 100% sure. It might be fake news spread by the Chaos faction, but considering the abnormal creatures, it's not totally impossible." That sounded weird to Si-yeon. She asked, "Abnormal creatures." Suddenly, a white-haired woman appeared out of nowhere, answering for Seoha. "She's talking about monsters like the lizards, or the gram wolves you guys fought. An alpha creature, or alpha plus. They exist as in-game monsters, but use completely different abilities. Since we're seeing monsters that never existed in the game, it's possible for users to evolve beyond the game's limits too." Hearing that, Oh June flashed back to that black void he encountered. Asterisk, right. I saw a monster I'd never seen in the game before. Asterisk, and that monster stepped out of that door. Asterisk, then So-ha introduced the girl. She's Kim Raimi, a magic marksman. Kim Raimi waved friendlily. Hi, the student awkwardly replied. Hello. Then Si-yeon asked curiously. So how do we open that door? Have you figured it out? So-ha sighed, resting her chin on her hand. No. Sadly, we haven't figured it out. Even the Chaos Guild members don't know much. While everyone was yapping, Shinjin stood off to the side. Deep in the zone, you could see the stress written all over his face. After a beat, he dropped his theory with zero hesitation. I think the key is in your perception. When I first got teleported here, I could move like my in-game character. But I was super stiff, felt just like when I was stuck in the hospital. But the second I realized I actually became times the character. Inside my game, I could move freely again. So, doesn't that mean the key to the black door is locked behind our own perception? Oh June rubbed his chin, trying to dig up a similar memory in his head, and said, Perception. I feel like I've been through something like that before. Yeah. C1 gasped. Wait. What, did you break a bone somewhere too? He shut that down instantly. No, that's not what I meant. Seung-ha cut him off before he could finish. Whatever it is, looks like our info exchange was a huge success thanks to you. We're 100% sure the black door exists now, and the one who can crack it open is standing right in front of me. After saying that, she stared at him like she'd figured it all out. Then she tilted her head with a sly look. What do you say, Oh June? Our guild offer is still on the table. No. Actually, knowing me, I'm sure that I could be of use to you in much smoother ways. Oh June was totally flustered, scratching his head. No. I still... Si-yeon shot daggers at her from the side. The jealousy was burning Si-yeon up inside. She bit her lip in pure rage, holding herself back from rushing in and wrecking the woman in front of her. The rage made her snap. Arg, I'm so pissed off. I should have just wiped them all out with PK. Oh June flinched and yelled. Hey, why would you say something so savage all of a sudden? She replied coldly. This world runs on survival of the fittest, so we need to kill anyone who's annoying. What kind of twisted logic is that? Teasing them is actually fun though. Back to reality. The giant spider monster was officially dead and gone. Kim Si-yeon stared it down in silence, while Oh June adjusted the weapon in his hand. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, Lee Ozum Nim. Kim Si-yeon Nim. You have completed the quest by slaying 5 greedy Enkyo spiders. She looked at the notification and asked, These monsters weren't anything special. Right, he casually confirmed. Yeah. They were way too easy for that. Oh June looked at his ring and said, The high-tier items we got after killing the fire boss last time are pretty cracked. The Ring of Necessity boosts skill effects. Proof of a strong heart boosts defense. Then Si-yeon showed off the little wings on her back. True. We got super lucky with those high-tier drops last time. These are angel wings, increases dexterity. The connection thread boosts aggro when you're in a party. He held up a fake eyelash, looking hopeless. We got some trash items too. Anyway, these are the eyelashes of the perfect beauty. Increases charm significantly. She couldn't help but laugh at that item. We can just trade it for an item we actually need next time. Just then, the AI system voice chimed in again. Lee Ozum Nim. Kim Si-yeon Nim. We have an additional notification regarding the quest. For any user who completes the quest with 0 damage taken, we grant the right to challenge a legacy quest. A legacy quest is hardcore, designed to test your absolute limits. And once you clear it, you can get special rewards way better than just gold, items, or random loot boxes. Kim Si-yeon was confused. A legacy quest, that's a new one. Never seen that before. Oh June didn't get what the system meant either. Is it like a bonus quest, like those record-breaking challenges that pop up during events? The system dropped more rules. Whether you accept or decline the challenge, you must decide right now. This offer expires instantly. What's the move? She heard that and immediately spoke up. I don't want to take the risk. We don't even know what the reward is. Wouldn't it be smarter to take a quest with guaranteed loot instead of gambling on something sketchy like this? He stood there, totally torn by the tough choice. Lost in thought. After thinking it over, Oh-jun made the call. Nah. Let's do it. We're taking the quest. He figured this special reward had to be something huge. Like intel. Kim Se-yeon clicked. Oh, information about the horizon or the game itself. Oh-jun replied vaguely. Maybe I'm dreaming big, but I'm positive that special reward is gonna give us something we could never get from a basic quest, and even if we don't need it, just having it means we can use it as a bargaining chip when we deal with other members or guilds later on. She was stunned by his big brain moment. You really thought that far ahead. Weren't you surprised too, once she got why he was so set on doing the quest? She hyped him up. All right. Bet. Let's do the legacy quest. Screw it. Let's go. Since you're gonna be tanking the enemies on the front lines anyway, he shouted back, matching her energy. You're damn right, but the second he stopped talking, Kim Se-yeon suddenly got salty. He panicked and called out. Wait. Kim Se-yeon, did you just… Scared she was mad. He whispered. Kim Se-yeon, what did you say? All he got back was her icy response. Do no. Suddenly, the system beeped, and bold text flashed in the air. Time remaining until Legacy Quest 57 minutes and 59 seconds. Cut to sunset. The last rays of the sun were fading out. Everyone was rushing around. But this neighborhood, it was weirdly quiet. Oh-jun stood frozen in the crowd, just staring at his phone. He reminded himself. Tonight's the night. The quest happens tonight. Don't even need to sneak out since my sister's got the night shift. Suddenly, Oh-jun felt a smack on his back. Then, a familiar voice. Yo. Oh-yoon. He turned around and recognized her. Oh. Han Soo-jung. She grinned. You're not with Kim Se-yeon today, he replied. She told me to go on ahead. 'Cause he's got a counseling session today. Her face suddenly lit up with amusement. She faked suspicion just to mess with him. For real, have you guys kissed yet? That question from Soo-jung made Oh-jun's heart skip a beat. His body shivered, because she hit a sensitive spot. Soo-jung noticed him freezing up completely. She gasped in surprise. No way. You guys haven't gone that far yet. I totally thought you did. 'Cause you guys were moving so fast. Oh-jun's face went dark. And he stuttered. Nah. Seems like you misunderstood. We aren't dating or anything like that. So-young looked completely shook. She raised her voice. Huh. For real. You guys aren't dating. His answer made So-young totally suspicious. No way. Was my intuition wrong? My gut is never wrong about stuff like this. I even knew Yoon-hyung transferred schools before anyone else. Right. This info made Oh-jun's eyes go wide. 'Cause he had no clue about this shocking news. He quickly chased after her, asking. Yoon-hyung transferred, she casually replied. Yeah, everyone thought he was dead or something kept him from coming to school for a while. But from what I heard from the teachers, he just transferred, just like I thought. I heard he's going to attend some prestigious high school, where the rich kids study. Him leaving his hood makes it safe. Obviously. Pure disgust showed in Oh-jun's heart. He thought to himself, what that damn thug does ain't my business. It'd be way better if I never see him again. Suddenly, So-young asked a super weird question. Come to think of it, you and Yoon-hyung used to go everywhere together. Were you too close? Obviously, he wasn't comfortable with that question at all. And his face darkened, his voice dropped. No, not even a little bit. Realizing she slipped up, she started and said, really, she couldn't help feeling scared inside. His face is so scary. The vibe between them got way more tense. So So-jung made up a random excuse to bail. So, I'm gonna head this way to catch the subway. See you tomorrow. But Oh-jung didn't answer her. He just stood there, annoyed, muttering a curse, running away. Huh, pathetic loser. He took a step forward, calming down a bit inside, but Oh-jung told himself, forget it. Don't worry about him anymore. It's all in the past. His fighting spirit hyped him up to think about the future, focusing only on tonight's quest and taking first place. At the event, by the time it got dark, the town was super peaceful and quiet. Right then, on the rooftop of some building, a strange blue light appeared. Turns out, it was the signal for Oh-jung and So-yeon's teleportation. The two of them landed softly on the ground. So-yeon looked out and said, isn't this place near the school? Oh-jung replied. I think so. I can see a lot of buildings I used to see when walking to school. Suddenly, the system popped up, reminding them the quest would start in 3 minutes. Please confirm the quest objective and prepare for battle. Both of them calmly waited for the system panel to turn red. For the quest objective to be announced, it was a timed quest. They needed to hunt 8 forsaken princes of the Asen Kingdom. In 15 minutes, Ojung crossed his arms and spoke seriously. It's kinda annoying that this is a timed quest, but I'm sure it'll be easy, because a forsaken prince isn't a monster to kill. Right, she rolled up her sleeves and added, but they could be abnormal creatures too. Let's just handle it. They might start using weird skills we've never seen before. He cracked his knuckles to get ready for the fight. Okay. Since this looks like a speed quest, let's grab some speed-boosting items. Seo-yeon touched her chin like she was thinking, then said, anyway, I used to be super into the story of the Asen Kingdom back then. Ozum was curious. What's the deal with that Asen Kingdom lore? She didn't answer. Just hit him with. The hell? Ozum, bro. Are you a lore skipper? He explained. Nah. I actually read the text, but I don't really remember the Asen Kingdom story being like this. Years ago, there was a golden kingdom. Suddenly, a massive boom shook the area. Both of them instantly locked in for a fight. Seo-yeon screamed. A monster. The quest ain't even live yet, he replied. Looking stressed. Timed quests might just hit different. Let's check it out. The sky went dark. Winds started howling like they wanted to swallow the whole map. She and he pushed forward, fighting against the gale force winds. After a bit, Ozum's eyes went wide. Found him the forsaken prince of Asen Kingdom. Standing in front of them was a monster. Half human, half beast, looked straight up like the Grim Reaper. Just floating there in midair, one look gave you chills. Terrifying. Outside the building, the sky was pitch black. Ozum tapped his earpiece. Seo-yeon checked the notification panel and said, this is a timed quest. So solo hunting is the play here, he replied. Bet. We'll stay connected on comms. The system panel chimed in. Quest starting in 5 seconds. He gripped his weapon and told Seo-yeon, catch you after the clear. She didn't forget to warn him. Okay. Don't get cooked. The panel chimed again. Quest starts now. Outside on the street, a zombie was floating around. Then side-eyed the other direction. Ozum dropped from the sky like a meteor. Sword aimed right at that zombie. Face full of determination. He gripped the blade. Skill Vengeful Spirit Sword. One massive slash cut that zombie clean in half. His aura was absolutely exploding. The zombie faded away. Ozum stood there, calm and collected. Red mana sparks were still flickering. He touched his headset and reported. Bagged one already. Then something caught his eye. Another zombie pulled up. But this one drew a sword to taunt him. He dropped into a stance. Didn't run. A sharp sound. Then a blinding flash of light. Fast as a blur. Ozum drove his sword straight through the zombie's gut. He confidently announced his stats. That's number 2. But over in another part of the district, Seo-yeon was rushing to do her part. She heard his update. 2 kills already, bro. Are you speedrunning this or what? I haven't even found a single one. Just as she ran, she spotted 3 zombies ahead. Standing there waiting, the whole squad turned to look at her. Seeing that, Seo-yeon joked calmly. 3 pop up the second I speak. Should I call that lucky? The trio of zombies rushed her. Claws swinging. Every move they made leaked creepy mana. She raised her staff high. The tip glowed bright. She mentally cast her ultimate dead-end skill. Immediately, her staff blasted blue light, clashing against the zombies' eerie red glow. That was the power of Dead End. A magic barrier skill, fighting and talking low. She cast again, Chain Trap Confinement. A purple magic circle lit up beneath the zombies' feet. Purple chains instantly wrapped them up tight. She stood watching them struggle in the bind, whispering, a skill to wipe all 3 at once. She looked absolutely majestic. 2 golden horns manifested on her head. The staff in her hand glowed gold. Peak. The Minotaur Maze Beast skill can trigger Roar for 17 seconds. It debuffs magic defense and buffs physical attack. Then Kim Soo-hyun stomps the ground. Hard. A blinding light bursts from her stomp, completely swallowing those zombies. She uses the momentum to charge, moving at lightning speed. In a split second, she clears the mob. Kim Soo-hyun says coldly, 3 down. Wiped out. Elsewhere, Oh Sung hears her update on the kill count. He's impressed. 3 at once, damn. So what's left is, glancing at the zombie pile. He just cleared one himself. Then Kim Soo-hyun hits him up with a request. She says, "My watchtower skill is up. So you scout the area." He replies, "Got it." Oh Sung looks out at the street. Calculating. This monster type aggroes the second it sees an enemy, so there's no way it's hiding. Plus, if I miss it, it'll chase me down the moment it spots me anyway. He takes off running to hunt them. Must be a spot I haven't checked yet. He activates the system to ask, "System, tell me how much time we have left." The system speaks up. 12 minutes and 49 seconds remaining until the quest ends. He checks the countdown on the board. About 12 minutes. Okay, we still got plenty of time. Then Oh Sung calmly breaks it down. Since these things aren't abnormal variants, killing them won't take long, even when I find them. Don't rush, gotta check every alley carefully. Mind made up. He dashes off. Meanwhile, over with Kim Soo-hyun, she just popped her watchtower skill. A small purple tower appearing next to her. Time remaining for the quest is 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Oh Sung is running when he glances sideways. He spots a zombie wandering around. He shouts, "Gotcha, so you were hiding in a spot like this." He quickly updates Soo-hyun. "Kim Soo-hyun. I found the last prince, so I'm gonna solo it." She replies, "Roger. Good work." He raises his sword. Calculating. Since we're making good progress, I should use a skill I don't touch often. Skill Wrath of the Vengeful Spirit. The zombie turns to look at him. Oh Sung rushes in and slices that thing right in half. His eyes glowed bright red. He glared back at it ferociously. Veins popping on his face. The zombie was sliced in half. Behind it was Oh Sung, hunched over and looking exhausted. Just then, the notification pops up. Wrath of the Vengeful Spirit. Attacks anything in range with 300% power. Lasts 15 seconds. Since this skill doesn't distinguish between user and monsters, it's a huge risk for PK. He comments on his own skill. Truly a useful skill for straight dead-end alleys like this. But I should only use it when I really have to. Or bystanders might catch strays. Done. He notifies Soo-hyun. Kim Soo-hyun. I killed the last monster. She replies, "Nice. Pick your reward and let's go home." Oh Sung looks down, hesitating, even though the quest is done, but the notification board is still counting down. He's confused. What? Why? The timer isn't stopping. He hurriedly asks, "System, what is going on? Didn't the quest end?" The system answers him instantly. "No. The quest is not finished. The number of monsters Kim Soo-hyun and Oh Sung have hunted is 7. The system drops the final bombshell. There is still one left. Woojin looked up at the zombie as a yellow magic circle lit up behind it. It's another zombie. And this is the final one. He immediately panicked and screamed. That's the black door, the back door. Unlike the other freaks that had a bunch of eyes, this one only has a mouth. Clearly, this is the toughest boss to crack. It opened its mouth and spoke. We have finally arrived. Our paradise. The horizon. Suddenly, the zombie shed its body and flew up. While the rest of it melted into water and splashed onto the ground, Woojin looked back at the puddle it left behind. Totally confused. What the hell is this? Did it just turn into water? Then, realization hit him. He froze. Wait a sec. The horizon that monster just mentioned. No way. Could it be? He frantically alerted Kim So-yoon about the situation. Kim So-yoon. Do you remember the full lore of the quest, the Forsaken Prince of the Aeson Kingdom? She asked back. The story, on the other side. She stammered. To summarize, the Aeson Kingdom was destroyed for committing blasphemy against the gods. Recalling the map of the Aeson Kingdom, she continued, and the prince fled the kingdom to search for their paradise. She went on, the horizon. Or is that just a variant of the story? Hearing this, he stood there, stunned. Rage boiled inside him as the answer clicked. I knew it. The quests aren't just generated randomly. Finally, Woojin understood the truth behind this twisted game. Everything is an expansion of the unfinished storylines within the game. A weird-looking monster with 3 faces and multiple arms started swinging its swords, aiming right at him. It swung hard. Luckily, he used his sword to block it just in time. gritting his teeth to push back. He thought, if I can figure out what kind of monster this freak is, maybe we can get a clue about the horizon that it mentioned. Suddenly, a blinding light shot towards him, knocking him to the side. Wu Jin immediately commanded the system. System. Open combat prep page. Yes. He quickly made a request to swap a high-tier item. The Perfect Beauty's eyelashes I got last time. For the Eye of Wisdom. The system replied instantly. Yes. Understood. Swapping Perfect Beauty's eyelashes for the Eye of Wisdom and activating immediately. As soon as the system finished speaking, a round beam of light shone into his eyes. His eyes clearly reflected the magic circle in front of him. His mind in total chaos. What is up with this guy? The freak in front of him suddenly started spinning its multiple arms. Dozens of arms. All holding swords. Slashed furiously at Wu Jin. Thankfully, he managed to block every single strike. A moment later, a small magic circle appeared above his head. A giant foot emerged from it. That massive foot stomped straight down from above. The ground and pavement shattered into pieces. It was unclear if Wu Jin survived. Oh, thank God. He dodged that raging stomp just in time. He thought, this monster, even its name has a meaning. The monster he'd been fighting was actually the fifth guardian of the horizon. He started closing his eyes. Then suddenly, his two sword-wielding arms attacked out of nowhere. He blocked that attack once again. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth, and strange lightning shot out from inside. Finally, he flew up into the air, blasting a beam of massive magical energy straight at him. Truly, the MC. He dodged the enemy's attack like a pro. Just like always, Ozum is spiraling. Not only that, these stats, its health compared to the top-tier monster. The primordial Balrog. Watching it swing that blade like a maniac, he realizes it's 3 times higher. He asks himself, how are we supposed to kill this thing? In the time we have left, a system notification pops up. The timer shows only 2 minutes and 48 seconds remaining. In this silent factory, surrounded by a transparent wall, Ozum is struggling hard, clashing with the fifth Watcher of the Horizon. His longsword is right at its throat. The Watcher isn't a pushover. It aims sharp spikes straight at Ozum. He grits his teeth in pain but tries to hype himself up. Don't panic. Its defense is only a little higher than the Balrog's. Then, Ozum jumps in for a reckless frontal assault, declaring with confidence, and with my current damage output, I can totally wreck this guy within the time limit. In a split second, a beautiful, clean sword cuts right through the fifth Watcher of the Horizon's 2 arms. Ozum grits his teeth, glancing back. Gonna handle those annoying fists. The fifth Watcher of the Horizon lost its arms, making it freeze in place instantly. Suddenly, in a flash, brand new hands sprout from the stumps. Ozum catches the whole scene. He's shook. Panic sets in. What the hell? It regenerated. Just as its body heals, the fifth Watcher of the Horizon immediately launches a combo of kicks at Ozum, bristling with sharp spikes. Suddenly, a blinding circle forms in its mouth. That dazzling light shoots out golden lasers, lighting up the abandoned factory. Then, the lasers blast the ground. Layers of dirt and rock and surface cement get wrecked, turning into rubble. The nearby area gets hit hard too. Everything cracks apart. The fifth Watcher of the Horizon looks like a god, glowing in the darkness. But Ozum agilely jumps over its head, ready to counter while dodging those brutal attacks. Suddenly, Ozum frowns. Locked in. He analyzes his next move. If I can't break its body parts first, I'll overwhelm it with a storm of attacks, so it has 0 chance to fight back. Skill Revenge is a raging fire. Ozum doesn't hesitate. He stacks Whirlwind Attack, creating a beautiful crimson slash that wraps around the fifth Watcher's body. Ozum lands a successful 2-skill combo, turning the tide of battle. That tough exterior and flawless body now has massive cracks all over. His eyes turn blood red, veins popping on his face. Ozum stays hard. Don't stop attacking. On to the next skill. Wrath of the Vengeful Spirit. He unleashes a flurry of fast slashes, attacking the fifth Watcher of the Horizon head-on. The cracks on its body shatter more and more. Seeing this, Ozum goes berserk. He moves like an alpha wolf. Sick. Damage is stacking up. If I keep this up, we'll clear the quest. Ozum grits his teeth. going for a decisive slash right through its torso. Suddenly, the scene freezes on the fifth watcher of the horizon's cracked face. He stares, stunned. Wait. This feeling, don't tell me. Kim Soo-yeon frowned. Eyes glued to the electronic screen, flashing red warnings, a time limit emergency, 0 hours. 0 minutes. Kim Soo-yeon panicked. Time's up. Suddenly, electric blue fragments materialized around the fifth guardian of the horizon. Startled, Woojin stepped back, eyeing it suspiciously. Cold sweat dripped down his face as fear kicked in. Did the quest fail? So, what happens now? All right. Suddenly, from behind, Kim Soo-yeon rushed over, calling out to Woojin in a panic. He turned around. Surprised. Kim Soo-yeon, he spoke up. Sorry, I could have killed it. But I ran out of time. She reassured him. It's okay. At least you're not dead. Woojin agreed. Right. Suddenly, Kim Soo-yeon pointed her magic spear right at Woojin. He awkwardly put his hands on his hips, scratching his head and looking away. Anyway, what happens when we fail a quest? Is there some kind of penalty? She looked straight at Woojin, frowning seriously. Who knows? We've never failed before. Not a single quest until now. And we've never bailed on one either. So I'm not sure either. Suddenly, the electronic screen went, times, beep, beep asterisk. It let out a sad sigh and read the notification. How unfortunate. Kim Soo-yeon Nim and Woojin Nim. You two have failed this quest. Kim Soo-yeon got annoyed. The way it's talking is seriously pissing me off for some reason. Then the system cheerfully announced, but luckily, you have completed over 50% of the quest. And because of that, you will be granted one more chance to complete the quest. It continued. This opportunity will take place in 12 hours from now, starting at 3:50 p.m. today. 3:50 p.m., she wondered. It's happening in the afternoon. Not at night, seeing them hesitate. The system asked, what will you do? Will you grasp this opportunity? As the voice faded, the surroundings fell dead silent. Kim Soo-yeon and Woojin stared at it for a moment. Hesitant. He focused intensely, sweating with worry, feeling a bit wary deep down. After thinking for a bit, he frowned and spoke up. Let's not do this. She asked. Why not? Woojin started explaining seriously. Up until now, the chance of a civilian getting caught in our quests was low, because everything went down late at night. But there will still be people wandering the streets. At 4 p.m., he imagined the scene of casualties. Plus, if the quest happens on a main road with lots of people, dozens or hundreds of innocent civilians will get hurt, or even killed. The scars of deep craters from battles flashed fiercely in his mind. And I don't think we should take that risk, just for the sake of a quest. Kim Soo-yeon frowned, worriedly throwing out a hypothetical. But what if we just defeat all the monsters before that happens? Suddenly, stopping there, she lowered her head, puffed out her cheeks, and fell into deep thought, saying nothing more. But then Kim Soo-yeon agreed. No, you're right. If even a single person dies, it's going to cause a huge scene. Saying that, she pouted and looked up, speaking timidly. Like you said, let's just give up on this quest. I'm curious about the reward for the old quest. But nothing we can do. Kim Soo-yeon pointed a finger forward with a blank face, demanding. But failing this quest makes me kinda sad. Buy me strawberry milk and a spicy chicken burger tomorrow. Woojin scratched his neck. Flustered. Okay, fine. He frowned, speaking gently. But at least, we found out the horizon is connected to the game's lore. Since we're off this quest, why don't we review the game's lore until the next quest pops up? She sighed. All right. Time to check the lore linked to the finished quests. Oh Jung's vibing. Like, okay. Sun's starting to set. Big city lights are flickering on. Back at school, the students are filtering out, wrapping up a long day of learning. In the library, the academic weapons are still grinding, nose deep in books, ignoring the time. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, making her jump while she's wiping her hands. Chayun Han-soo-jung walks up, bag on, beaming, asking, what are you doing after school? Got any plans? Chayun looks at her. Nah, just gonna chat with Oh Jung for a bit then dip. Hearing that, Han Soo-jung grins. eyes crinkling. Oh, nice. I've got a career chat with the homeroom teacher. So I'm ditching cram school. Wanna go shopping with me today? Chayun agrees. For sure. Why don't we grab some good food while we're at it? Han Soo-jung gets hyped. Oh, bet I'm going all out today. Then she adds, hey, why don't we ask Oh-jung to come too? It'd be fun to hang out together. Chayun replies. He said he's gotta cook dinner tonight. Soo-jung shook. Cook dinner. She waves her hand, saying a cheerful goodbye. Anyway, I'll text you after my meeting. See ya, after the greetings. Chayun watches Han Soo-jung with a serious face. Suddenly, she turns around, clenching her fists in excitement, and squeals. She is literally so cute. I'm gonna feed her so much today, just to see those chubby cheeks. All the students are gone, leaving the classroom silent. Chayun and Oh-jung stand together, leaning against the lockers. Both of them are focused, glued to their phones. Suddenly, Oh-jung speaks up. I read up on Hwaham the wolf lizard. There's a backstory behind his teleportation skill. He looks at his phone and starts explaining. One day, Hwaham took out a bunch of thugs trying to jump a mage, breaking the taboo against murder. Because of that, Hwaham got locked up on the 46th floor of the underground prison. But God sympathized with Hwaham's feelings for the mage and promised to give him the ability to visit her. Chayun turns around, shocked, and guesses. And that promised ability. It's the teleportation skill. Oh-jung holds out his hand, replying calmly. Obviously, in the game, the lore says Hwaham couldn't handle his longing for the mage and broke out of prison, and the story ends with the player having to subdue Hwaham. Then, checking her phone, Chayun theorizes. I think this storyline is actually continuing in real life, because all the stories I've seen are connected to the real world in one way or another. She turns to him, confused. So does that mean the main storyline of the game is also playing out in reality? Oh-jung frowns, a bit tense. I looked into that too, but didn't find much. The main plot is just generic heroes versus monsters. People granted God's power appearing in the void. In God's world. He pauses, crossing his arms and looking down, lost in thought. Though, one thing caught my eye while reading through the lore. Oh-jung's gaze deepens. It's the term NPCs use to refer to God. All of them are. Oh-jung connects the dots. Then he dropped a major theory hinting at that black hole in the sky. Chayun frowned, eyeing him skeptically. Is that supposed to be weird or something? Yeah. Isn't it just part of the game? He looked at her expressive face and replied, I don't know for sure, but aren't black holes sometimes seen as gateways to another universe? I just thought it might be a hint about an upcoming event. Hearing that, Chayun checked her phone, resting her chin on her hand, deep in thought. I'm not sure. There's way too much lore to think about, and I don't think I can prioritize that right now. Ding! Suddenly, a notification sound popped up from her phone. Han Soo-jung texted cheerfully. I'm done. Meet me at the main gate. Chayun was surprised. Oh. Is it this late already? Oh. She quickly grabbed her bag, looking at him in a rush. I've got plans. So I'm dipping. You going home now? Woo Jin was caught off guard. He replied, Oh. For sure. I should be heading back anyway. They said their goodbyes and walked out of the classroom, leaving it completely empty. Silence. The two of them walked down the hallway together. Woo Jin turned and asked, You gonna share this with Jae-sun's crew? She answered casually. Nope. We're not 100% sure about anything yet. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. Chayun clenched her fist, eyes determined. And I'm gonna gatekeep this info till the very end, and use it properly later. We grinded way too hard for this. He looked at her, laughing helplessly. I don't think you need to be that harsh on Jae-sun. Though, since we're allies and... Before Woo Jin could finish, Chayun shot him a glare. Totally serious, no exceptions. Suddenly, a digital screen appeared. Beep. Woo Jin looked down, confused. He focused on the text appearing on the screen. An old quest will commence at this location in 5 minutes. Do you accept at the same time? 2 options appeared, yes or no. Woo Jin shouted in shock. An old quest, no way. Didn't we say we were dropping this yesterday? So what? Chayun panicked. Exactly what's going on, the system explained. Another user has accepted the old quest you abandoned. However, it was originally your quest. I ask you again. Do you want to seize this chance to reclaim the quest, suddenly? The system broke down the situation. If accepted, the quest will evolve into a competition quest, and you may receive a reward. However, if you refuse this opportunity, it will be considered intruding on another's quest. Both paths had their own downsides, causing Wu Jin to get pissed off. He frowned, asking angrily, "Who's the user that accepted it? Are they in this school right now?" Silence. No answer. The atmosphere turned dark. Amidst their anger, the system suddenly flipped the script. "I cannot disclose that information." Chayun scowled. "Accept thinking." "Fine then. Quest accepted." The surprise made Wu Jin yell out, "Chayun." She looked him dead in the eye. Convincing him, hesitating won't do us any good. The quest has already started. We need to focus on clearing it. A sap. But Chayun insisted. It's the only way to make sure the people in school right now don't get caught up in it. Despite her words, Wu Jin still felt a bit uneasy. Looking at her hesitantly, "Yeah." But he eventually accepted. "I get it. But when you find the person who took this quest, let me know." Wu Jin reached out and pressed yes. At the same time, he speculated the user might be a PK player, or maybe part of Charles. Just as he finishes, the system chimes in, "Quest accepted. Teleporting now." The system voice echoes, arriving at quest location. A blue light wraps around both of them. Flash of light and boom. They vanish into thin air. The long hallway sits empty now, kinda eerie in the afternoon shadows. Suddenly, a mysterious figure steps out from the stairwell. Blue coat, backpack, acting super shady. His face is shadowed, but those eyes cold as ice. Eyes of a killer. Just standing there, watching their every move. Cut to two students walking down the school hall. Glasses guy turns to his bro. "Yo, wanna hit the PC bang before heading home?" His friend keeps walking and fires back. "Why do you go there so much? When you're trash at the game?" Glasses guy snaps. "Shut up. At least I'm better than you." His friend laughs at the salty reaction. But then snap. He jumps. "What was that? Did you hear that?" Glasses guy looks confused. He didn't hear a thing. "Hear what?" It's dead silent. He shakes his head. "I didn't hear anything." "Forget it." Glasses guy goes back to yapping. "Whatever. Let's just play for an hour. If my mom catches me at the PC bang, she's gonna kill me." He barely finishes the sentence when bam, something hits him, sends his friend flying backward. Glasses guy watches in horror as his bro smashes into the ground. It's bad. Face pale instantly. Eyes rolled back. Blood everywhere. Seeing his friend like that, he's terrified. He covers his face and screams, totally losing it, but he doesn't notice the nightmare standing behind him. Holding a knife, the thing raises the blade, ready to end him. Suddenly, Yoo-jun pulls up. Weapon in hand, he rushes in. Yoo-jun puts everything into the strike, cutting that monster in half. That bandage-wrapped freak with all the eyes starts disintegrating into dust. He sees the student bleeding out and curses. Damn it, it got him. Turning to see the four eyes standing there zoned out, Yoo-jun yelled angrily, "Don't just stand there. Run. The school is super dangerous right now." Four Eyes didn't react to Yoo-jun's words at all. He's shaking like a leaf. He can't process what just happened. Yoo-jun realizes this is way messier than he thought. Shit. I thought normal people couldn't see us or the monsters. What do I do? How do I get everyone out? Suddenly, alarms start blaring. Fire alarm. Seo-yeon runs up. Shocked. Yoo-jun, he's surprised too. Seo-yeon, she tells him, "I pulled the fire alarm. Everyone's evacuating now. Let's hunt down that monster." He realizes. Oh. You set the alarm. Smart move. They both sprint down the hallway, running and planning on the fly. Seo-yeon asks, "What's the play split up like last time?" Yoo-jun shakes his head. "Nah. We stick together this time." Remembering what that monster looked like, he adds, "To take down that variant we saw before the timer runs out. We need to fight as a team." Suddenly, he stops cold. A pack of monsters is waiting for them. His voice gets serious. Seo-yeon, her face says she's ready to throw hands. Catching Oh-sung's drift, Seo-yeon moves instantly. A system notification pops up. Skill, voice beyond the maze. He charges in fearless, slashing across. Then a vertical strike with everything he's got. Boom. He skewers the monsters blocking the path. That's when Oh-sung spots them. The bodies of his classmates right there. Those things massacred so many students. And the quest barely even started. He feels sick looking at it. Pure bloodlust flickers in Oh-sung's eyes. He calculates. Rank 4. We're halfway there. But the rage inside him is just boiling over. Seeing all these students lying dead, Seo-yun realizes something. Upstairs. They're upstairs. He doesn't hesitate. Let's go check it out. They sprint up the stairs to assess the situation. There's a girl there. Terrified. Dragging herself against the wall. Stammering. What? What is happening? Two monsters are looming over her. Ready to strike. But she can only scream. Someone just tell me. One monster raises its sword. Ready to bring it down. But Oh-sung is there. Clang. He blocks the attack right in front of her face with his weapon. Seeing the opening, he shouts to his partner. Do it now. She hears him and responds. Got it. She triggers her skill, Thorn Trap. Streaks of blue light erupt, piercing right through the monster. In seconds, they dissolve into nothing. Clear. Oh-sung turns to the student. All right. You're safe now. Run. Fast. But she just squeezes her eyes shut. Trembling. Crying out. Mom. Mommy. Then it hits him. She's terrified of times him asterisk. This isn't good. She's not listening to a word I say. He smashes the window glass with his weapon and curses loudly. Damn it. That does it. Terrified. The girl scrambles up and sprints away. Oh-sung thinks. Sorry. But I had to scare you. He turns to Seo-yun. Seo-yun. Head to the main building. I think we can wipe out the monsters there. But she doesn't react. Silence. It feels off. Seo-yun. Then he notices what she's staring at. A female student, lying dead on the floor. He recognizes her. It's Han So-jung. Seo-yun finally speaks. She said she'd wait at the front gate. That's why she was here. He grips his weapon tight. She whispers. Why? He suddenly puts a hand on her shoulder, startling her. Seo-yun. So-jung isn't dead yet. He tries to comfort her. If we use a potion or a recovery skill, we can save her. But Seo-yun hesitates. Something's wrong. But, if we do that, we'll get a penalty. We might end up with a penalty quest. Or lose every reward we've earned so far. Oh-sung looks her dead in the eye. None of that matters. Just save her. He drives the point home. I don't care if it's a penalty quest or whatever. I'm doing this for you. So don't worry. We save whoever we can. Got it, she thinks for a second. Then nods. I understand. Finally. He checks the system board. He does the math. We've only got 8 minutes left. With how messy this layout is, I can't wait for her. New time. Later. Guys. Oh-jun dipped and instantly got to work. Chayun. Hitting the main building first. Pull up once you save So-young. Chayun hollered. Wait. Oh-jun, take this. He was like, the heck is it? Boom. A glowing purple-orange gem dropped right into his hand. She broke it down. High-tier loot I snagged last time. Was gonna swap it cause the skill seemed kinda trash, but figured it might be clutch right about now. She got serious though. Make sure you wreck every single one of them this time. Even the variants. Oh-jun waved and split. Bet. See ya. Sun was already setting. A monster prowled the campus. Eyes scanning everything. Oh-jun jumped it from above. Boom. Weapon straight through the skull. He realized it was rank 7. The rest, all variants. He knew the quest was wrapped once he dropped this guy. Oh-jun speed ran through the hallway. Peeped a classroom. Saw a monster. But it looked weird. Looked built different. A variant. Why's it mutated? Snapped back to reality. Nah. No time to be scared. He made a move. The noise tipped it off. Oh-jun hyped himself up. Lock in. Destroy it. Since the skill Vengeful Spirit's Rage was active, his hit was cracked. But the monster blocked it. Zero effort. Oh-jun's hand lit up with purple magic fire. Up it went. Revenge of the Raging Fire slammed it down. Direct hit but. Bro only took scratch damage. Must be a spell. 2 giant hands popped out its back. Oh-jun flinched. The hands yeeted him back hard. Slammed the wall. Oof. Monster didn't wait, rushed him. It spammed attacks to finish him, but his reflexes were god tier, dodged them all. Checked the timer. Running out. 30 seconds left. Started scheming a speedrun strat. First, my passive skill makes me invincible and boosts my damage. Grabbed the item and popped Dragon's Soul. Locked in. 30 seconds. Nah. Not enough. No choice. One shot. Next hit. Before he could move, creature slashed his shoulder. The hit shocked his whole body like electricity. Damage multiplied by 5. Refocused instantly. Ready to strike. 5 seconds after using this. Stats get halved. If I don't finish it now, it's over. I gotta full send it. Oh Jun screamed. Final blow, but it did nothing. What I wanted might actually happen. Just as he was prepping to attack it, that thing was winding up a strike too. Ozum and that entity locked eyes. Before the hit even landed, a massive explosion ripped through the area. Boom, he saw the entity get split in half, while he just phased right through its body. Even its head was sliced in two. Ozum looked back, thinking, I actually did it. Quest cleared. But before he could even finish that thought, he sensed something from far away. A powerful attack coming straight for him. He had to scramble to block it with his weapon. Even so, the impact knocked him back a few meters. Ozum was shook, shouting, What the hell is that? Why are you here, standing right there in front of him? Was a young guy aiming a crossbow right at him. He realized it was someone he knew. That guy stared at Ozum with savage eyes. Finger still on the trigger, that shot pushed him back a few meters. Ozum was stunned, demanding answers. What is that thing? Why are you here, right in front of him? It was that young man holding a crossbow, aimed dead at him. He realized it was his acquaintance, Baekun Hyung. Everything started fading deep into Baekun Hyung's memories. A dark, trashy scene started to fade in. He was lying flat on the ground, totally exhausted. A voice echoed out. Congrats. Baekun Hyung, a man with long bangs covering one eye, looked down at him calmly. It's pretty hard to believe that you climbed the Tower of Chaos that fast. How does it feel to be the one who reached the fastest and strongest PK rank? Barely finished speaking, and a magic crossbow was right in his face, even with blood dripping down his face. Baekun Hyung still had the strength to stand up and threaten him. Stop yapping and spit out what you left hanging. His face was starting to flush red with anger. I want to know what I missed. How I can bring my character into reality. And how did that guy Ozum change? The other guy looked surprised to hear that name. Ozum, so you met someone who underwent biological conversion. Hearing that, Baekun Hyung was floored by the info. Conversion, what does that mean? The guy stood up and started walking away. It's borrowing biological data. If I explain the long version, you might not get the details. So I'll keep it short. He tried to dumb it down for Baekun Hyung. Put simply, it's like arranging Lego blocks to give them form. He still didn't get it. Give them form. What the hell do you mean? The guy acted like he just remembered something. Oh, I just realized I need to tell you this first. He turned around, facing Baekun Hyung, smiling with a super sly look. This isn't a VR game. It's a parallel universe, he continued nonchalantly. And naturally, this world is tagged as a 3D game, so it feels familiar to people from your dimension. Hearing this, Baekun Hyung's face went dark. He wanted to speak but stopped. Then he just turned to leave. Seeing that, the guy immediately said, Whoa. Baekun Hyung, what are you doing? You're just gonna leave without hearing the rest. He turned back coldly and said, If you've got that much time to yap, then go clear a quest. I don't have time for your clown show. He turned to his virtual screen, muttering to himself, Damn. I wasted way too much time on this freak. The guy rubbed his head like he had a headache. Seems like you don't believe me. Well, you leave me no choice then. Hearing those words, he frowned, but before he could even react, that guy made his move. His hand went straight through his body. His smile became absolutely twisted. With a scheming voice, he told Woon Hyung, You gotta see it and experience it for yourself. Woon Hyung cursed. What the hell do you think you're doing? The guy didn't even pay attention to him anymore. Looking at the status bar, the person said, Your flow status is 87.7%. I thought it would have hit around 90%. Considering how much you've played. He said something that made him startle. You could actually die. You know, the person flashed another smile. He looked kind of friendly. but his words sure weren't. Well, even if that happens, it ain't my fault. Okay, as he spoke, he phased his hand through his body again. Just looks like luck isn't on your side. Woon Hyung's body started fading away. He panicked and screamed. What the hell is this? The guy didn't explain anything else. Ha ha ha. Good luck. Baek Woon Hyung. But in those final seconds, before he completely vanished, the person added, I hope you stay alive. Back on this side? Inside a bright room in a huge apartment complex, there was a young man clutching his head, reacting violently to the VR headset. Seemed like he was in serious pain, groaning out loud. Then he knocked the headset off. The headset flew through the air. He felt uncomfortable and clutched his chest. But before he could even recover, Woon Hyung saw something. Looking up, he saw a massive man, holding the VR headset. The guy started speaking. How do you feel, dizzy or nauseous? But Woon Hyung didn't feel intimidated by him at all. Who are you? You a player too? The person's face wasn't clear, but you could still see he was wearing a smile. Not exactly. I enjoy gaming. But I ain't exactly a player. He continued speaking. I am one of the 5 creators of this game. CEO of InTouch Software. Back to reality. The scene where Woon Hyung is pointing his crossbow at Ozum, he smirked mockingly. Bet you were real happy. Achieving what nobody else could. Looking at Ozum, who was at a disadvantage. He gloated. But unlucky for you, I did it too. His eyes grew more murderous. Must suck losing the only thing you had over me. Ozum didn't back down and clapped back immediately. Like I give a damn. I don't know how you got this ability, he suddenly shouted. But what I want to know is, you're the one who took this quest. Right. Baek Woon Hyung. Hearing that, he paused for a second, then immediately admitted it. Yeah. That's me. He was furious hearing those words. Seemingly losing control, Ozum cast a spell. People died because of this thing, remembering the scenes he saw. Innocent students. The sight of people with bright futures lying dead on the ground. His voice growled. Because of you, he looked straight at him and shouted. They're all dead. Do you have any idea? Baek Woon Hyung. But he just calmly said, Is that so? Too bad. But you got one thing wrong. The next sentence made him hate him to the bone. It's not like I killed them directly. So how is it my fault? He grabbed his weapon and charged. Ready to fight to the death. You're crazy. You son of a bitch. A massive explosion erupted where the two clashed. Ozum's sword pierced through him, while Woon Hyung's crossbow skewed him. Ozum questioned him. Just how rotten are you? Baek Woon Hyung. But his attacks got stronger. The other guy wasn't slacking either. Immediately using his crossbow, the move he used was Dragon Slayer. A fatal attack was activated. The hit hurt him quite a bit. But Ozum immediately stabbed his weapon into his body. Pinned to the floor, the hit made Woon Hyung scream in pure agony. His gaze turned ice cold. Finisher time. But Woon Hyung triggered a secret skill, Dark Emperor Guillotine. Just like the name. It unleashed a barrage of slashes at Ozum. To dodge the fatal blow, he blocked with his weapon, shattering the floor tiles into dust. With crazy agility, Ozum broke free and leaped back. He cast Blooming Flower. The move instantly wiped that thing out. But before he could even breathe, a crossbow was pointed right at his face. Those eyes were still dripping with bloodlust. Woon Hyung fired a bolt at Ozum's head. But he blocked it. His vision was starting to blur. Didn't matter though, he planted a savage kick right in the guy's face. That kick slammed his head into the ground. Ozum looked down at him and spoke. I thought you were just some trash who bullied me for fun. Looking at all this. Today I finally saw who you really are. He raised his sword high, ready to end it. You're a monster. Baek. Woon Hyung flashed back to their childhood. Just 2 kids playing happily together. Ozum shut his eyes tight, grinding his teeth. Slash. The blade cut right through him. That was Ozum's strike. But he was too scared to even open his eyes. When he finally peeked, he saw something crazy. It wasn't Woon Hyung in front of him. It was a skeleton. He froze. Bones. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, grabbing his attention. You went a little too hard on our rookie there. He turned to see a girl who had just saved him. The woman kept talking. He's just a newbie. Don't wreck him that bad. The skill she just used was item swap. Ozum was shook. A necromancer. Don't tell me you actually saved Baek Woon Hyung. She stuck out her tongue, mocking him. Yep, Dummy. You gonna cry about it. He started piecing it all together. A necromancer. That's one of the classes that caused all that chaos before. Don't tell me Baek Eun-young. Ozun lowered his head. Has he joined that mess too? She glanced down at him. Then cast a spell, levitating both herself and Yoon-hyung into the air. She kept on taunting him. Haha, I was wondering where your little teammate was hiding. So the dungeon master was hiding here all along. Huh. Smartass. As soon as the words left her mouth, Kim Si-hyun appeared right behind her. Who said I was hiding? She gripped her weapon and activated the skill Labyrinth Beast. Minotaur. The girl went from surprised to terrified. Kim Si-hyun stared right into her soul. A top ranker is never late to help a teammate. You just didn't notice me. She unleashed a massive attack on the girl. She turned back to look at Kim Si-hyun. Totally stunned. She dropped a short but heavy line. The number one player always arrives late to the party. Your mistake was not noticing me. You idiot. Then, she slashed right through her. The strike inflicted serious pain. Suddenly, Kim Si-hyun spotted something. A notification popped up, grabbing her attention. The status window opened. Skills Soul Caller. Hell Barrier. Defense Boost. She spoke with a mocking tone. You scared me half to death. I actually thought I was gonna die there. She warned her like a challenge. Don't let your guard down. I've still got skills left in the tank. I'm not that easy to beat. She immediately cast a new spell. I knew it. You fool. The skulls glowed with a purple light. This was the skill Deadman's Field. Creepy arms clawed their way up from the ground. Ozun watched the situation silently. Once he had a plan, he moved instantly. Gripping his sword tight, he slashes the black-purple-haired girl, taking a heavy, sudden hit. She screams in pain. What? How did these guys bypass my defense? She can't believe it. My Deadman's Field nerfed his agility. And the scorpion poison. Yet Ozum shrugged it off like it was nothing. Did he seriously just dodge everything to get through? Is he insane? Looking at this reckless maniac. She refuses to yield. How is this even possible? That's when Ozum calls the shot. Seo-yeon. Finish her, getting the signal. Seo-yeon instantly rushes in for the kill. She shouts back. On it. But the enemy still won't accept it. The hell, who are these brats? How are they this cracked? Am I gonna die here? Seriously? Is this it? Seo-yeon lands a fatal blow. She hits the deck so hard, sparks fly from the ground. Suddenly, she counters. A system notification pops up with a choice. Quest reward time limit reached. Teleportation initiating now. Everyone is shook by the message. The chick starts cheering. Yes, nice. Perfect timing, I ain't dead. I ain't dead. Hey. Meanwhile, Ozum thinks this is total BS. What the reward selection timer pauses if we get interrupted by another user. So what? Then he remembers a tip from when he first joined the game. If you accept the quest, it becomes a competition and you can earn rewards. But Ozum realized, so that's how it is. So that's why everyone treats it like a competition. And it's not an interruption. Seeing the situation, she got cocky, pointing right at Ozum's face. Hey, you little griefer. Did you say your name was Ozum? She sticks her tongue out and gives a thumbs up. Better watch your back next time. I'm gonna wreck you. Ozum doesn't even flinch at the trash talk. You sure about that after today? I feel like I can clap you easily. Even without trying. Oh snap, she gets triggered. Huh. You got a death wish. I was off my game today. 'Cause of that noob I brought along. Okay, that's the only reason I went easy on you. Fuming with rage. She points her finger right at Ozum. Next time, I'll show you my true power and delete you both. I'm ending you both. Got it, she screams. You stupid brats. Just as she speaks, blue lights flash in the classroom hallway. Ozum and Seo-yeon spawn back in. Seeing his state, she asks Ozum worriedly. Are you okay? Your face is messed up bad. He replies. What, for real? I couldn't tell since I can't see it. He brushes it off. Look out the window. Tons of ambulances and fire trucks. Look at all those people out there. She figures out a way to dodge the drama. Let's sneak out of here quietly. It's gonna be a headache if they spot us. He agrees. Yeah. Let's dip. It's not like we're gonna tell them anything anyway. Outside the school, it's swarming with cops and ambulances. In a hidden corner, the two of them are gasping for air like they just ran a marathon. Finally, she speaks up. I don't think anyone saw us. Let me heal you up now. You can't go home looking like that. He looks at her. True. I'll use some medicine. We can't let that mob catch us today. While I need time to cast my healing skill, Dojun stared at his phone screen. True that. So what's the move now? He popped his status bar and asked her. By the way, how's Han Sojung holding up? She took some serious damage earlier. So she filled him in. I used a skill to patch her up and moved her somewhere safe. She's probably chilling at the hospital by now. Suddenly, her phone started blowing up. She picked up while waving goodbye. Do-hun. I got a dip first. Got a call from my maid. He waved back. All right. Get home safe. Hearing that, he wondered. A call from home. Makes sense they'd call. They must be freaking out after seeing the news. He dug for his phone. Did anyone call me? They've got to be worried sick after watching the news. Pulled it out only to see it snapped in half ages ago. He just laughed it off to cope. Wow. Honestly weird, it didn't break sooner. Meanwhile, in a room somewhere else, it was the crew from the chaos. The masked guy looked at Baek Un-hyung and started judging. I had high hopes for the rookie since everyone hyped him up. But he's actually useless. He got absolutely wrecked by an Avenger. Looking like some squishy long-range dealer. The girl with purple-black hair laughed out loud. Don't be too hard on the noob. He doesn't even have a rank. At least his face is more useful than yours. He glared at her. You're actually the most useless one here. You useless trash. We told you to keep an eye on the rookie. And you got clapped too. And you call yourself rank 2, hearing that. She couldn't hold back, and screamed. What? What did you just say, you fat loser? You aren't even ranked. If you really doubt my skills. Wanna throw hands, no more talking. The two immediately went at each other. A guy with bangs covering his whole face walked up and said, Everyone, cut it out. Dust is gonna go everywhere if you guys fight. In here, he said coldly. If you really want to scrap, go find somewhere far. Far away, if nobody sees it. It doesn't matter if you die. The masked guy looked at him, surprised. Ryu John, when did you get back? Aren't you scouting anymore? He replied. Yeah. I'm not planning to go back there again. The chairman said Horizon is starting soon. Ryu Jun smiled like he was having a blast. So I'm gonna crash here for a bit. Got a ton of games I haven't had the chance to play yet. The masked guy said. What a carefree dude. Suddenly, the guy turned to look at Baek Un-hyung, but before that, I probably have something else to worry about first. Baek Un-hyung was out cold. Ryujeon thought to himself. The Executioner and the Avenger. Even if he has a rank, the Executioner is still higher level in the system. He crossed his arms and started guessing. I'm guessing the issue was Baek Un-hyung's skill. No. Even though he's a rookie. He's pretty cracked. His eyes started turning pitch black. The problem is, the Avenger. Someone strong enough to ignore the rank system. If we leave him like that, I'm sure he will. An image of a knife stabbing through a person flashed by. A threat to the chairman's plan. Ryujeon fell into deep thought. What should I do now? Seems like Baek Un-hyung wants to kill the Avenger himself. So I was gonna let him handle it, but I feel like that's gonna take way too much time. His gaze turned razor sharp. Should I just kill him? Since Horizon is coming up, it wouldn't be a bad idea. If I take care of potential obstacles early. He looked at it like it was just for fun. The more you delay the game, the less fun it gets. Right then, a notification popped up. Ryujeon. Class Trickster. Rank 5. Somewhere in a building, a woman was standing in the stairwell. Scrolling through her phone, her face was full of worry. Suddenly, Ozum pulled up and shouted, Sis. She whipped around and replied. Ozum, seeing him. His sister looked totally stressed and rushed straight over. Are you okay? Why are you so late? Ozum answered instantly. I was just chatting with some friends. Her voice started getting angrier by the second. Why didn't you pick up your phone? Do you have any idea how freaked out I was after seeing the news? See that he just scratched his head. I'm sorry. Then he feigned shock. Wait. What news are you talking about? What happened immediately? She pulled out her phone and shoved the info in his face. There were explosions at your school. People were hurt and killed. 9 dead. And 12 injured. She held the phone right up for him to see. Look at this. The school collapsed. The whole place is a total mess. Ozum gasped. Acting shocked. That's terrible. But inside, he was thinking, I definitely shouldn't tell her I was there. She'd lose her mind with worry. Yeah. But then, She noticed something. Wait a sec. She stepped closer. What's that on your shirt? Is that blood? The closer she looked, the more she realized something was wrong with him. Why is your shirt torn? What happened to you? Ozum rushed to explain. Oh, it's nothing. I slipped while playing soccer at lunch and got a nosebleed. Hearing that excuse, she got even more suspicious. A nosebleed? You fell playing soccer. Are you sure? Her voice dropped lower. Then why doesn't your face look like anything happened? That question caught him off guard. He stuttered. Well. But running out of words, Ozum went silent. At this point, he had to confess. I'm sorry. I lied. I was at school when it happened. He tried to comfort her. But I'm totally fine. You're a nurse. You should have known just by looking at me. She sounded helpless. I can't see any external wounds. I know. But you could have internal injuries. She started laying out how serious it was. People even die from internal bleeding, because they don't realize they're hurt on the inside. So how am I supposed to know if you're okay just by glancing at you? No. Enough talking. She pulled out her phone. I'm not risking it. You need to go to the hospital right now. I'll contact a doctor I know so you can get a checkup tomorrow. Hearing that, he quickly said, but I feel completely fine, and I need to go to school tomorrow. No, right now. She didn't want to argue with Ozum. You don't need to worry about that. The school is closing for 1 week because of the incident. Her tone got serious again. And another thing, stopped talking like nothing happened. Of course. She turned and hugged Ozum tight. I was really worried about you. I was scared you were one of those 9 people who died. He was surprised by her words. This was the only time she'd ever acted like this. Remembering a scene from childhood, when she held him in her arms, he snapped back to reality. Ozum spoke up to ease her worry. I understand. I'll go for the checkup tomorrow. Just like you said. Okay, he continued. So please don't worry about me too much. The next morning at the hospital, Ozum sat in the waiting area. Right now, he was feeling super nervous. That's what he times said asterisk. But he was terrified. What if the test results come back weird? Sitting there, he imagined the doctor saying, he's not human. Is he a freak? He spiraled, thinking about results, saying that he wasn't human or something like that. Yeah. Just then, a nurse came out and called. Ozum, please come in. He answered immediately. Yes. Inside the room, he walked in and greeted politely. Hello. A person wearing glasses spoke up. Come on in. It was the doc, flashing $1 million smile to welcome him in. You're Ariel's little bro. Right, he recalled. Pretty sure we've crossed paths before. Ring a bell. Ozum just stared at Noah, totally blanking. We've met. Noah chilled out and jogged his memory. You seriously don't remember? We linked up last Christmas. The main character started buffering, searching his brain for last Christmas. And then click, Ozum remembered. He lit up, asking, wait, you're Dr. Noah, the guy who carried my wasted sister home. Right, the doc laughed. Bingo. Honestly, I'm impressed you still remember my name. Hearing that made him feel kinda awkward. The doc's had a massive glow-up since then. I just didn't recognize you for a sec. Noah kept chatting happily while checking his vitals. It's totally normal to keep growing at your age. Heck, I shot up like 10 centimeters back in middle school. The doc focused in. Anyway, Ozum, let's take a look at your stats. I mean, test results? Right, seeing the doc's face go serious. Our MC started sweating bullets. What's wrong? Is there an issue with my results? Then the doc turned around, beaming. Nope. Completely normal. Don't think we need any more tests. Hearing that, bro let out a huge sigh of relief. Suddenly, Noah got deep in thought. But there is one weird thing. He looked at the boy, mad suspicious. It's just that all your results are fake perfect. Noah was confused as hell. Like, if 8 is the standard for a test, your result is exactly 8. On the dot. Even pro athletes clock in at like 7.9 or 8.2. It's never a perfect 8. Yup. Listening to the doc's logic, Ozum was tripping too. Is something wrong? Putting his doctor hat back on, Noah quickly calmed him down. Of course not. I'm just saying I've found a perfectly healthy body. Probably just 'cause you're still hitting puberty. MC was still on edge. I get it. All my stats are perfect. Asterisk. Is it because I'm a game character now? Times noticing his stress. Doctor, Noah asked gently. Anyway, how are you feeling? The boy paused. How am I feeling? He looked at him with concern. I heard about that horrible incident at your school. Lots of people died or got hurt. Ozum just listened in silence. I'm just wondering how you're holding up, being out there while it all went down. He zoned out. How do I feel? Flashbacks hit him, people dying with their eyes wide open, bodies scattered all over the floor. Even young girls gone way too soon. The mastermind behind the slaughter just stood there with that twisted, demonic smile. Suddenly, the MC's eyes glowed purple. Then Ozum looked down, hiding his face. I feel angry. I can't even describe how angry I am. Without realizing it, his eyes were filled with pure hatred. If I had just tried a little harder, I could have stopped it. I'm just mad at myself for being useless. Noah stayed calm and comforted him. It's not your fault, Ozum. It was just a tragic accident. Hearing that, the boy was stunned, but I get where you're coming from. A lot of survivors feel guilty after terrible disasters. The doc kept trying to lift his spirits. Why am I the only one who made it? Maybe I could have saved everyone. Those questions just keep looping in their heads, convincing themselves it's their sin. Noah looked him dead in the eye. But if you really think that, you just gotta be better next time. Right. Hearing that, it started to click for him. The doc kept advising, you need to forgive yourself. So if it happens again, you'll be ready to do better. Ozum felt enlightened. Oh, that's it times wait. What's this? Whoa. This feels weird. Like I'm floating on air. Feels like I'm getting healed. Yup. Noah saw he was chilling. So he went straight back to the grind. Of course. That's just my take on it. But if it starts bugging you again, I'd say check out this therapist. Mental scars from when you're young, those stick around forever. He grinned. Got it. I'm on my way. But before he could dip, Noah called him back. Oh. Right. Oh Yun. I gotta ask you something. Huh, Oh Jun looked clueless. Yeah. Noah sounded kinda sus. You still gaming? Hearing that, bro went on high alert instantly. Even though I'm not cracked like you are? Oh. For real, whenever you're free. Let Ariel know. Okay, I'll do that. The hospital was dead silent. Oh Jun walked out feeling super awkward. Totally overthinking it. Did not expect him to bring up gaming out of nowhere. Did she actually spill the tea to everyone? Bro kept thinking. And his imagination went wild. Are they close enough for her to share that stuff? No way. I thought she wasn't dating anyone. Oh Jun started picturing them kissing. Gross. But wait. Remember how they were drinking together on Christmas? While he was spiraling, his phone buzzed. Incoming call. And the person calling is, scene switch to the apartments by the river. The stairs were totally empty. Ghost town vibes. Under the bridge. Our MC came running up. Out of breath. Kim C1. What's wrong? Why'd you call me out here so fast? She'd been waiting there for a hot minute. She spoke calmly. I told you. Ryzen wants to see us tonight. Oh Jun was confused. I know that, but why meet here? Couldn't we just head straight to the base? Kim C1 tipped her hat. I guess you're right. Then she took it off and said, Lee Ozum. Turn around for a sec. MC was confused but rolled with it. Like this, suddenly. She hugged him from behind. Kim C1 stayed quiet. And Ozum turned bright red. After a bit, she finally spoke up. I keep thinking about Sojung. About how she almost got killed by that monster. It stuck in my head. Ojun just stood there silently, letting her lean on him, and I hesitated. I was only thinking about myself. Being selfish when I saw it happen. Kim C1 sounded lost. Like she didn't belong in her own family. I thought I was different from my parents, but I guess I'm just a selfish, shameless jerk like them. That's all I can think about. Bro thought about it for a second, then got serious. But hey, Kim C1, you hesitated because of me. Ojun tried to hype her up. Because you healed her. We would have both gotten penalized. Isn't that why you froze up? A tiny spark of hope lit up in her eyes. In that split second, you had to think about yourself. Me. And Zo Young. And in the end, you saved Sojung. He looked at this tough girl with a sad expression. You're not selfish. Kim C1. He opened his arms and pulled her into a hug. Stop beating yourself up. Kim Si-won was totally moved by how warm he was being. The vibe was peaceful. The words hit deep. Thanks. Lee Ozum. Oh Yun. He awkwardly let go. What I thought it'd be better if I did that. Their bickering wasn't over yet. One was demanding payback. The other was just salty about it. Anyway, you owe me 5 big cartons of strawberry milk. Since you hugged me without permission, seeing Oh-jun look annoyed. Kim Si-won gave him the death stare. What, you got a problem? MC was cooked. So he just gave in. No. Ma'am. She looked satisfied. Great. Now isn't that better? Back to the main topic. These two are pretty confused regarding the guildmaster's offer. But why does she even want to meet us? Is something up? I honestly don't know. They just said they want to see us. So Ga-eun just took a wild guess. Well, something's gotta be up, like info or trading items. The scene shifts to a massive apartment complex, and it's super bougie. Jo Sung-ha, looking absolutely badass, speaks up. We're hunting the Chaos Gang tonight. Hearing that, Ga-eun and Woo-jin look a bit hesitant. She leans into Woo-jin's ear, voice dripping with disdain. Revenge. Her face looks kinda terrifying. You guys want to destroy the scum that wrecked your school and hurt your friends. Her eyes look dead. But deep down, they're burning with hate, freaking out over Sung-ha's scary vibe. Woo-jin and Ga-eun turn pale, but then she snaps back to her gentle self. Of course. I'm not forcing you to do that. I just asked because I didn't want you guys losing it if we didn't tell you about the chance. Her eyes go back to pure blue. The scary yellow from before is gone. Tell me, you gonna join the raid on their base tonight? Woo-jin frowns, struggling to choose. But then he locks in. I'm going. Woo-jin looks sad. I know a few people in that chaos crew. I used to be friends with him. But not anymore. Pushing past the sadness. The MC gets serious. So I don't want anyone else taking him out. I want to do it myself. Sung-ha just stares at him. No other choice. She agrees. Fine. I'll leave him to you. Just tell us what he's like before we break in. Got it. She looks warmly at Ga-eun. And what about you? Ga-eun, you joining this party. The girl gets flustered being called out. Yeah. I will. Woo-jin anxiously cuts in. You don't have to feel forced. Ga-eun. This is between me and Baek-hyun. Yeah. Suddenly, Ga-eun snaps. That's not the problem, she explains awkwardly. It's just, I got a quest notification. And it's happening tonight. The MC's jaw drops at her words. You know we're ready, but we can't refuse the quest. 'Cause it's our penalty quest. Woo-jin, Ga-eun, and Sung-ha all gather in the room. They check the quest board together. But Woo-jin is horrified after reading it. Penalty quest. We need enough penalty points to use the healing skill on Han So-jun. ASAP. No. But he's still worried about one thing. But if the only thing we did was use healing skills, the penalty wouldn't be too bad. I think we can even avoid the penalty. With the money we've got, Ga-eun remembers helping people and confesses. I actually used the healing skill on a few people. That's gotta be why we have so many penalty points. The system pops up a notification. Current penalty points for Kim Ga-eun and Lee Woo-jin, minus 1,200. Penalty for using skills on civilians 8 times, and using items 4 times. Ga-eun gets worried hearing that. We're gonna be short 500 points with the cash we have. If we want to stop the quest, we need to cough up all our points and items. And even though we can convert reward cash into real money, there's no way to swap real money for reward cash. So we can't use that, Soo-hyun started to explain, taking all the blame on herself. My bad. It's all on me. Oh-jun looked at her, his eyes full of worry. He comforted her immediately. Nah. Don't apologize. Kim Soo-hyun. You did the right thing, thanks. Oh-jun grabbed her shoulders to hype her up. This is just the system being the system. It punished you for healing people, bro. It's just a game mechanic. Don't sweat it. Still. Soo-hyun looked down, totally bummed out. I get it. Song-ha had been listening to them the whole time, from the very start. Finally, she stepped in to help. I can lend you the 500 million, one for the penalty fee if you want. Song-ha paused mid-sentence. She laid down a condition. But you two should take the penalty quest tonight. To get ready for the war, actually. Now that I think about it, I was wrong. Even though you guys are rankers, you're still just kids. I don't want you involved in this revenge mess. Soo-hyun and Oh-jun were shook. Song-ha gave them some real advice. You should keep grinding, quests to get stronger, level up your skills and gather intel. Don't get mixed up in wars like this. Not yet, she continued. Let us adults handle the dirty work. Oh-jun looked like he wanted to argue, but Song-ha turned to leave. Before walking away, she added, I think we're done here. Why don't you head back? We need to prep for the battle now. She gave them one last tip, and don't stress about the 500 penalty points. I'm sure you guys will farm that back easily, if you have the skill. That is, those were Song-ha's final words. Regarding their current quest, Oh-jun and Soo-hyun took off after that. Soo-hyun told Oh-jun what she was thinking. The guildmaster is sharper than I thought. I thought she was the type to do whatever it takes to win, and that she'd drag us into this war no matter what. But Oh-jun saw it differently. Maybe she just thinks we're not cut out for a guild war yet, so leaving us out might be part of her strategy. Yeah. Soo-hyun nodded. You might be right. Calculated move. Suddenly, Oh-jun remembered something. Oh. Wait. Kim Soo-hyun. Did you check your inventory? After we cleared that quest, Soo-hyun looked confused. Why, what's up with the inventory? Oh-jun replied. Checked mine this morning. Saw some rewards in there. From our last run? Soo-hyun shrugged. For real, I haven't had a chance to check since yesterday. Guess I should take a look. Both of them stopped and popped open their inventories. Soo-hyun had some new loot too. Found it. Some new items I've never seen before. She pulled out a new item, Bell of Agos's Disciple. Effect summons a disciple of Agos. Uses 2. Soo-hyun asked. Oh-jun. You got the same thing. Oh-jun tapped his screen. Nah. I got this. His item was, Key to the Afternoon Room. The description read, this key leads to the afternoon room. You can also scratch an itch with it. Soo-hyun read the description and was totally confused. I've never seen stuff like this in the game before. Think they have some hidden effects. Oh-jun couldn't figure out if this thing was actually useful or just trash. Guess we won't know until we try using them. The description is useless anyway. They decided to test them out right there. Soo-hyun nudged Oh-jun. You go first. My item only has 2 charges. Oh-jun agreed too. Yeah. Alright. Let's do this. Then he pulled out that key. Oh-jun then commanded. Use item. Immediately, the key opened up a circle filled with special runes. But the scenery didn't change at all. Just seconds later, Oh-jun and Kim Si-won were warped to a different place. Both Oh-jun and Kim Si-won were totally freaked out. Oh-jun asked in fear. What? What the hell is this room? The system popped up a notification. Welcome to your private space, the afternoon lounge. The system introduced the room. Here, you can chill and train. You can also use this space as storage. For items, this room has an extra utility feature. You can also share this space with your companions. And if necessary, you can allow non-members to enter. Oh-jun seemed to get how the room worked. He wondered, is this like some kind of rest area feature in a game? Kim Si-won looked around the place and blurted out, this is insane. She rested her chin on her hand and said, we can even drink alcohol freely in this room. Oh-jun heard that and asked helplessly, what are you even talking about? Oh-jun looked at the room and spoke his thoughts. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we meet up here, before we start the next quest. This will help us pick out effective gear way faster. Kim Si-won didn't reply. She walked over to a pillar in the room and touched it. Oh-jun glanced at her, walked over, and asked, what's up, something wrong? Kim Si-won hesitated. No. It's just, Kim Si-won showed a look of unease on her face. I'm just wondering, where did this place come from? Everything looks so real. But the scenery outside, isn't that the alley from before we entered? As she said this, her expression immediately shifted to fear. So, that means we were teleported here. But where exactly is here? Oh-jun got worried too when Kim Si-won said that. He asked a dumb question. Maybe the afterlife. Kim Si-won got even more scared hearing that. Ugh. Don't say stuff like that, Oh-jun told her. Stop overthinking it. Anyway, with what we know right now, we can't figure it out regardless. Kim Si-won agreed. True. Suddenly, She opened her inventory. Let's check out my item. She asked the system. System. What's this item called? Summoning Bell of Argos's Disciple. Explain this item for me. The system immediately explained. When the designated item is used, the user can search the knowledge of the Akashic. The system continued. You can ask about quests, like the weakest monsters. And if there is no answer, you will be granted a skill blessing from it. Kim Si-won hung on every word from the system. Suddenly, Oh-jun added for Kim Si-won. It'd be worth more to just ask them questions. Kim Si-won replied. Since we can replace blessing skills with other items, all right. She decided. Okay. Kim Si-won reached into the air and gave the command. Use skill Summoning Bell of Argos's Disciple. Beside her, Oh-jun warned. Wait. Si-won. Are you sure you want to use it? You only have 2 uses. It'd be better to think it through first, but Kim Si-won still wanted to use it. She replied. Doesn't matter. We already know the question we need. With a wave of her hand, Kim Si-won rang the bell gently. Oh-jun still didn't get it. He asked, What are we doing? Oh. A magic formation appeared on the floor. It radiated light everywhere. From where the light shone, appeared a woman holding a mysterious staff. On the blonde girl's forehead, there was even a third eye. She spoke respectfully. I am here to share with you, those unenlightened by the great sage's third disciple, the Honorable Ozum. See the girl and gasp in total shock. Ozum's cheeks flush red. He shyly hypes the blonde girl. She's so cute, but Vakop Eon turns to him, surprised. Suddenly, she glares daggers at Ozum. Vakop Eon shouts furiously. Question 1. Tell me about the secret. Hookups of Lee Ozum is absolutely petrified by Vakop Eon's question. The blonde girl bows and replies gently. Sorry. I cannot answer that. That makes Vakop Eon even madder. You're cute, but you're useless. Ozum is confused by Vakop Eon's weird behavior. What are you doing? I wasted a question. Vakop Eon adjusts her hat and says, Fine. This is the real question. She demands of the blonde girl. Tell me everything about the Horizon event. The blonde girl opens her eyes and replies, Horizon. I don't know if I can speak precisely, but I heard my master's prophecies. So I will tell you. The blonde girl leans on her staff and recounts her master's words. When 6 pillars collapse, thunder and lightning will strike, the taboo gate will open, and a moonless night will fall. Those not enlightened will fall from the sanctuary to hell. Survivors will be slaughtered by beasts. As she speaks, the blonde girl glows brighter, surrounded by golden light. So fight harder. That is the only way to fulfill the wishes of those left in the Holy Land. Suddenly, the eye on her forehead opens. One eye and the forehead eye glow purple. That is the only way to end this party. Hearing this, Ozum frowns in horror. The sky has turned dark. The whole house sinks into silence. Pitch black. Scarface sits outside scrolling on his phone. Scarface yawns and sighs. Nothing's happening. Boring as hell. Scarface rubs his eyes and looks aside. Yeah. But the other side is quiet too. I think I just saw something. Scarface wonders. Am I tripping? While Scarface isn't looking, someone rushes him with a blade. 2 blades clamp against Scarface's neck. A loud clang rings out. Scarface is knocked to the floor. Skull taps his earpiece. Route is clear. Should I open the warp gate? Sung-ha replies. Do it. I'm on my way. Skull obeys and opens the portal. Assassin skill secret passage. Assassin skill secret passage can summon a team member, but the user is immobilized while casting. Suddenly she spots something. Sung-ha smiles and says to Baldy, Thought you cleared the place. Why do I still see rebels here? Hearing Sung-ha, Skull realizes enemies are there. Oh. My bad. I'll delete them right now. Sung-ha pats his head. Nah. It's fine. She summons a sword and says, I should take out this trash since I saw them first. It's only right. Isn't it? Sung-ha walks toward the 2 guys. A strange pattern on the ground spreads to their feet. Sung-ha looks at them coldly. She lightly swings her blade, and the 2 are instantly wrecked. Skill Queen's Path attacks every enemy blocking the way. Light reflects in Sung-ha's eyes. She tells Cello, I think there's a real threat inside. Let's go. Baldy readies for combat. You got it. Both quickly infiltrate the house. Sok-ho takes the lead, using his body to shield Yu Sung-ha. Inside, A shadowy figure stands there. Waiting. The duo steps up. The stranger's face is completely obscured by the darkness. He speaks casually. Oh my. I prepared quite a few cups of tea. I assumed there'd be a bigger crowd. But it's just the two of you. Yu Sung-ha smirks back. I think 2 is more than enough to handle you. Besides, isn't it a bit late for tea time? She raises her sword, eyes flashing dangerously. Right now is time for business. Not sitting around sipping tea. Wouldn't a party be more fitting for a late night like this? Yu Sung-ha grips her sword, wearing a confident smile. Beside her, her teammate readies a dagger, dropping into a defensive stance. Further back, the mysterious figure just calmly sips his tea. The man eyes her, sizing her up. Guildmaster of the Jason Guild. Yu Sung-ha. I've always wanted to meet you at least once. After all, you're the one closest to victory right now. She doesn't flinch, replying with a steady, calm voice. I wanted to meet you too. Since the people I want to kill are the ones responsible for this chaos. Just like you. Faced with her brutal honesty, the mysterious man looks amused. The ones you want to kill. Huh. And what's your reason? Something like revenge. You aren't even trying to hide your intent. Yu Sung-ha replies calmly. Maybe a little. I plan to take revenge for the sake of my guild, while eliminating any potential threats to our victory. The mysterious man's eyes light up. Then how about this? His voice shifts to a bargaining tone as he makes an offer. Right here. Right now. I will give you an equivalent cash reward, plus 22 billion won in coins as compensation. He looks smug about his offer, acting like it's a total steal. If I do that, would you be willing to quietly walk away and forfeit the event? Yu Sung-ha stares at him in silence, her gaze sharp. A moment later, she lets out a soft laugh. Not exactly. Why would I do something like that when I'm already this close to winning? Still gripping her sword, she speaks with absolute confidence. I'm aiming for the event prize for a million reasons. But more importantly, I'm just an ordinary gamer. Her expression shifts, her gaze deepening as she counters. And it's only fitting for an ordinary gamer to try and win the game with their own skill. After all, why do people play games? Right, he nods with a pleasant demeanor. I see where you're coming from. People play games to win and to be entertained. I admit, I was wrong. He snaps his fingers to signal, adding, if that's the case, a group of people instantly appears in the room. He gloats. Then I will face you. Just like you wanted. A system window pops up. Monarch skill. Camouflage soldiers. Disguises soldiers as nearby party members. Camouflage is disabled upon movement or other actions. Yu Sung-ha and her teammate quickly back away, staying on guard, assessing the situation. She commands, Seok-ho. I'll handle this myself. Surprised, he spins around. She steps forward to shield him. While I hold them off, open a gate and bring everyone here. We know it's not a trap, so we're going straight in. He looks uneasy. But that's going to take about 45 seconds. So I can open the gate and transport that many people. Can you really hold out that long? Yu Sung-ha smiled confidently, while unleashing her power. She replied, 45 seconds is enough. I held out longer than expected in battles against other guilds. Her eyes determined, her voice firm again. And if I get lucky, I might even kill one of those maggots. Seeing she was so sure, he compromised and warned. All right, don't push yourself too hard. She smiled back. Don't worry about me. 45 seconds is way too short to go overboard. She rushed at them instantly, slashing down without hesitation. It'll only keep me entertained for a bit. Eyes flashing, she started chanting, Heavenly Skill Empress Garden. Flowers brimming with power quickly surrounded the group, freezing them in place. The masked guy in the hoodie cursed angrily as the flowers spread to his spot, but he didn't flinch, saying, Oh my, looks like we lost the upper hand. Just then, the system panel chimed with a notification. Skill Empress Garden Protection reduces opponent's ability power to 17% for 30 seconds, and deals 1% damage every second, preventing recovery. She launched the finishing move. Perfect sword strikes, aiming straight for their vitals. Suddenly, one of the enemies jumped up to ambush her. She launched an attack at her, chanting, Skill Thornbone. Yu Sung-ha's sharp eyes saw it too, countering immediately with the skill Empress Speed Boost. She zoomed at light speed and defeated the enemy instantly. Facing such a powerful attack, his group screamed in pain, but it wasn't over yet. She was focused on something in front of her. Another attack flew towards her. Prepared. She easily retreated. The guy with long bangs covering one eye, who just attacked her, gloated. It's been a while. Tailed his life. Yu Sung-ha, I believe we've fought in a game before. Remember this. Even though she sensed the guy in front of her was no joke, she just calmly replied, I wonder. My bad. But I don't remember. I have a habit of deleting memories of the trash I've met before. The sword in her hand strikes him again with a move. Skill Last Guardian and A. O. E attack skill. Power radiates from his palm. He silently shouts, Skill Surprise Box. A magic box appears right under her feet, blocking her movement. The system board chimes with a new notification, Trick Skill Surprise Box. Disables opponent's movement and skills for 5 seconds. She clicks her tongue, annoyed. While she's stuck standing there, a masked guy in a hoodie tries to sneak attack from behind. He jumps up, sensing the danger. She quickly turns to look, gritting her teeth. Luckily, a young man appears and kicks the ambusher right in the gut. Seeing she has backup, the mysterious figure gasps in surprise. Oh, Yu Sung-ha. As soon as she's safe, she calls out So Woo's name. He asks with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? She smiles gently and replies, All good. I'm in perfect condition. What about you guys? He didn't waste words. Just kept it short. She'd already run the pre-check. The whole squad is here. And morale is absolutely glowing. Stepping up. They replied, We're all good to go. She smiled, satisfied. Sweet. Then I won't ask for anything extra. Just do what you usually do. Then her tone shifted, carrying a rare gloom as she ordered. We've thrown hands with them before. Just rip them to shreds. No mercy. The guy with long bangs covering one eye approached the mysterious figure, asking quietly, Director, what's the play here? Should we stick to the plan? The director stopped him, amused. Nah. From here on out, we just watch. Since this is the first time seeing Jason's guild in the flesh, he glanced at his subordinate and ordered, I'll be watching from the back line. You handle them yourself. The guy with the long bangs obediently replied, Understood. Leave it to me. After answering the director, his expression turned reluctant as he thought. That's what I told him, but I'm not exactly confident. The power scaling between the two guilds basically means until someone gets deleted and the balance collapses. Meanwhile, the two guilds rushed into a chaotic brawl, a fierce battle raging on. His thoughts continued to echo. It's impossible to predict the outcome. Elsewhere on a campus, the sky had changed colors. Streetlights illuminated the path. Leo and a girl suddenly spawned in. The girl looked around their spawn point and said, Is this a college campus? Thank God it's not the middle of the street this time. He agreed, replying, There shouldn't be anyone on campus right now. Right. In the quiet atmosphere, the two continued discussing. No. Rumor has it graduates wander around the campus because they can't go home. Oh. For real. Then we need to be careful. But looking at her, he spoke in a calm voice. By the way, about what I heard from Argos's disciple earlier. I've been thinking about it since I got home. His face turned serious as he asked, What if? Regarding the event, Horizon. It's not about when it happens, but under what conditions it triggers. She looked at him calmly and started sharing her thoughts. Conditions. Oh. Like a raid boss where you gotta meet certain requis to break the seal. Right, but did the prophecy say anything like that? Leo crossed his arms, looking at her as he explained. It didn't mention it explicitly, but it did say, when the 6 pillars collapse. He didn't stop there, adding, So I'm wondering if that's actually the condition to trigger the event. And once a player meets that requirement, the event starts. Hearing this, she started pondering. 6 pillars. So do we need to wreck the pillars of some buildings or something? A times ding times rang out, followed by the system's voice. 1 minute remaining until quests start. Watching the panel appear, he asked, System, what's the quest this time? Is it just a normal, conquest quest like mentioned before? The mechanical voice answered. Yes, it is a standard conquest quest where other players will also participate. He and the girl listened in silence. Unlike competitive quests, in a shared quest, You will receive equal rewards regardless of who clears it. Therefore, cooperation with others is possible. The girl looked thoughtful and replied, so that means I can get the reward by doing absolutely nothing, if someone else clears it. Then she looked at him nonchalantly and said, all right. Let's head to the waiting room and take a nap. Hearing that, he scratched his head and asked, wait. I'm kinda sleepy. Suddenly remembering something, he panicked and blurted out, wait. Hold up. Girl, he turned to her, eyes wide, and shouted, we can't do that. We gotta speedrun this quest so nobody gets hurt. Her expression flipped as she said, I know. I was just trolling. You actually fell for it. Just open your inventory and gear up. The system panel instantly popped up in front of them. She looked at it and said, I wonder what kind of players we're dealing with. I hope it's nobody from that mess. He got serious too, sharing his theory. I don't think so. They're probably fighting the Jason Guild right now. He let out a sigh and continued, I just hope they're chill like the guys we met last time. Hearing that, the girl chimed in, oh, the Wind Knight and Wall Builder. They both got lost in thought. Remembering them, yeah. Their synergy was fire, and they were actually skilled. Man, having people like that would make things way easier for us. Suddenly, the system panel spoke up. Quest preparation time has ended. Then the screens booted up one by one, and it announced again, the quest will now begin. After speaking, it vanished right in front of them. Neither of them said a word. They just focused, scanning their surroundings. It was eerily quiet, leaving them unsure of their next move. The girl looked at him, confused, and asked, isn't it a little too quiet? He looked surprised too, saying, yeah, it should be louder. You know, like with some boom and whoosh sounds. Right after he said that, the sounds actually blasted out. He nodded and yelled, yeah, just like that, looking toward the noise. The girl said, is that coming from behind the building? He agreed and urged, let's go check it out. It might be a monster. Suddenly, the girl noticed something and stared intently. She summoned her weapon. Surging with powerful energy, she said, I don't think we need to go over there ourselves. Her gaze turned sharp. Something's coming straight for us. Hearing that, he was shocked. What? He and the girl focused on the movement ahead. A figure in the distance was running frantically. They both quickly got into attack stance. The figure struggled to yell, help me, face covered in snot and tears. The runner cried and screamed, help me. A visible question mark appeared on his face. The guy was running and crying at the same time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw Lee Jun and the girl. The guy shouted happily, there's people. I found some people over there. The guy ran towards them, tears still clinging to his eyes, saying, hey, please help me. He and the girl glanced at each other, signaling. Instantly, both weapons pointed straight at the guy. It made him panic and stumble back, staring at the sharp weapons right in his face. He trembled and asked, why are you doing this? His voice trembling with fear. He looked at Lee Jun and said, hey, why are you doing this to me? I'm not even holding a weapon. Hearing that, Lee Jun's sharp gaze stayed locked on the guy. He said, exactly. Because the quest has already started, and you're not holding a weapon. That's why you're sus. You're probably a PKer acting all innocent so you can backstab us. The girl didn't lower her weapon. She glared coldly at him and said, show us your weapon. We'll talk after we check it. What class are you? The guy realized he had to comply and said, fine, I'll show you. He pulled out a sword with a faint, weak energy glow. Holding it in his hand, the young man showed it to Lee Ozum. He explained, check this out. It's Kirya's guiding sword, a weapon for the adventure class. The girl pulled her weapon back, asking suspiciously, adventure class, how can a merchant rank player even join a ranked match? Lee Ozum asked calmly. What level are you in this game anyway? The young man replied nonchalantly. Level. My level, I don't have a rank. I just play casually for the fun of it. Lee Ozum was starting to get surprised now, asking, wait, you're not a ranker? Then he turned to the girl, questioning, what the heck is going on here? I thought only rankers could participate in this. The girl looked at him and replied, there aren't any rankers from the Jason Guild participating. There must be some other condition involved. The young man suddenly panicked, speaking fast. Guys, now is not the time to chat. Those monsters are coming right at us. His eyes focused on the beast. Thinking, all right, let's do this. The monster lunged aggressively with its long arms. Without hesitating, he stabbed the monster right in the waist. Suddenly, the wound released, a burst of energy leaking out. He noticed something unusual about the monster instantly, but when he landed safely on the ground, he said in surprise, he was right, the waist really is its weak point. The girl nearby didn't want to be outdone. Thinking, my turn now. The system board popped up a notification skill beast trap. Magic Treasure Guardian. A magical box appeared instantly, wrapping around the monster's body. It screamed in pain. The girl, still in disbelief, asked, is it dead? That was simpler than I thought. He asked doubtfully. So, is the quest done? The young man stammered after hearing Lee Ozum and the girl discuss. No. Not yet. There's one more monster. But then the young man shared his deduction. This monster is probably the gatekeeper of the northern castle. Usually, there are 2 gatekeepers. So I think there's definitely one more. Lee Ozum, surprised, asked back, how do you know all this? In the game, I've never seen these types of monsters before. Seeing Lee Ozum's confusion, the young man quickly answered, oh, actually, they never appeared in the game, but if you get a specific item for an NPC, you might hear the story of the locked northern castle. His explanation didn't stop there. It's a story about a count who locked the castle gates after his heart was broken by the rebellion of his own nephews. You can't enter the castle in the game, but if you find the northern castle key item or something, you can hear that story. The young man spoke slowly again, and the story mentions gatekeepers, protecting the locked castle. According to the lore, they were injured fighting the Count's nephews, and even though their wounds never healed, they insisted on staying to protect the Count's castle. The girl, still skeptical, asked, but how can you know that the one back there was the monster? From that story, it's not like you saw these monsters in the game. Hearing this, the young man spoke up again. You can find the lore about the monster's appearance and the Count in the Blackstone dungeon in the north. There are murals describing that exact story. The girl said, resignedly, I didn't even know that lore existed in this game. To be honest, Lee Ozum curiously asked, do you know any other stories in this online world? The young man wasn't confident enough to answer. I don't know everything. But if you count the story I just told, then I know about 98%. Hearing that, both he and the girl went silent, wanting to know more about the lore. A calm voice began to speak. Since Egosphere Online is an action-based RPG, people usually skip the other elements. But if you really do a deep dive, there are tons of hidden details. As he spoke, the young man got more and more hyped. There are so many stories about the little things, like items or random NPCs, and if you research them carefully, it's like living in a totally new world. A look of pure boredom appeared on Lee Ozum and the girls' faces, as the guy just kept yapping. Oh my god. Do you guys know? I'm so obsessed with that stuff. I played for 50 hours straight. Hearing this, the two of them instantly had the exact same thought. It'd be totally fine to just end him right here. Right. Suddenly, the girl asked, if you love this game so much, why do you run away whenever you see a monster? I know the adventurer class is a bit weak, but you can still fight. Can't you? The young man lowered his head shyly and replied, eat. That's because I'm scared. Images of fighting swirled in his head. Then he said, I pretty much can't beat anything. When fighting monsters, aren't I basically gambling with my life? It's just too scary. His eyes drooping, the young man continued explaining, so I rejected all the quests just to live a normal life. But seeing the young man go silent, Lee Ozum and the girl felt curious, waiting for the next part. The guy rubbed his head, looking helpless, and continued. I accidentally used a discount skill when buying used items online, and I got penalized for it. Lee Ozum and the girl sighed, completely fed up, thinking, is this guy a total idiot? Tears started forming in the corners of his eyes. The young man painfully said, but I never did it again after that. So, can you guys please protect me on this quest? I've been watching you play for a while. You guys look absolutely cracked at this game. The girl leaned into Lee Ozum's ear and whispered, What should we do? He doesn't look like a PK player. Should we help him? He thought silently for a moment, not answering immediately. Then he walked over to the young man and accepted the request. All right, we'll help you survive this quest. But in return, he started making his offer. Tell us about the Horizon event. The young man answered immediately. The Horizon event, oh, are you talking about the sanctuary and the rituals of those cults? Hearing that, both of their eyes sharpened. Seeing he guessed right, the young man happily replied, I'd be honored to tell you about it. There's some bias in the story, so some of it is just my own speculation. But I'll tell you everything I know. Lee Ozum looked at the girl, and they nodded at each other. He reached out his hand, his voice calm. Very good. For now, let's have a good partnership. Lee Ozum said seriously. But you have to help us with everything you've got. Okay, the young man happily shook Lee Ozum's hand and answered. For sure, I'm gonna do everything I can to help you guys out. Bet on it. The campus went dead silent again. The girl and the newbie guy are just glued to their phones. Lee Jun, just standing there. Silent. Watching. Then she turns to the guy and goes, If you're done yapping, let's grab the quest. We've wasted way too much time already. Dude clutches his weapon, stuttering like, I'll try my best to use my skill. It's actually a super cracked skill for the adventure class. Trust me, he wasn't lying. Bro raises his sword and chants. Skill pathfinding light. System pops up, explaining the buff reveals location of quest targets. Monsters. Or rare loot. Boom. A beam of light shoots out in a straight line. He yells out, The light. It's pointing behind the building. She's like, Let's move. Probably monsters back there. Nighttime makes the campus creepy quiet. The trio grabs their gear and sprints. Lee Jun and the girl spot something. He asks, Yo, what is that? Looking at the scene, someone gasps in shock. Not just one. There's two of them. She shoots a death glare at the newbie. He starts panicking. Sorry, in the lore. It didn't mention the mob count. I had no idea. He calms down and asks for the play. Anyway, what's the move now? 1 is already a nightmare. But 2, then he looks at Lee Jun. Maybe we should lure them out one by one. Safer that way. Lee Jun shuts him down instantly. Nah, we already know their weak spot. Don't need to waste time. Seeing that confidence, the guy's like, Say what? Then Lee Jun calls out, Kim Si-won. I'm soloing both of them. Just stay back and support me. She's down for it. Cool. I'll find a spot to cast spells. Newbie freaks out. No way, you're gonna 1v2 them. Lee Jun and Kim Si-won get ready. He looks back. Chill as ice. Yup. Took me a while earlier cause their attack patterns were new, but I've downloaded their moveset now. 2 of them, light work. Then he adds, Besides, they're nothing compared to the penalty mob. He blitzes the monster with insane speed. Scoffing. This thing's only worth 500 points anyway. His moves leave the newbie stunned, while she stands guard. Watching closely, Bro's eyes go wide. Thinking. No way. He stepped up to fight 2 monsters and adapted instantly. I've met tons of people, but skills like that, he's in a league of his own. The guy clenches his fist. Thoughts echoing in his head. If that's the case, I just need to do that. Lee Jun charges in with his sword, slams his blade into the monster's body. Thing couldn't even dodge. The helmet on its face cracking wide open. Suddenly, another monster appears behind Lee Jun, rushing him with a massive blade. Kim Si-won steps up, aiming her staff right at it. While it's distracted, she casts Swamp Maze Trap. Green smoke rises under its feet, but the monster clocks it. It jumps immediately to dodge Si-won's spell. Meanwhile, Lee Jun is busy fighting the other one. Lee Jun slashes the monster's back hard, sending it crashing forward face first. Oh-jun stared down the monster. He activated his skill ***, twice blooming flower ***. Oh-jun's skill surged, buffing his sword with massive power. 1 slash. He spun around, slicing the beast's armor clean in 2. A vengeance skill. ***, twice blooming flower ***, boosted his damage by 40%. A direct hit. The monster writhed in agony as the blade absolutely wrecked it. It shrieked as small white particles appeared in the air, like a blizzard swirling endlessly around the beast. Its teammate didn't miss a beat, launching a sneak attack from behind Oh-jun. But Oh-jun, he sensed that, coming a mile away. Oh-jun sidestepped, baiting the blue energy beams to slam straight into the monster instead. Before it could even touch him, it met a tragic end, just like her teammate. Then Seoyeon looks at the scene in front of her and says, "Idiot. Did he actually fall for such an obvious trap?" Juseon can't help but exclaim, "That was sick. Perfect coordination." He frowned, staring at them. His face showed pure shock. Asterisk. This party actually stopped the plan. Asterisk. Juseon turned to Seoyeon. I have a question I want to ask." He rubbed his neck nervously, avoiding her eyes. How do you guys do this? Risking your lives like this, don't you guys have, like, life goals?" She withdrew her weapon and replied, "Because people get hurt." Juseon blinked. "Huh," Seoyeon explained. "Humans can get hurt if these monsters just run around freely like this. That's why people with special abilities, like us, need to go out and hunt them." Hearing that, Juseon stared at Seoyeon in silence, then scratched his head and cracked up. "I get it. You two are way nicer than I thought." Seoyeon looked at Juseon's reaction and sighed internally. Asterisk. I probably shouldn't tell him about the reward. Huh. Mal. Just then, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations. You have completed the quest. Condition eliminated all gatekeepers of the locked northern castle. Please select your reward." Seoyeon told the system, "We're good. You can just take the choice from us as a penalty anyway. Just pick something random and send us home." "Yes." System complying. "Yes. Understood. You will be teleported in 60 seconds. Seoyeon pointed at Juseon. Since we protected you like we promised, you gotta tell us about the Horizon event." "Got it." Juseon agreed. "Of course, I'll compile it into a file and send it to you. Is that okay?" Ojun walked over to them and asked Juseon. "Can you just tell us in person?" Ojun explained his request to Juseon. "I want to ask questions that pop up while I'm listening, so I think it'd be more convenient if you told us directly." He used a gaze that felt like an order. Juseon felt a bit scared of that look. Asterisk. This guy. His eyes are captivating. Asterisk. Lost in thought. Juseon startled and replied quickly. "Oh. Yes, I can do that. I'm unemployed anyway, so I'm totally free." But Ojun asked cheerfully, "You're awesome. So, can we meet tomorrow?" Seoyeon didn't catch his name clearly. She asked, "What did you say your name was again? I remember you saying something like Joan." Juseon happily reintroduced himself. It's Bai Joan." "Bai Joan," he added cheerfully. "I'm 25 and I'm a game dev. That's pretty ambitious." Seoyeon and Woojin look at Jusung, and they're both thinking the exact same thing. We literally didn't ask about that. They exchange a couple more words before heading out. "Anyway, I'll hit you up with the time and location later." "Yeah. Just let me know which method you guys prefer." Also, the scene shifts over to the residential area. It's late, but the lights are still on in one room. Jusung loosens his collar and lets out a heavy sigh. He sits down, deep in thought. Those guys are definitely pros, but I don't know if it's actually okay for me to rely on their help. Jusung looks down and mutters, "But I'm seriously running out of time here." On the board, there's a family photo, but the face of the person in the left corner is missing. But the main focus is that blonde girl in the middle. Jusung tells himself sadly, "If I don't make a move, it's game over." He pulls out the key code. He says firmly, "I have to trust someone else to seal this key code." Downtown, the sidewalk is completely wrecked. Rubble is scattered everywhere, and trees are toppled over. An intense battle is going down right here between Soyujin's squad and their enemies. Jin activates her skill-frenzied deluge. She grits her teeth and rushes in with everything she's got. Jin's blades glow so bright they're blinding. Slash, her dual swords, cut right through the masked guy's arm. Caught off guard, the masked guy panics. "I'm paralyzed." Instantly, his teammate appears right behind Jin. Weapon ready. He grins, thinking, "Take this wind dragon slash." Jin doesn't react in time, and the blade grazes her arm. The skill savage veteran. Wind dragon slash takes the form of a massive dragon. It's totally savage. Jin grits her teeth, fighting through the pain. The enemy glances back. Wait. When did Siwoo get behind him? Bam, he lands a heavy punch right on her face, knocking her back. He's not done. Siwoo follows up with a kick that sends her flying. But while Siwoo is focused on the fight, A giant skull manifests right behind him. Siwoo turns around, realizing he can't dodge this in time, but his panic turns to shock when the skull gets destroyed in a split second. It's Rami, she just sniped that thing. Gun pointed at the enemy. Rami keeps the pressure on. She activates her skill burst shot. A magic circle lights up around her arm. The bullet fires out shaped like a blazing phoenix. Rushing straight ahead. It hits the ground and boom, a small explosion catches someone in the blast. The blue-haired guy walks over. You good? Jin fights the pain and nods. Yeah, I just got knocked back by that skill. That's all. Suddenly, a blue aura surrounds Jin's body. She's surprised. Junyoung appears out of nowhere. He used the skill Angel Birth of the Seraph. Teleporting right to his team, Junyoung reassures them. Don't worry. I got you. I'll heal everyone up. Jin replies politely. Ah. Thanks. While Junyoung is busy healing Jin, Sungha is in the back, fighting off enemies. She calls out to Sung. Bet they're almost out of potions. Wanna wrap this up? Sung doesn't get what she means. He asks, what exactly do you want to do right now? Should we go take out the frontliners one by one? Sungha smiles and replies. Nah. Picking them off one by one is too hard. They're all clumped up in that tight spot. It's just a waste of time and mana to use skills like that. Totally unnecessary. Then, Sungha's eyes change. She's locked in now. You mean target times him times Ju Sungha points straight at that mystery dude. That guy's just been standing there doing nothing for a while. Ju Sungha realizes. Emperor is the mystery dude's nickname. She asks Ju Sungha. Rare rank Emperor, is he the raid boss behind this mess? Ju Sungha just replies. Not sure. But odds are high. She explains. I've been trying to rush him, but every path is blocked. But Ju Sungha's eyes, she's cooking up a plan. To break a stalemate chess game, you gotta headhunt the king. If we snipe the king, their whole formation will shatter into pieces. When you just turtle up in defense, you can't read Sungha's next move. But won't we get swarmed too? Ju Sungha answers. It's fine. We have a healer. They don't. Boom, a blinding light explodes. Ju Sungha attacks fast. Quit clinging to me like that. She activates Queen's Guard. Rose Blade plus piercing damage. Ju Sungha's gunning for the Emperor. Seeing her move, he's totally shook. Ion walks up. Chairman. The Emperor speaks first. Looks like they figured out I'm the leader. Ion suggests an escape route. Using the teleport box to dip is still an option. I can't stop them if they all rush us at once. The Emperor smiles and shuts him down. No. No need for that. Looking sinister, he continues. I knew this would happen. I tamed a hunting dog just for this moment. Ion asks. Confused? Hunting dog. The Emperor looks at Ju Sungha's crew. Exactly. The hound is gonna rip the enemy's throats out. His gaze shifts to Eunjong. Who can flip this losing battle instantly? Just then, Eunjong senses someone right behind him. He looks terrified. Eunjong turns around. It's the Reaper. Hong Ki-ho. Hong Ki-ho slashes right through Eunjong. He can't even make a sound. Ju Sungha turns back and screams. Eunjong. He collapses forward. The slash cut deep into his chest. Blood sprays everywhere. Suddenly, a ragdoll appears behind him. Glowing with a faint blue light, the doll is crying. System notification pops up. The friend who accepted my tears. Throughout childhood. Marion doll. Hong Ki-ho scoffs. Huh. It's Marion, how useless. He grips his scythe. Red aura surrounds him. Hong Ki-ho activates his skill, chanting it in his mind. Skill Death Rampage. Eunjong reaches out. A star of light appears in his hand. Notification pops up skill. Constellation's Blessing. Eunjong thinks. I gotta hold on a little longer. If I... The team healer. Go down here. The squad can't attack anymore. Hong Ki-ho slams the scythe down. Eunjong dodges and screams. So even if I die here, I gotta buy time, Ju Sungha yells. Kang Se-du Kim Rae-mi. She orders. Don't just stand there. Go help Eunjong. The rest of us will handle the attack. Kang Se-du shouts. Roger. Kim Rae-mi asks doubtfully. But sis, we don't have enough people. Are you okay? You could get surrounded in a second. Ju Sungha grips her weapon. Answering calmly, don't worry about us. As the vanguard. She slashes at a blonde guy holding a knife. Ju Sungha declares. I'll make up for the missing members somehow. A guy outside crosses his arms, sneering. That girl is seriously persistent. Braver than I thought, he says maliciously. But now that they've split into two groups, you know exactly what to do next. Right. Ryu Eon smirked and nodded. Oh. I know. Leave it to me. He barked the order. Everyone, focus fire on Yu Sung-ha now, Ryu Eon screamed. Once we take out their boss. The rest of them are just small fry. Rush her, kill that witch. The guy in the hat gripped his weapon. The guy wrapped in a faint yellow glow asked him. Small fry, really? The hell did you say? He swung his weapon at Ryu Eon, but he blocked it effortlessly. The guy in the hat gritted his teeth in disgust. And what are you supposed to be? A cockroach living in a public toilet. Ryu Eon realized something. A rare rank dragon slayer. He smirked. Tisk. What a pain. The guy with the sinister face smirked and muttered. Guess they're just trash mobs after all. They aren't going down easy. Even when they're locked in formation. He asked himself in excitement. Then why don't I give it a shot? He gathered a golden aura in his palm. Then he said, let's test something out. He thought. Skill, royal audience. Suddenly, everyone got suppressed by the golden aura. Yu Sung-ha panicked and thought, what the hell is this skill? I can't move my body. Someone struggled to speak. Is this a debuff? He checked the status window. Emperor skill. Royal audience. The guy in the hat propped his greatsword on the ground and yelled, damn it, what's with this broken skill? He looked up, eyes wide with shock, and Ryu Eon kicked the hat guy flying. He laughed in pure excitement. If I'm a cockroach? Then you're just the rotten trash I feast on. Then Ryu Eon shouted. Everyone. It's time. Use everything you've got to destroy Yu Sung-ha. The minions immediately rushed at Yu Sung-ha. A barrage of skills flew right at her. It caused a massive explosion of light. Shinjin screamed in panic. Seung-ha Uni. The goons went silent. Staring at Yu Sung-ha. A masked guy's eyes went wide in terror. Yu Sung-ha raised her sword high. A green barrier blocked every single attack. One guy shouted, is that a blessing skill? The notification popped up. Skill, unhindered enlightenment. She praised him. Hyunsung. Clutch timing. He winked, his other eye glowing. He clasped his hands and said, anytime. Just don't let my hard work go to waste. Yu Sung-ha nodded. Yeah. Obviously. She stood up, radiating a faint golden light. She held her sword in front of her chest, one hand tucked behind her back. Yu Sung-ha looked up at everyone. A notification window popped up. Queen's Guard. God's salvation for the Queen. She swung her sword. Time to slaughter some idiots. You should have killed me when you had the chance. Now, game over. She dashed forward, wrecking every enemy in her path. The guys she hit screamed in agony. Yu Sung-ha thought to herself, I don't need to waste time 1v1-ing these guys. I just need to take out one person, before this skill's duration runs out. She locked eyes with the shady guy standing with his arms crossed. She recognized him. The Emperor. The mastermind behind this chaos. Suddenly, Ryu Eon blocked Yu Sung-ha's path. He gathered power in his hand and said, I know exactly what you're planning. I'm not letting that happen. I'll stop you myself, he thought. Skill, mirror room. Immediately, a series of mirrors reflected toward Yu Sung-ha. The notification appeared, skill, mirror room trick. Yu Sung-ha raised her hand to defend. She lowered her head and whispered, this is just, Yu Sung-ha launches herself forward to destroy Ryu Yun. She scoffs. Just giving you what you asked for. She slashes his chest. Ryu Yun groans in pain. Yu Sung-ha dashes straight for the leader. She swings her sword and shouts, Emperor. Die. He raises both hands in a defensive stance. Activating a skill, rings of fire surround his hands, forming a pair of weapons. He whispers, Iron Hand. But before he can make a move, Yu Sung-ha swings her blade and takes his head clean off. Someone shouts in excitement. She actually did it. Ryu Yun falls to the ground in terror. He grits his teeth in rage. Suddenly, Yu Sung-ha looks up, staring at the Emperor's head in shock. He's not dead. His body starts regenerating. His eyes glow with a purple light. She realizes it's just a puppet skill living wax statue. Meanwhile, in a building in the city, on the rooftop, a blonde girl with dark circles under her eyes sighs. Ugh. Damn it. It's dead. She reports, Director, your 13th puppet just got destroyed. I think it's pretty tough. considering only 40% of your power was planted in that puppet. The man called director laughs. Yeah, I saw. My senses are connected to that puppet. After all, the director raises his hand in front of a soldier puppet. A notification pops up, Skill Emperor's Rule and Command. The white-haired girl asks, "What's your plan now?" Unfortunately, we're at a disadvantage. He orders. Tell them to retreat. Today's goal was just data collection anyway. The director smiles sinisterly. Today was just a greeting. We were just throwing out some bait for them to bite. On his tablet screen, a smiley face cube appears. He chuckles and continues. Though it sucks that we lost a few members, it was worth it because we got to see their full power. Next time, I'll pay them a visit myself. The next morning, at an apartment complex. Early sunlight streams through the window. Lee Jun is cooking when someone calls him. Lee Jun, his sister asks, puzzled. What are you doing? Cooking lunch already. I told you we could eat. A bit late. Since I don't have to work today anyway. Yeah, he replies. I've got plans with some friends today. So I'm making dinner now too. His sister says, annoyed. Say what? I can still cook for myself. You know. Lee Jun just keeps his head down and continues his work. It's my turn to make dinner today. So I have to do it. His sister stays silent. A moment later, his sister asks, can I help with anything? He replies, can you buy some salt? We're all out. She replies, got it. After buying the groceries, she prepares to head back. She thinks, kids his age would usually forget about the chore of making dinner and just run off to hang with their friends. I'm proud of him, but it kinda makes me sad. Lee Jun's sister senses it deep down. I feel like he's trying to act like an adult. It's like he's trying to tell me he's all grown up, so I don't need to worry about him anymore. She walks up the stairs and sees a girl. She hesitates and asks, who are you? Kim Gyu-eon is on her phone and looks at her in surprise. Huh, she asks. I'm visiting a friend. Am I not allowed to stand here? The sister replies. Oh no, that's not the problem, but... Her words catch Kim Gyu-eon off guard. You're standing in front of my house. She stammers. Oh. Then, are you perhaps... Kim Gyu-eon asks Lee Jun's sister. The sister stays silent. Thinking. Now that I think about it. Her hair color. It's just like what I asked Oh-jun a few days ago. She remembered how flustered he looked. She silently gasped. So that means... Then she suddenly said, right. You're... Right. I am. Then she introduced herself. Oh-jun's big sister. A moment later, the apartment door opened. Oh-jun turned to the door and asked, Sis, you're back. You got the salt. Right. His eyes went wide in shock. His sister had her arm linked with Kim Chayun and said cheerfully, I got the salt. And I brought your friend home too. He wondered blankly. Why are they together? His sister asked. It's her. Right. The brunette girl who visited our place when I wasn't home. She smiled mischievously. Now, spill the beans. About what happened that night. Chayun and Oh-jun sat awkwardly at the coffee table in front of Oh-jun's sister. Oh-jun's sister held a cup of water and said, So, the reason Chayun stayed over is because she ran away after a fight with her parents and had nowhere else to go. Right, yes. Chayun gently picked up her cup before answering, Yes. Oh-jun was kind enough to invite me over. Saying no one was home that night, Oh-jun jumped up and denied it immediately. What? When did I say that? As soon as he spoke, she shot him a glare sharp as a knife. Oh-jun felt a chill down his spine, got scared, and quickly corrected himself. Now that I think about it, maybe I did say that. Oh-jun's sister crossed her arms and scolded them. Even so, it's not good for a young girl like you to stay overnight. Without any adults around, you should have at least asked for permission first. Chayun obediently accepted her fault. Yes. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Oh-jun's sister leaned her face close to him and flicked his forehead hard and scolded. And you? Oh-hun. You shouldn't hide things from me. Got it. She took a sip of water to cool down and said, I'll respect your privacy, and I won't ask what happened that night. All I care about is you sneaking into my house and staying the night without me knowing. The rest has nothing to do with me. Yes. So I expect you two to respect my privacy as well. Is that clear? The two of them answered in unison. Yes. We're sorry, they thought it was over. But Ojun's sister suddenly called out. And Chayun. If something like this happens again, contact me before you call Ojun. Okay. She quickly explained why. I have no right to talk about your family issues. But I can at least give you a temporary place to stay. So, if anything happens, just come over, and we'll talk like we did today. Okay, Chayun froze. Hearing such heartwarming words, the conversation ended. The scene shifted to the outside, near Ojun's apartment complex. He was walking down the street with Chayun. Then, Chayun spoke first, breaking the silence with a compliment. Your sister is so kind, and she's pretty too. This remark took Ojun by surprise. Chayun continued. Now I understand why you have a sister complex. Ojun asked in bewilderment. A what complex? She laughed and said. Just kidding. I'm just jealous because you have such an amazing sister. Hearing that, Ojun looked blank and asked, You think so, yeah. Then Chayun held up her phone and said, Oh hey. I looked up information on Byung-jun yesterday. Before she could finish, he asked. Byung-jun, that blonde guy we met yesterday? Yeah. Chayun replied. I figured I'd find his socials or something like that. But nope. Nothing. Ozum wasn't surprised, saying, Isn't that pretty normal? I've got socials too. But I barely ever use them. She stared deep into her screen, replying, I thought that at first too. But it's just weird when someone with such intense vibes has basically zero digital footprint. Seo-yeon looked up at Ozum, guessing. So it hit me, maybe he's hiding his true self behind a mask. Hearing that, Ozum got all thoughtful, pondering the word mask. He thought for a sec and guessed. Maybe he's just low-key. Seo-yeon wondered too. He could be shy. Just like that. Doubts about his identity kept stacking up. Or, maybe he's just an adult. A bit later, the scene switched to a simple cafe. Bazoozion was there, cracking up. If you enter the Red Dragon dungeon, you'll find traces of the cultists. And if you bring them to the Holy Knights, you can find their hideout. He got more hyped as he spoke. Then, tracking the clues, you'll start to understand that Horizon event. Pretty sick. Right, sitting across from him were Ozum and Seo-yeon, looking totally done, glaring at him with one thought in mind. Maybe he's not hiding anything behind a mask. Bro has been yapping for 40 minutes straight. Ozum suddenly got serious, asking, But what exactly is the Horizon? I get it involves the cultists. Bazoozion slammed a book on the table and said, To understand, you gotta know the lore of Egosphere Online first. He explained passionately. Like in this pic, there are 3 worlds in Egosphere Online, and players live in the middle one, the Egosphere world, and the black hole connects Agosphere to Zion, the realm of gods, which NPCs see as divine avatars. Ozum grabbed the book, asking curiously, So that black hole the cultists worship, it's gotta be the portal to the 3rd world. Right, Bazoozion answered instantly. Bingo, they believe the world, Agosphere, is gonna be destroyed by the Zion gods. So their goal is opening the black hole, to connect to another world, hoping for a new god. Got it. Ozum had another question. What about the world below Egosphere, where those 3 question marks are? He stared at bright red paper and guessed. Is it the real world where we live? I think so. At first, I thought it was just prep for a major update. But with everything happening now, that's the conclusion I reached. Seo-yeon finally spoke up. So the Horizon event. Is it the opening of a gate between reality and Egosphere? Her words made Ozum think even harder. A gate. Looking back at the book, he suddenly said, You mean monsters from Agosphere will flood into reality through that gate, Bazoozion added. The Horizon event. Event Horizon. If the Horizon event really refers to, only an irreversible change in the world could trigger that. Then Seo-yeon glanced at Hojun, sounding worried. Isn't that way too dangerous? Sounds like the whole world is about to get flipped upside down. He thought for a second, then said, It is all just speculation based on the plot so far. There is no guarantee it is actually going to happen. Hojun looked at Seo-yeon and continued. And if the event really does wreck the world, then the whole purpose of this event is kinda gone. I am guessing it will just be a massive event related to the storyline. She looked thoughtful and said, You think so? Hojun spoke up again. Hey, Do you know anything about the 6 pillars in the prophecy? I feel like that is the key to opening the gate, leading to the horizon. Baejun heard that and answered, "Oh, that haven't found much on it yet." He also shared his own theory. But I think it might be linked to the ceiling pillars at the entrance of the Infinite Fable prison. There are ceiling pillars to stop prisoners from escaping. As this info sank in, another worry raced through Hojun's mind. Ceiling pillars. 6 pillars and the 5th guardian I defeated. If I put those two together, there are 6 pillars stopping the horizon event. And each pillar is guarded by a guardian. That is how I see it. Lost in thought, he spoke out loud without realizing it. So that means there is only one guardian left. Seoyun jumped and asked. What Hojun realized what happened and explained calmly. Nothing. Just sorting out my thoughts. He looked at Baejun and smiled. Thanks anyway. You really helped me out a lot today. He quickly waved his hand. No problem at all. It is the least I can do to repay you for saving my life. Just tell me whenever I can help. As the chat wrapped up, the 3 of them stood up and left the cafe. Just as they were heading out, Hojun suddenly called out. Kim So-yoon. I'm gonna hit the restroom real quick. Wait for me out here. Okay, she replied. Okay. I will wait in front of the train station. After hearing that, he quickly went into the nearby restroom. Then Hojun walked up to the sink to wash his hands. His mind was still a mess with so many questions. I understand a bit about the horizon now, but I still do not get exactly what the event is. Guess I won't know until it starts. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind Hojun. Don't you think this event is going to be dangerous? Turns out it was Baejun speaking. His face was blank, his voice low and gloomy as he mentioned the horizon. But Baejun added a warning. A lot of people might die, just like what happened at your school. Don't you think it would be better to stop it before it happens? Hojun heard that and replied, We still do not know exactly what the event is or how we would stop it. We are just innocent players caught up in this game. Then Baejun lowered his eyes, looking hesitant. Then he suddenly said something that startled Hojun. There is a way, Baejun continued. And I know how to do it, but it is not something a player like me can handle. He added, only high-ranking players have the power to do it, and I am still looking for players like that. Baejun slowly turned to leave but still wanted to get his point across. I only saw a glimpse of your power yesterday, but from what I've seen so far, you guys are exactly the players I've been looking for. He didn't hesitate to drop the invite. Hit me up if you're interested. I'll be waiting for your call. Hearing everything Bae Soo-yeon just dropped on him, Woojin looked super stressed, shoving those worries to the back of his mind for a sec. He walked out. Woojin hustled through the crowded streets solo, heading to meet up with Chayun. But bro still looked incredibly tense. He couldn't stop obsessing over that conversation. What the hell was that just now? He seemed like a totally different person. Even as he got close to Chayun, Woojin was deep in thought. Is he actually hiding his true nature like Chayun said? Or does he have some other agenda? Meanwhile, Chayun was on the phone with someone, looking pretty shaken. Yeah, I get it. We found some stuff too. I'll text you later. As soon as she hung up, Woojin asked, Who was that Ryzen? Chayun replied, Yeah, the guildmaster. She didn't waste time updating him. Looks like they wrecked the Charles organization's HQ last night. Took out a few of their guys too. Woojin was shocked. For real, what about their leader? Chayun dropped the info. They thought they bagged him, but turns out it was a fake clone they couldn't even detect. With their passive skills, they only took him down using an ultimate skill. But it ended up being just one of his puppeteer skills. So they were only fighting at like 40% of their real power. She looked more and more worried. But they did find out one thing, the leader's skill. He's got the Emperor class. It's super rare, can deal damage and support at the same time. Woojin was so shook his brows furrowed. Emperor class. Chayun kept walking. I don't know if we'll have to face him, but we should stay on guard. He seems like a totally cracked player. Woojin agreed. No doubt. Since that's not a common class in the game. Near the subway escalator, people were passing by. Chayun and Woojin were hanging nearby, sharing a bag of snacks to chill out. But before he could even take a bite, Woojin asked, Did they say if Baek Eun-hyung was at the fight yesterday? Chayun answered fast. Don't know the details. Heard the battle was insane, but they said they didn't see anyone with a combat class. She figured, since it was a surprise attack, Baek Eun-hyung might have been somewhere else. Then Chayun remembered something. One more thing. They said to watch out for the Reaper. Hearing the name, he flinched. The Reaper, Chayun explained. He used to be a solo PK player, but looks like he joined Charles recently. Woojin realized it immediately. Oh, are they talking about the Reaper we ran into at the river that one time? He had another question. But do you think we'll run into him again? We're mainly focusing on party quests from now on. And he's mostly a solo player. Suddenly, Woojin just froze. His eyes went wide, staring straight ahead in horror. Chayun noticed him spacing out. What's wrong? She looked where he was looking and teased him out of habit. Spot a baddie or something, but as soon as she turned her head, Kim Si-yeon switched from confused to straight up shook in the middle of the crowded street. Then this skinny dude shows up, face hidden behind a mysterious black mask. He was walking all calm and collected, totally catching those two off guard. He scowled, eyes sharp as daggers, staring right at them. He looked absolutely terrifying. But facing that stare, Lee Jun and Kim Si-yeon panicked. Fear flashed in their eyes as they screamed. Grim Reaper. Right then, Lee Jun and Kim Si-yeon were just frozen in the middle of the crowd. Cold sweat dripped down Lee Jun's face as he gritted his teeth. Both of them looked insanely stressed, staring dead ahead. Lee Jun asked, "Does he recognize us?" Kim Si-yeon answered fast. "I don't know. But even if he does, he can't exactly start a brawl in a place this packed." Inside that crowd, a fully covered figure was walking silently, people everywhere. But that guy's eyes, they looked absolutely savage, soulless, hard to read. Even with his face covered up like that, but his hands were already casting magic. He popped an item called Light Swallowing Mist. At the same time, his hands started glowing with this purple lightning. That energy exploded into a thick, hazy smoke, winding its way through the crowd. It rushed straight at Lee Jun and Kim Si-yeon. The people around them couldn't avoid the smoke either. Everyone started coughing their lungs out, asking, "What is happening? Is there a fire somewhere?" Lee Jun and Kim Si-yeon didn't see that coming. They looked pretty worried. Kim Si-yeon asked, "Did he just drop a smoke bomb?" Lee Jun replied, "Can't believe he used that here. Is he seriously gonna fight us right now, suddenly?" Quick as a flash, he took his chance. While Lee Jun was distracted, that guy rushed him like the wind. Weapon in hand, he was about to strike, making Lee Jun panic. Then, boom! A massive light flashed in the middle of the crowd, making everyone terrified, covering their heads to protect themselves. But Lee Jun ain't no scrub, with crazy reflexes. He blocked the surprise attack instantly. The weapons clashed, sparking a blinding light. Lee Jun's face was stone cold. His eyes got sharper, fiercer than ever. He gripped his weapon tight, red lightning crackling around it. Lee Jun secretly activated the skill, Vengeful Retribution, and then he quickly unleashed a counterattack that no one saw coming. The white light got swallowed by Lee Jun's blazing red power. The guy took the hit full on, his face twisting in pain. He couldn't believe his eyes. Suddenly, his figure shot away, leaving a deep dent in the ground and a trail of smoke. Lee Jun gritted his teeth and said, "He vanished. Is that a stealth skill?" Kim Si-yeon realized something and yelled out to Lee Jun, "Lee Jun, we gotta run right now." Hearing that, Lee Jun turned back, totally confused. What Kim Si-yeon covered his mouth with one hand to keep the smoke out, and shouted with a serious, determined look, "Grim Reaper is targeting us. If we get out of here, civilians won't get caught in the crossfire. So run somewhere empty." Lee Jun realized it and gasped. Right, but just as they were about to bail, that masked guy dropped from above. His eyes were creepy white as he sneered. "Where do you think you're running to?" Lee Jun was shocked. Froze right where he stood. He seized the chance to spam attacks. But Lee Jun isn't trash, and quickly dodged those lightning strikes. The guy kept swinging at him and said, "How long are you gonna keep running? You coward. Let's settle this right here, until one of us drops dead." "Is that what you're thinking?" Leon didn't even flinch. Look at that focus. He strikes back with zero hesitation. Suddenly, Leon's eyes turn purple, leaking pure killing intent, staring down that masked freak. He says, "I agree." But then, he pulls his staff back, winding up for a massive thunder strike, surrounded by a blazing red aura. He screams at the guy. This isn't the right place to face Leon's destructive power. The guy is totally shook, eyes wide in disbelief, thinking, did he just use the earth smash skill? Debris is flying everywhere. He immediately yells out, can't stall any longer. Then, Leon turns to Kim Si-yeon and says, let's go. Move it. Kim Si-yeon is ready to roll and replies, got it. Through the thick smoke covering everything, their silhouettes disappear into the mist, leaving that stranger completely stunned. He looks super salty and growls, you brats. Scene switches to a high-rise building. Under the late afternoon sun, every corner of the hallway is dyed in sunset colors, but the vibe is gloomy. Looks like this is where the two of them, Leon and Kim Si-yeon, ran a pretty long way. They stopped to catch their breath, faces dripping with sweat. Kim Si-yeon, sweat rolling down her face, gasps out, should we hide in a building crowded with people? No way the Reaper would come looking for us there. Leon thinks it over, face serious and calculating, then answers, no. If he dares to use his skills in a crowd, that means he doesn't care about the surroundings. He'll do whatever he wants, no matter the situation. So I think it's better to drag him somewhere empty and deal with him. Hearing Leon's analysis, Kim Si-yeon calms down a bit and asks, you think so? They both feel a little less anxious. Leon continues, we don't need to risk our lives fighting. If things go south, use the item I just gave you. Hearing that, Kim Si-yeon replies, understood. Suddenly, a clicking sound echoes from behind, catching Leon's attention. Behind them, that guy's silhouette appears. He's still holding that staff. The Reaper radiates terrifying killing intent, his soulless eyes scanning the area. They both gasp. The Reaper, Leon and Kim Si-yeon hide back. Leon shouts out, I know you're using a tracking skill. Kim Si-yeon panics and asks, what do we do? Should I use the item now? They both look ahead. Then Leon says, no. Wait for the right moment. And then, he makes a bold decision. He draws his sword and says, I'm gonna try fighting him first. Hearing that, Kim Si-yeon is totally shocked. Panicked. She asks, what? Why? You just said, we didn't need to risk our lives fighting. Leon calmly raises his sword in defense and replies, I only said that if he brought the Fair Charles crew, if they had numbers, we'd be at a disadvantage. Kim Si-yeon is left totally speechless, but he just tightens his grip on the sword and says, but right now, he's solo, and I've got a strategy prepped for a one-on-one, so I'm gonna test it out. Suddenly, the guy seems to notice something and looks over. It's Leon, stepping out under the dim yellow light, looking absolutely badass. Looks like an intense battle is about to go down. Yeah. So the masked guy speaks up all cocky. I wonder how long you punks gonna keep running, but you showed up faster than I thought. Ran out of places to hide. Huh. Lee Ozum's face though, pure determination. He frowns and claps back hard. Nah. No reason for me to hide anymore. The masked guy ain't some random mob though. He swings his death staff back and replies, time. Fine by me. Then with eyes screaming death, he says, let's end this right here. You trash. Moment he stops talking, he rushes Lee Ozum like a hurricane, trying to delete him. He's actually cracked. Every hit is heavy. Sparks flying everywhere. He attacks Lee Ozum fiercely, but our boy blocks every single hit. Perfect defense. Then he pops his skill, Reaper's Scythe. His death staff starts glowing with this spooky vibe. Purple aura wraps the staff in his body. He charges forward. Zero hesitation, not backing down. Lee Ozum's face is locked in, full of killing intent, and instantly casts Blossom of Hatred. His hands look like they're cloning, spawning a crazy amount of hands. The two skills clash, purple and red lights going to war. Nobody's backing down. The lights mix and boom. Massive shockwave. Debris flying all over the place. The guy looks intense, refusing to take the L, like he's scheming something. Lee Ozum is dodging everything like a pro. Then boom. He unleashes raging sword soul. He swings his sword hard, creating a blazing red light, slashing straight at the masked dude. That guy quickly dashes back to get away from that terrifying blade. After that hit, his mask gets ripped off, showing his teeth gritting hard. Blood is streaming from his eyes, but he's not quitting yet. He suddenly flashes in front of Lee Ozum, face bloody, but eyes sharp as knives. He uses the skill Winter Hunt. The light switches from purple to a chilling blue. winding up a hit on Lee Ozum. Now that Death Staff carries a freezing, deadly winter power, slashing straight at Lee Ozum, facing the Reaper's blade. Lee Ozum doesn't even flinch. Instead, he stares straight ahead with pure murderous intent. Suddenly, he shuts his eyes tight, and when they snap open, they're wide, glowing red and bleeding. Looks terrifying but absolutely broken, wasting no time. Lee Ozum looks badass, unleashing Wrath of the Sword Soul, slashing right at the masked guy, sending him flying. His sword is radiating some unpredictable power. Now it's Lee Ozum's turn to counter. No hesitation. He keeps pointing his sword, landing hits so fast the guy can't even react. He's cooked. They keep brawling like that. But meanwhile, Sylphion is trying his best to shield himself from the two streams of terrifying power clashing together. Then Lee Ozum's power is just too OP. The stranger looks exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he screams, "You bastard," but refusing to give up. He casts his skill again, spawning a monster with magical purple power and tentacles, rushing at Lee Ozum. That is his ultimate move. Shadow of Death, accumulating damage dealt and stealing 44% of the opponent's HP. But Lee Ozum takes some damage too. Blood splattered on his face, but his eyes, they didn't show defeat, they were locked in. Eon stood on the sidelines, low-key stressing out, saying, "Wait, does that move have a damage stacking effect? That damage has stacked up way too high. It's actually dangerous." Basically, the damage stacking effect starts off weak, not doing much at first, but it ramps up serious damage over time. Once that accumulated damage hits a certain threshold, boom, it triggers a critical hit, dealing massive damage instantly. On top of that, the damage stacking effect from his ult, Death's Shadow, puts the opponent in a confused state along with that crit. In this state, the opponent is cooked, can't use items or skills. Not even buffs or debuffs from passive skills work. That stranger glared at Ozum and scoffed. "Spacing out in the middle of a fight, you waiting for someone to carry you like last time." Ozum stood on business, refusing to fold, and clapped back. "Hell no, I can handle this myself." As he spoke, his face showed pure determination. Staring daggers at the guy, he said, "I just needed a sec to calculate." The moment he said that, he rushed forward like a storm, charging straight at the stranger with zero hesitation. The guy saw that, gritted his teeth in confusion, and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Step by step, Ozum jumped forward, gripping his sword tight, dodging every single hit. That death shadow swept past him like a breeze. Ozum's face was intense, totally locked in for this battle. He speed blitzed, jumping from side to side, smoothly dodging that stranger's demonic attacks, like it was nothing. Seeing Ozum weave through his attacks so easily, the guy got salty and suspicious. He gritted his teeth, thinking, is he hugging the pillars to dodge? He thought about the factory's layout, and figured out Ozum's strat. He thought, don't tell me he's using the complex structure of this factory to try and neutralize the attacks from my ultimate. He wasn't having it. Thinking he read Ozum like a book, he dashed forward and yelled, is that the best you can come up with? Closing in on Ozum, he unleashed massive, long tentacles, packed with unpredictable power. Right at Ozum, he roared, "What? That's all your calculations got you?" Even then, Ozum didn't flinch. He was totally focused, like he was cooking something up to decide this winner-takes-all fight. Then Ozum spoke, voice cold as ice. "I was waiting for this." Bam, he popped the skill, Blazing Fury, also known as Inferno. His hands glowed with a blinding light, channeling terrifying power into his sword, creating a broken amount of energy. The guy went from shocked to shook. He wondered, he's not running, he's trying to face tank this. His eyes narrowed as realization hit him, and he said, "No. Wait, that skill, this terrain." At this moment, as Ozum prepares to wipe him out, he seems to realize he fell right into Ozum's trap, and says, "This bastard, he lured me in here to finish me off with a fire attack." Realizing that, he exploded with rage, rushing straight at Ozum. The tentacles flew like arrows, aiming to skewer Ozum. He screamed, "You low-rank trash." Ozum stood there, statue still, The sharp tentacles grazed him, making blood splatter. He took the pain for a split second. But really, he was charging up for a massive power spike. Then, Ozum jumped right in his face, raising his arm with firepower, face full of battle spirit, ready to bring the hammer down on him. The air turned red with firepower and blood. Then, boom, a massive sound echoed from the building. The battle erupted in the silent void. Kim Si-wol had been watching from the corner, covering her mouth as the fog-like smoke rolled in. Panicked, she ran out screaming. Lee Ozum suddenly. Her eyes went wide, freezing in place. Right in front of her, Lee Ozum, looking absolutely badass. He just landed a hit on the stranger, leaving him in agony. Even that Reaper scythe and his skills got wrecked by Lee Ozum's tactical fireplay. The guy grunted, blood spitting from his mouth, teeth grinding in pain, thinking, this bastard. He calculated the exact moment to trigger his passive skill right before the damage stack exploded. Lee Ozum, face bloody but standing strong, said, your class might be OP, but it means nothing, 'cause you're just trash. Killing people for kicks. After that storm of an attack, Hong Ki-ho took the full hit, flying back in pain, choking out a groan. The air glowed with the red light of hellfire. Silhouetting a mighty warrior, Lee Ozum took Hong Ki-ho down. But he put everything into that shot. He looked drained, gasping for air, thinking, close one. If that damage stack hit me one more time, I would have been cooked. Quickly, he popped open the system, checked his inventory. Gotta heal up before my immortality wears off. While he focused on recovery, behind Lee Ozum, Hong Ki-ho, who was flattened on the ground, started moving. Something's wrong. Bro is not dead yet. His eyes bulged, teeth clenched tight, pure rage. He wasn't accepting defeat. Quick as a flash, he sprang up, Reaper blade in hand, aiming to backstab Lee Ozum, who was distracted healing. Right then, Lee Ozum sensed the bad vibes, spun around and saw the scene. Completely shocked, Hong Ki-ho had the advantage now. He popped Poison Dagger, a finishing move straight for Lee Ozum. As the blade got close, suddenly Hong Ki-ho got wrapped up in a long chain. His whole body shook from the chain's power. Glowing with an intense purple light, Lee Ozum was still stunned, staring wide-eyed at the blade inches from his face. That chain yanked Hong Ki-ho backward hard, making him scream in pain. Plot twist, it was none other than Kim Si-wol. She finally stepped up, holding her weapon, radiating pure aura. Facing the agonizing Hong Ki-ho, Kim Si-wol's face was ice cold, ready for war. She pointed her Dungeon Master weapon right at Hong Ki-ho. Then she screamed furiously, give up, you took the L on this one. Your weapon is destroyed. You can't fight for a while. Kim Si-wol kept her staff aimed at Hong Ki-ho on the ground, saying, if you try fighting with just your body, you're gonna die. Do you really want to throw your life away like that? Hong Ki-ho, face bloody, glared at Kim Si-wol with cold fury, and said, if you're gonna kill me, make it quick. If you really think you won, then you gotta prove it. Kim Si-wol hesitated for a second. She frowned, thinking. Then she activated the spear in her hand. The sharp spear crackled with power, glowing with magical purple light. She says, if that's what you want. Kim Si-yeon is literally seconds away from ending Hong Ki-ho's life. Lee Jun steps in immediately to stop her. Like, hold up. Kim Si-yeon. Lee Jun looks at her and says, before you do that, we gotta ask him about Charles first. Like the guildmaster said, if these guys are with Charles, they might know something useful. Hearing that, Kim Si-yeon stops, but she's clearly not feeling it. She frowns and replies, true, but you think he's gonna talk just because we ask. This guy is certified trash. Suddenly, Hong Ki-ho speaks up. If you want to ask, I might just answer. His face gets super creepy, wearing a smirk that hides way too much. He says, but the only thing I'm saying is, go to hell. You trash. Boom, light and energy explode everywhere. Looks like Hong Ki-ho used that split second of hesitation from Lee Jun to shatter his chains and break free. Lee Jun sees it and yells, you dare call Kim Si-yeon that one more word, and I'll kill you in the most painful way possible. But it looks like Hong Ki-ho isn't completely free from the chains yet. He breathes out softly, Eyes locked tight on Lee Jun and Kim Seon. Lee Jun points his sword straight at Hong Ki-ho and demands, "First, tell me what you and Charles are actually after. What do you guys want? And why kill people?" Hong Ki-ho doesn't seem keen on answering. Looking all smug, he replies, "How many times are you going to ask that? To win this game? Obviously." Then he glances over and adds, "Oh right. And for that damn guildmaster, his goal is a little different." Hearing that, Lee Jun's eyes go wide with curiosity. "He has a different goal," Hong Ki-ho continues. "He's richer than you can imagine. So there's no reason he'd do this just for the 20 billion prize." Right, exactly. Hong Ki-ho's expression gets serious. He keeps talking about Charles. If he's not doing it for fun, maybe he has other goals that have nothing to do with money. Kim Seon hears that and turns to Lee Jun, looking suspicious. Maybe he's aiming for the wish granted to the winner of Horizon. He might want things money can't buy, like eternal life or eternal youth. In the quiet silence of the building, the yellow light flickers over the three of them speculating. Or maybe he wants to reunite with his dead wife. You think he's a romantic like that, but Lee Jun is deep in his head, frowning at his own thoughts. Whatever the goal is, Charles is still one of the groups that wants Horizon to happen. Right, even though people like Bae Soo-yeon hope that Horizon never happens, his eyes are full of doubt. He thinks, for some reason, this game isn't just a simple competition between players. Is this power really on par with the Legend class? A faceless figure pops into Lee Jun's mind as he thinks it over. Suddenly, while he's distracted, Hong Ki-ho launches a sneak attack on Lee Jun. He throws a massive strike straight at Lee Jun. But luckily, he dodges just in time, but he definitely took some damage. Lee Jun grunts in pain, thinking, "Damn it. He's too fast." Hong Ki-ho is moving with a sudden burst of speed. He charges at Lee Jun like a monster, thirsty for the win, raining down attacks. These attacks are cracked. Lee Ozum is seriously struggling right now. Judging by that speed, bro's not just a monster. He's an S-tier boss. Top of the food chain. Actually, nah. He's way beyond that. It's like Hong Ki-ho turned into a completely different animal. Look at his eyes, all white. No pupils. Creepy as hell. And in his hand, he's gripping that death scythe glowing with insane blue power. Charging in like a maniac, Lee Ozum stares down Hong Ki-ho. Mind racing. Is he seriously still using times that times Hong Ki-ho is closing the gap? Rushing Leo down, trying to land a critical hit. Leo grits his teeth. This guy is actually a menace. A HEALER problem. Realizing he's in a pinch, Leo glances over at Kim Seon, who's frantically digging through their inventory bag. She's cooking something up. Wait. She's holding some weird-looking key. Leo flashbacks to their chat earlier. There's no point in risking our lives just to fight him. If things go south, just use the item I gave you. Don't hesitate. Chayun had nodded back then. Got it. And now, it's go time. She's popping the item. She holds the key out and whispers, "Activate item key to the afternoon room." The key bursts with light. Meanwhile, Leo is getting absolutely wrecked by Hong Ki-ho. That monster is storming in, spamming attacks, trying to one-shot him. Suddenly, space warps. Chayun triggered the item, teleporting them both out of there. 1 second, Leo's fighting that beast, Hong Ki-ho. Next second, he's chilling in a totally different room with Chayun. Leo looks around, totally confused. What the is this? The afternoon room. Chayun lets out a huge sigh of relief. Phew. That was close. Glad we're on the same wavelength. Even when you're busy fighting for your life. Right, she looks at Leo, who's dripping with sweat, clothes all torn up, and adds, "I didn't just interrupt you when you wanted to keep fighting. Did I?" Leo rubs the back of his head, a bit embarrassed. Nah. I was about to bail anyway. He touched his chin, thinking, if we kept going, the whole construction site would have collapsed, and the noise would have drawn a massive crowd. The afternoon room is super cozy, bathed in warm yellow light. Just the two of them chatting. That weird form back there. You think that was the legendary Reaper class? She nods. Yeah. Gotta bay. Since it's a class we've literally never seen before. Leo is still deep in thought. But I still can't believe that Reaper guy actually knew how to open a back door. While he's muttering, Chayun quietly walks over. She heads straight for the bed. sits down, and says, "Anyway, let's just chill here for a bit. Give it some time. And that guy will definitely leave." Leo looks worried. "You sure we're safe though? We have no idea what a legendary Reaper class like him can actually do." Chayun is way more chill about it. She just replies, "Nobody can get in here. Unless they're in our party or have the key. So don't stress." Chayun stretches out and lies back on the bed. Gotta admit, she looks absolutely stunning right now. Her gaze sharpens as she says, "Let's just take a break. Wait for the Reaper to clear out. Or until the sun goes down." Leo blinks, looking a bit surprised by